If you wanna go, then honey, let's roll, and we can pick it up right now. I'm coming out with a bang, going out on the next big thing. Everybody want my shine. If you want a piece, better get in line. Ain't nobody do it like this. Go so hard, no, I just don't quit. I'm coming out with a bang, going out on the next big thing.
We don't just have everything. We have your thing.
Ready? Go.
Over 60 years ago, Sam Walton disrupted the world of retail with the idea that deep discounts and rural markets could be bigger than the franchise model. Just a few years later, the first computer systems were integrated into our operations, digitizing sales and inventory records. The power of tech to power Walmart was realized. Innovation has always been in our DNA, and with each innovation, countless possibilities for additional innovations emerged. But as time went by and the pace of progress increased, the industry caught up. We needed to transform our business and the industry again. We brought in top tech talent, ensuring we had the right team in place to partner with the business and reimagine retail. We would use tech to further our customer and member obsession and strengthen our ability to power local businesses. The team analyzed current challenges, projected forward to address future needs, and created a blueprint for a modernized system. Then we set to building it. Our underlying infrastructure has been transformed. We're more resilient and agile thanks to advances in our multi-cloud environment. We took our U.S. grocery and general merchandise apps and created one seamless, efficient mobile customer experience. Then we took the same technology and rolled it out in Canada and Mexico. For our associates, we retired 25 legacy tools and created one new platform to house all resources in one convenient location, and so much more. With these critical infrastructure investments now behind us and new systems fully embedded across the business, today, our tech foundation matches the scale of our business ambitions. On top of the new infrastructure, we layered on intelligence for better decision-making. Keeping every home in stock begins with a supply chain that allows us to meet customer and member expectations and improve the associate experience. We're building automation into our distribution and fulfillment network, allowing us to flow millions of products through our facilities more consistently, leading to more predictable shipments and an easier unload process for our associates. And we're shrinking the time between the moment our customers realize they want something and the moment they get it. With a proprietary delivery solution that can reach rural and suburban areas, we're mobilizing a network of local drivers able to bring weekly staples right to customers' doorsteps. It's been so successful that we've commercialized this core technology, offering our innovations in fulfillment and delivery to businesses of all sizes around the country. We've built our business knowing success comes from exceeding expectations. Customers and members rely on us for their essentials, and they also want confidence, choice, and convenience. And by creating a global marketplace platform with a single seller experience that's easy for sellers to use, we're able to offer a wider selection of products. We're also offering choice in regard to how customers receive their purchases: in-store, curbside, at home. These are just a few ways we're enhancing experiences, and recent feedback is that we're now known for convenience almost as much as we're known for value. We've made the pivot to be strong on convenience in a digital and not just physical world. Our investments in things like our fulfillment network, associate tools, and e-commerce platform have set us up to continue to scale these critical capabilities globally. We're also innovating for a future of retail that's not here yet. We've identified the core technologies that will change the way consumers interact with businesses and brought them into and across Walmart. We are accelerating innovation by building for reuse, developing capabilities that can be easily composed into different experiences to meet specific needs and uniquely applied across the business segments at Walmart, Sam's, and in our markets. This significantly lowers costs and allows our teams to move fast and effectively. Our natural language understanding capability allows our customers to shop by voice and text, with text to shop. We've already repurposed this core technology for our support chatbots and Spanish language search. And with Flipkart, we continue to share best practices that advance both companies' language capabilities. We're also leaning into new technologies that have the potential to change the future of retail. As the world embraces social commerce, we've created a platform that allows social influencers to monetize shoppable products. The beta launch exceeded expectations, with significantly higher than expected interest from creators. And this is just the beginning. Today, no one is better equipped to lead the next wave of retail. We listened to our customers and members, we made big bets, and we built a runway for the future. Only Walmart has the infrastructure, influence, and scale to elevate and lead all aspects of retail. With each innovation, we'll uncover new ways to help our customers and members save money and live better. Together, we're redefining retail to deliver world-class commerce experiences.
I wanna go outside again. I wanna sit back with all breathe it all in. I wanna go outside again.
Wow, what a spectacular start to the day. The dancers who performed are our very own associates at Walmart Global Tech. Thank you, team, for an amazing performance. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third edition of Converge at Walmart. I'm Sunita Venugopal, and I lead corporate affairs and CSR at Walmart Global Tech. It's so good to see all of you here today, and to those watching us on YouTube, thank you for tuning in to Converge. Well, after two incredible editions, Converge at Walmart is back again. And what a year it has been, with so many tech innovations that have taken the world by storm. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented reality, virtual reality, you name it. And today, we are going to have industry experts, tech visionaries, and our very own Walmart leaders to take us through how these technologies are helping businesses completely transform the lives of millions across the globe. So are you ready for the third edition of Converge at Walmart?
People say the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. From leading Walmart's tech initiatives to nurturing the best tech talent across the globe, I have always been on the move. After completing my education in India, I took up a job in Singapore and moved to the US. During my time there, I worked with various organizations that shaped up my career as a technologist. I finally returned to India in 2015 when I joined Walmart. In these 8 years, with the world's leading retailer, I have been a part of the most amazing journeys, which have showcased how great teams can build great tech. As a people-led organization, connecting top talent with the right tools is our secret to powering the present and enabling the future. A few months ago, I took on the role of country head at Walmart Global Tech in India. I'm excited to drive a positive change that will accelerate our growth story. Walk with me into our new and exciting future, one step at a time.
Thank you everyone for taking this step with me. Today, we'll explore an exciting future in retail and technology. A very warm welcome to all of you joining us today in person and virtually. It has been a year since we last got together at Converge. Time really flies. I was reflecting on some key events in the year that gone by, and here is what crossed my mind. Messi finally won his World Cup trophy. At home, we celebrated MS Dhoni's victory at another World IPL Cup. World Health Organization, World Health Organization said COVID is no longer a global emergency. What a relief. We are over the moon with the success of Chandrayaan-3. And ChatGPT swept the world off of its feet. That's the power of technology, the power to take the world by storm overnight. We are now at the cusp of new era of technology. GenAI is on top of everybody's mind. AR, VR are bringing immersive experience to our gadgets. Voice shopping is letting the world shop as fast as you can talk. And automation is making us even more efficient. It is an exciting time to be a technologist, isn't it? And what better place to innovate than in retail, where you can touch the lives of millions across the globe each and every day. We've definitely come a long way, yet only scratched the surface. There is so much more to explore and a lot more to learn. Today, we are all here to do just that at Converge at Walmart. What started a virtual event 2 years ago has transformed into dynamic, in-person experience with leaders, innovators, and technologists coming together to shape the future of retail. I'm thrilled to be on this journey with all of you. I hope you'll all enjoy this opportunity to connect and learn. We have leaders and experts who will dive deep into this space. So you can take away a few ideas or innovative ideas to power the present and enable the future. And what better way to begin than listening to the leader who is at the forefront of defining the future of retail for the world's leading retailers. Let's hear it from Suresh Kumar, Executive Vice President, CTO and CDO at Walmart. Suresh wasn't able to make it to Bangalore today. He's joining virtually. Please enjoy the.
Hello and welcome. This is our third annual Converge, and it feels like there is even greater importance on the event this year. Now, every industry, including retail, goes through these big cycles of change. And usually, tech is a contributing, if not the leading factor. Now, we have seen a lot of advancements over the last 10 to 15 years. But now, things are progressing dramatically. We are beginning another large disruption in retail. Now, even before the introduction of large language models, much of what we knew were already evolving. We had deep learning, where machine learning was used in a lot more predictive ways. We had IoT, 5G unlocking capabilities for supply chains, and of course, blockchain. Many new technologies which have had a substantial impact on our industry have been accelerating in the last few years. And it's affecting every aspect of retail. Now, for example, last year, we introduced virtual try-on technology, bringing the fitting room as an experience to online shoppers. Customers can use their own photo to better understand how clothing will look on them, which also ensures that they've got greater confidence in their purchases. We used AR, VR, and intricate machine learning models, techniques that were originally utilized in developing highly accurate topographic maps to power this ultra-realistic simulation. Now, in just a few seconds, we were able to create an image that includes shadows, fabric draping exactly where clothing falls, unique to each and every person. The future of retail is here. It's why you're here today, and it's really exciting. Powering the present and enabling the future are how tech teams are supporting the business. Each and every day, technology plays a fundamental role in earning customer trust. Now, over the past few years, this has been significantly tested. During the pandemic, retailers had to quickly scale operations to meet increasing demand. Keeping every home in stock begins with a supply chain that allows us to meet customer and member expectations. At Walmart, we are building automation into our distribution and our fulfillment network. It's allowing us to move millions of products through our facilities a lot more consistently. This is leading to more predictable shipments, and more importantly, an easier unload process, which makes the back room a lot less stressful for our associates. Now, during the pandemic, we also vastly scaled our online pickup and delivery capabilities, and our customers continue to prefer these services. And then the economic downturn required that we keep providing this amplified convenience, access, and assortment, while also pushing to deliver even greater value. Consumers expect to find what they want, where they want it, when they want it, and of course, at the lowest possible price. Meeting these expectations flawlessly every single time, that is the key to retail success. Technology is the power behind these winning, seamless experiences. This is how technology powers the present. And while we are building for today, we are also innovating for a future that's not yet here. We must keep an eye on emerging technologies and design possibilities that consumers haven't even imagined yet. Now, about 4 years ago, when I started at Walmart, we brought the various technology teams together into a single organization. We recognized the need to transform not just how we build our solutions, but how we transform the entire enterprise. Technology had to become an integral part of everything that we do. We wanted to be an enterprise that is agile, innovative, and customer and member obsessed. We want to be people-led and tech-powered. It is this mindset that makes Walmart different from every other tech company. People are our spark for innovation. Our work begins and ends with a fundamental understanding that technology at its core is deeply personal. As technology gets adopted, it redefines standards and it disrupts industries. Technology creates new capabilities. Now, large language models and AI in general are redefining consumer expectations. But equally important will be their impact on the business. This shift in expectations didn't just happen with the introduction of LLMs. How people found products was already fundamentally changing. Products were finding you rather than you finding the products. Where large language models are accelerating the disruption is really around the top of the funnel. How consumers start their journey, how they discover and research products. Everyone, including myself, has very high expectations for how GenAI can enhance the ways in which we serve and meet the needs of both consumers and employees. Now, for our associates, we have been leaning in on GenAI. We have been proactive and early in defining the principles that guide our use of GenAI and in providing access to GenAI tools that they can safely experiment using company data, such as GenAI sandboxes and the Walmart GenAI playground. Now, we recently launched a GenAI-powered feature called My Assistant. It's there in the US in an easy-to-use desktop and mobile app experience. Now, from speeding up the drafting process, to serving as a creative partner, to summarizing large documents, My Assistant has the potential to change how our associates work and solve problems. Now, the significance of this launch goes beyond the basic benefits of GenAI, just like productivity gains. We believe that the key to unlocking transformation lies in the creativity and the innovation of our associates. Ideally, this technology will free them from monotonous, repetitive tasks, allowing more time and focus for improving customer and member experience. Now, a very quick example of how this can work. An associate needs to develop a proposal for a new shuttle service. They simply add in the assignment along with any specific requirements. They can get to a very quickly to a very first draft. The tool can serve as a brainstorm partner, or it can provide much more complex information, such as comparing multiple options. It's still very early. The models are still getting trained, and we have just crossed the starting line of a very, very long race. Eventually, we will want GenAI to understand voice, text, images, and how all of these different modes come together. This is going to be the truly disruptive part. Large language models will help you have a stateful conversation that persists over time. Multi-modality is the future UI. Ultimately, consumers want seamlessness. It goes back to making things personal. Whether a consumer speaks, texts, goes to a screen, looks at a product from an AR, VR device, interacts with it, what they really want is we don't want each interaction to be a brand new beginning. Statefulness and a deep data-based understanding of the customer being multimodal, this is really the future of retail. So, as you power the present and enable the future, remain agile, experiment, and stay curious. I hope you are inspired by today's sessions. And I challenge this group to tap into the energy of India's startup ecosystem and create what's next in retail. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a very power-packed message and a very inspiring message from Suresh. We now have a next speaker to talk about what is in for the future of the retail. This person and this leader is very special to me. I had the privilege to work with him for the past 8 years at Walmart. Without further delay, let's welcome Srini Venkatesan, the Executive Vice President of US Walmart Tech. Srini, this way. Srini. Srini leads teams within the US Walmart technology that enables customer shopping experience for stores and online, running the global marketplace, and also running the tools for both merchants and sellers. Srini, welcome to Converge.
Thank you, Balu, and thank you all for coming here.
Srini, we have gone through a lot of digital transformation at Walmart Global Tech for the past 5 years. And we continue to drive on that same passion and execution speed. So how do you think Walmart Global Tech is actually adopting, and we continue to also deliver what the customers want, when they want, and how they want? And how do you think that we are adopting the technology to scale effectively and efficiently?
Great question, Balu. The thing that has been very important for you, we've talked about this, we basically believe in what we think first principle thinking. And this first principle thinking is what allowed us to really think about it as platforms. Everything that we build, we think about it from a platform mindset. Suresh referred to it. 4 years ago, we brought the entire teams together. And that was the start of the journey where we really said the power of one. How do we do this in a consistent way that will help us leverage for the entire various segments? So a lot of things, like we started on the Spot program where we created a Spot delivery app. When we did that, we basically broke it down into principles and we started building the components. What started us as a delivery platform became into a shopping platform, and it's now going to become a services platform too. So that mindset of building compostable pieces that can actually be rebuilt for other purposes actually has helped us to move really effectively and efficiently. We have not done this only in software, we have done this also in like our Walmart commerce platform. Our web interface that serves our walmart.com is leveraged across every market, Canada, Mexico, leverages the same commerce platform to build their offering. So it is key to really think through from a first principles and platform mindset when we start doing things.
Yeah, so that actually brings us to the next question, which is, it's a very special year for supply chain for Walmart US Tech. We won the most prestigious award this year, the Informs Edelman Award, for driving some transformation work in supply chain. How do we continue to drive lean, mean supply chain that is cost effective and competitive?
Yeah, my belief is, I say this jokingly to Balu, search is to Doodle, supply chain is to Walmart, right? The success of our supply chain dictates everything that we do. It was a proud moment this year when we won all the 3 awards, Inform, Edelman prizes for our supply chain contribution. We created something what we call as the load planner. It's a very sophisticated piece of software that basically looks at every single fleet movement, load movement across all of United States. It really optimized our fleet to really not have any empty miles, everything being full and loaded so that we are being very environmentally sustainable and regenerative. It also was very thoughtful in how the associates load the pallets inside the truck so that when we go to the stores, the unloading process is seamless. So it was not only something that we did for the regeneration and also for economics, it was also done with the associates in mind so that it is a simpler and easier process for them to do. Moving forward, we also created a sophisticated simulation platform, we call it Mobius. It basically mirrors or creates an entire digital twin of our supply chain where we can represent the network in a very simple way, and we are able to simulate our current conditions and also what we think our future holds. For example, we can take a simulated customer orders 10 years from now and actually run it through the platform. We can decide to say which node do we want to place where and how the loads will flow through the various buildings so that we are able to not only plan, but we are able to really get to the unit economics at any given level. All of this actually makes it easier for us to deliver on our supply chain strategy. And lastly, we are going to spend a lot of capital in our automation in our buildings, whether it is Symbotic, Vitron, or Alert. We are having multiple automation partners. So we decided to build what we call Walmart Control Services, which not only makes it plug and play for any automation to plug in, but it also helps us to be the brain of the automation. So these are kind of the few things that we've done in supply chain that makes it better for Walmart.
Very well said, Srini. And all of this actually comes with a lot of innovation. And that's perfect, leading to the next question, which is, for the last 8 years I've been here, one thing that amazed me is the pace at which innovate to drive value for our customers and members. How do we foster a culture of innovation?
The culture of innovation starts with the mindset, right? We say customer is always number one. That actually translates into innovation. You really need to think yourself as a customer. Everything that we do, especially in retail, we all are consumers. We actually see that a pain point every day in our lives. So when we start thinking as a customer, we can now identify the pain points. And once you know that, we need to figure out how to act like an owner, right? We need to say, how do I take this problem? How do I solve it? Along with it, we are truly technology people. So we need to have the craftsmanship, the pride of how do we use the technology to make it happen. All three needs to come together. And once you know this is what you need to take your time to really incubate something. Try it out. It might not work sometimes, it might fail, but unless you try, you will never know. So you start with that, that starts the innovation cycle. And then the last thing that I always say is, people want to believe that you are in control all the time. That necessarily is not true. There are times that there are things that will happen beyond your control. Being willing to let go and understand and Adapt is equally important, and lastly, perseverance is key.
Awesome. Very nicely said. Again, we have seen last couple of decades, we have seen a lot of tech transformation that happened. More recently, AI, ML, and AR, VR are actually trying to define what is the future of shopping is going to look like. The recent buzz on the town is GenAI. What do you think is the future of retail, and how is the technology going to shape up the future of retail?
Obviously, GenAI is the talk of the town. You mentioned it in your opening curtain raiser. I would want to go one step further. In the last 6 months, I've been exposed to a lot more of quantum computing. Quantum computing is at early stages. We are working with various providers of it. It's amazing to see the amount of forecasting models that we are able to bring out of that, and also being able to simulate our entire demand prediction algorithms. So it is a lot of bit of work. Quantum is still not stable. We are only having about 100 qubits right now, but hopefully this will scale, and I think it will completely change or transform the industry much better, more than anything else in the past.
Yeah, so that actually, we put together a little rapid fire round, and we can't let you go so easily. So with that, the first question for you is that I know that you are always on the mobile phone doing something or the other. What is your most favorite app?
My most favorite app, I would say, is the ESPN, ESPN Credit Info. So those are the things that I spend most of my time on.
Yeah. So today the messaging has changed quite a bit. Like, in fact, I can't even follow what my son or my daughter they type. Emoji is the way of communicating. What is the most favorite emoji of yours?
I have a big story on that one, but I'll say my best emoji that I use is a thumbs up emoji.
What is the most emerging technology that you're looking forward to?
Like I said, quantum computing. I think it really is something that I really think will change the world.
Like in your current role, you have big shoes to fill in. I'm sure it is an exciting role, but at the same time, it's also a stressful role. What is your mantra to beat the stress?
Smile and keep moving on, right?
If you weren't a technologist, what would you be?
I would love to say I would want to be a cricketer, but I was not that good, so athlete.
What's the best advice that you give to your younger self?
Be bold, push yourself even more. I think there are moments that I would want to redo in the past.
Thank you. Thank you, Srini. It was very nice catching up with you.
Thank you.
I'm sure that was a very insightful conversation. I'm sure our audience learned quite a bit, including myself. On that note, did you all know today is actually National Engineers Day today? So congratulations to all the engineers for putting your heart and soul into what you do and surprising the world every day with your innovations. Now we all know that how well you work with your technologies and your coding skills. But we have done something slightly different. We put some of our engineers into a hot seat beyond tech. So here is a fun video that I'm sure you all will enjoy.
I'm guessing is the last one. Polenta.
Polenta. Cannelloni.
Polenta.
Polento.
पहले हाथ दो.
Peripheral hormone diagnosis.
Pizza delivery. PEEHD.
Prehistoric dinosaur.
I would say it's my cousin because probably that's how she cleans it.
Inspector Pradyuman.
Daya.
Daya.
Character's name, right? Pradyuman.
Devdas.
Dedas. Divar.
Most probably Devdas. Devdas. I'm going to date myself by naming comedians are very well. Johnny Lever, Johnny Walker, Kesto Mukherjee.
Brahmanandam, Vadivelu, Innocent.
My father, my brother and my husband.
Zakir Khan, Vipul Goyal and Gaurav Gupta.
Any artist?
Van Gogh.
Van Gogh.
Picasso.
Not me.
I think it's somewhere trending around $100.
In Bangalore, it's around 80 per kg.
Nowadays it's around 15-20 rupees a kilo.
It's 30 rupees.
13-14 rupees a kg.
200 rupees.
I know it was very expensive and then went down, maybe 100 rupees, I don't know.
Washing powder, Nirma.
Washing powder, Nirma.
दूध सी सफेदी निर्मा से आए.
रंगीन कपड़ा भी खेले खेले जाए. Nirma.
Pico turmeric, नहीं cosmetic. Pico turmeric Ayurvedic cream.
Pico turmeric, नहीं cosmetic.
Pico turmeric, Ayurvedic cream.
मेरे पास माँ है.
मेरे पास लैपटॉप.
ऐसा नहीं.
How's the Josh?
How's the Josh?
How's the Josh? ऐसा.
कितने आदमी थे?
लोग कितने लोग थे? कितने आदमी थे?
जा सिमरन जा.
जा सिमरन जा.
एक चुटकी सिंदूर की कीमत तुम क्या जानो रमेश बाबू.
एक चुटकी सिंदूर की कीमत क्या है?
एक चुटकी सिंदूर की कीमत तुम क्या जानो रमेश बाबू.
एक चुटकी सिंदूर की कीमत तुम क्या जानो मेरे मैनेजर.
Well, that was a riot, wasn't it? Happy Engineers Day once again to all of you. Hello, everyone. I'm Richa Preet. I'm part of the people function at Walmart Global Tech.
Hi, all. I'm Raj Vaidyanathan, part of the engineering function at Walmart Global Tech. Richa and I'll be the host for the next few sessions.
Well, we would like to thank you all for the overwhelming response that you all have given to Converge at Walmart. And in the spirit of Atiti Devo Bhava, can I please request all the Walmart associates to please make way for our esteemed guests in the grand ballroom. Hey Raj, quick question. When was the last time you paid for something in cash?
I'm not really sure. Nowadays, I keep forgetting to carry my wallet with me. It's more of mobile payment, made my life easy. I'm more panicky if I don't find my mobile rather than my wallet nowadays.
That's so true. I'm sure everyone would agree that cash payments are becoming increasingly fewer these days, with digital payments becoming more convenient.
Absolutely. From the small kirana stores to shopping malls to online utility payments, mobile payments is the way to go with a click of a button.
And how cool is that? Folks, today we have a true visionary who has changed the way millions of people shop and pay. Please give it up for Rahul Chari, co-founder and CTO of PhonePe. A serial entrepreneur in the consumer internet space, Rahul has led PhonePe to becoming one of India's fastest growing and largest fintech companies. With over 18 years of experience in the consumer internet and enterprise software space, he has been building world-class tech platforms and scaling them for a fast-growing organization. Rahul, over to you.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Hello, everybody. Everybody at Walmart, Balu, Hari, Suresh, thank you for having me over. I was here last year on this very stage, but this year both the stage and the audience and the event feels significantly bigger, which shows that Converge is really, really growing, which is phenomenal. Happy Engineers Day to everybody. This year, the topic I'm going to talk about was around beyond payments. How do you actually build an entire financial services suite? And what is the thinking behind that? The reason for that is while payments and digital payments have taken the country by storm, we recently crossed 10 billion UPI transactions in a single month. That was just last month, and 10 billion, right? As a country, that's a phenomenal achievement. As PhonePe, we continue to actually do close to half of those which as a company and group is of immense pride for all of us. But then what's next? And we've recently got into a lot of financial services, insurance distribution, one of the most important from a country and economy perspective, but the least penetrated is insurance. So we got into insurance distribution. We've started lending, merchant lending, which is basically small ticket lending to the Kirana stores and other businesses as working capital. Very, very recently, we launched our broking app, while mutual fund distribution has always been part of PhonePe. So how is it that we are able to possibly do a quick follow-on to payments, which itself is a huge beast as a both platform as well as operating business? How do you do a quick follow-on? And that's the question that's raised very frequently. So thought process was to kind of share our thinking and maybe draw parallels to how the same thinking can translate. Like Suresh mentioned and Srini and Balu are having a conversation about how platforms can drive economies of scale, not just for one business, but possibly for a strong set of adjacencies, in our case, which is financial services. So just as a precursor, PhonePe was always designed to be a part of every consumer or every Indian's money journey. And the money journey was basically broken up into kind of 4 pillars: send money, spend money, manage money, and grow money. And there are some parallels on these slides that talk about what send means, what spend means, what manage and grow means. And it's truly a journey. You can't start a consumer directly into manage or grow without them having got used to actually using their money in the most efficient manner, potentially trying to actually look into their spends in a more intellectual manner before they start actually looking into things like investing or protecting their financial future. So when this is the overall objective of us as a platform, a technology platform and a company, you need to think about the entire platform also with this view of what the product strategy is. And the way that works is to try and look at the company's vision, translate the company's vision into a product strategy, which is this here, very high level. Obviously, it has multiple double clicks and triple clicks into each of these, and then look at what would be the blueprint of the technology platform that kind of helps us build what we call as a full stack that caters to not just today's vision, but tomorrow's future. So for us, that thinking is basically driven by answering a few questions that also follow what we call as the technology journey outside of what is the product journey. So we start with trying to actually answer the very basic question of what is the technology IP that we are building as an organization. And that's extremely important because that definition of that IP will drive how you actually get into the first leg of your platform, which evolves into a product and ultimately evolves into a business. So after that, the objective would be to kind of abstract out all core platforms that lead into building that IP. That abstraction really, really means that it pretty much gets agnostic of your first entry and almost gets all encompassing as the be all and end all, almost bookending everything that we build between these core platforms. From that, we kind of have followed a journey which was significantly recent. It was basically halfway into when we were building PhonePe as a payments platform to start saying what are all the assets that we need to sassify, for the lack of a better term. And if we hadn't really thought about that, our ability to kind of do a fast follow-on with a bunch of products, not just on the adjacencies like financial services, but even things like PIN code, which is like a shopping app on the ONDC network, right, would have been very difficult. And finally, while doing all of this, especially given our space, which is financial services, to ensure that we have a layer of separation that allows local compliances to be built into each business while using global technology. I know that this is something that even Walmart Tech completely believes in while building globally for a very, very large universe, much bigger than the set of things that I'm showing here, to have the capability to actually build compliance layers that could be country-specific compliances or business-specific compliances. So how does this thinking translate into what IP, what platforms, and what assets mean at PhonePe that allows us to build beyond payments in a manner that we are still integrated as a technology platform, are delivering economies of scale for every line of business, and are still agile and quick when it comes to go to market. So for us, we look at our IP in 3 pillars: core infrastructure, core platforms, and data intelligence. And I'll give examples of some of these in the next couple of slides. But it's extremely important for us, from us owning our own infrastructure, from both a compliance perspective as well as the overall ability to actually tune for performance. The thing that kind of differentiates when we were talking about digital payments being the norm now for everything from a chai payment to probably a high-end purchase on a Flipkart or a high-end purchase on a department store offline has been the speed and reliability of payments. The ability to control your performance down to the core CPU, whether those CPUs are running on NUMA nodes that are within one particular NUMA node, not crossing that, memory banks. Our ability to own our infrastructure and drill down to the hardware for performance is very important. So we always believed in saying that let's own the infrastructure, let's go on-prem from day one and try to actually build this as a core capability in the company. And credit where credit is due, a lot of this came from our background at Flipkart, where Flipkart, even for retail, had followed a very, very similar approach early on and continues to be fairly hybrid. The second one is identifying what our core platforms are. And these core platforms then have to actually start getting tuned from day one, from a performance, reliability, capability, and functionality for all the businesses that you want to actually launch in the future. So payments being the starting point for what we were doing in the send, spend, manage, and grow is foundational, but there's things well beyond payments. And those, while serving payments, also probably serve some of the other verticals that we are getting into, like financial services, much more. Having that investment from a day one as core platforms for the company was crucial. And finally, data intelligence. I mean, we've spoken about the fact that GenAI has taken the world by storm. We've spoken about the fact that a lot of the innovation, all the ones that was showcased by Suresh, ultimately rely on significant amount of data intelligence. Payments and financial services is equally, if not more, dependent on the fact that you're able to use data very, very effectively. So what are the examples within PhonePe that kind of define our technology IP blueprint into this reality that we think is right for our company? So from an infrastructure, owning the infrastructure gives us what advantages? These are some metrics about the size of our on-prem. But the advantages that we really ultimately have is the capability to have the deepest level of observability to deliver the highest level of performance when it comes to money movement. It gives us the ability to actually design our networks in a manner that we have possibly the lowest physical latency possible, direct connectivity with banks, co-location of middleware that is able to actually take as much to the edge as possible when there is processing that needs extremely high concurrency and low latency. Control of how our containers do get ultimately deployed on bare metals, where, like I was mentioning, if we run on bare metals with multiple NUMA nodes, each NUMA nodes having a bunch of cores and memory banks, can our applications run all within one NUMA node and not get spread across, which gives microsecond level efficiencies, but at scale when you're running, it actually adds up significantly. So I think investing in our on-prem capability has led to be a major asset for us. Not just this from a performance perspective, but from a compliance perspective. Our ability to meet norms on data localization, our ability to meet norms on auditability when we get into markets like broking, our ability to actually look at high-frequency trading in the future by direct connectivity with exchanges. All of this is possible because of the future provisioning through an on-prem architecture that we decided from day one. Next one is core platforms. The core platforms obviously is well beyond the kind of grouping here. This is to give a little bit of a sense of what we mean. Payments is the obvious one. Obviously, everything is foundational to payments when we look at financial services. But accounting is a huge one. Today, we, on a daily basis, as an accounting platform, we settle to around 3.5 million merchants on a daily basis, north of 3,000 crores. That is a single day settlement from an accounting platform to millions of merchants. So these are really small ticket settlements to a large number of merchants. What that means is we end up driving more than 15% of all NEFT transactions in the country. So while we are known for UPI transactions, just the fact that we are settling to all these merchants gives us a scale on another rail, which is NEFT, not UPI, to the tune of 15% volume. Now, this may seem core to payments, but just take a look at what it means for financial services. When you look at an insurtech industry, and you're looking at distribution, and you look at each kind of vertical in insurtech, whether it is motor insurance, whether it's health insurance, whether it's life insurance, there's annuity plans, there's accrual plans. There are different ways in which the accounting for each of these verticals changes how you can offer capabilities to the consumer. Monthly premium payment versus an annual premium payment completely changes the accounting standards for you as well as for the partner. Similarly, accrual plans of how you actually accrue revenue from a partner based on each vertical, the ability to kind of own a stack that integrates the payment flow and the revenue model for these new verticals is an immense strength. And finally, in the other example is trust and safety. Our risk and fraud systems, scaling for payments really means that it almost becomes a no-brainer for all the other financial services. One, as just a filter. Obviously, if there is either a partner, a user, or a vendor that has a high risk score, that acts as a filter when you get into any other business, whether it's insurance distribution, lending, financial services. But if you take lending, credit risk and fraud are two sides of the same coin. Credit risk is ultimately the intent to pay and the ability to pay, and intent to pay actually has a very, very strong linkage to whatever is the fraud risk score that may be on low ticket payments, high ticket payments, etc., right? Installments, all of that. So therefore, there's a strong translation of all these platforms that are identified as core platforms as basic enablers for building a full stack financial services within the country. Outside of these, the next is the data intelligence and all the growth capabilities that come in. And these become almost no-brainer. The ability to actually track a user or a user's journey on a platform to be able to actually create interventions, something that I spoke about the last time I was at Converge, translates exactly the same way, whether it's on payments, whether it's on insurance, whether it's on lending or on mutual fund distribution, right? But at the same time, the profiles and the way the profiles are constructed to be able to start building both materialized as well as non-materialized views for each of these different categories, and also to look at possibly isolating some of these data and profiles for a particular category because of compliance becomes incremental to be able to move from payments to financial services. So trying to actually identify what really are our technology IP, how does that translate into reality of platforms, and how do those platforms get invested in with a view of building out for payments today and for financial services tomorrow, has been kind of key to how we have kept up with trying to be able to build out all these adjacent businesses which tomorrow can possibly become bigger than even payments is today. So how does that translate back to the first view that I gave you about send, spend, manage, and grow? Now, if you overlay the technology strategy on the product strategy, this is how it looks like. We have send, spend, manage, and grow built upon the foundations of data intelligence, infrastructure, and core platforms. From this infrastructure, these three layers, we carve out what we call as common assets. KYC, great example. To be able to actually build KYC as a multi-tenanted core platform for the company where the norms or the regulations allow regulated entity to regulated entity sharing of KYC, you almost have the capability to do one-click KYC for mutual funds when somebody has already done the KYC for payments. Where it is not allowed, it could be at least used for a pre-fill so that the consumer's journey improves significantly. And if nothing else, the ability to actually translate that KYC data into anonymized profile information will help you in terms of either targeting, either building scores, all of that. Same with CRM, same with assets like a common login, which Suresh spoke about, having a common identity across not just one platform or app or service, but across all the services brings the maximum, not just for the business, but actually for the consumer, right? Same thing with risk and fraud. Chatbots, if you actually build out the best chatbot, now you have integrated GenAI capabilities into it to make it even more conversational, even more speech-oriented, and that becomes a common element for all the businesses. Think about the fact that today it's used for resolving issues with payments, which is the simplest. I mean, all the context is already there. You really, really don't need AI. But if you actually build this capability out, tomorrow to be able to answer questions on life insurance as a cell or claims processing, which is much more complicated than payments, you have that capability almost coming out of the box with incremental improvements and innovation that is on a continuous basis because you've chosen to actually invest in this as a common asset. So all in all, trying to actually follow that fairly simple playbook of saying that what's the consumer strategy for the next 5 years? We may be getting into the only one angle, in our case payments, for the first 5 years of that journey, but the following 5 years would be very different. Trying to actually overlay a technology strategy with a blueprint of what's the IP and building out core platforms and core assets from that with continuous investment has been something that's worked for us. And I do believe there are parallels, which Walmart obviously does today. And every industry, every startup can actually also learn from for the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. That was great. And thank you for being here at Converge yet again. It's always a pleasure to have you with us.
Rahul, before you go, Richa would like to give you a token of appreciation. Thank you.
I'm sure we all have gained a ton of knowledge today. And there's so much to learn about India's fintech industry.
Yeah, today is one of those days. All of us are going to be learning something new together. And I do feel very humble looking at the amount of participation in the room. In the same spirit, I'm going to request Walmart associates, if you can, maybe give up your seats for our esteemed guests, please do. Walmart associates, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ adjust ಮಾಡಿ.
All right, now let's move on to our next segment. From searching for a product to placing the order, packing, shipping, and delivering it, there are so many steps behind the scenes of retail, and technology is playing a key role here.
Our next segment is a fireside chat that focuses on the evolving role of tech in retail. The panel will discuss on how emerging tech is enabling customers, sellers, and associates to interact seamlessly.
Folks, please put your hands together for our guest, Jayendran Venugopal, Chief Product and Technology Officer, Flipkart. In his role, Jayendran leads a talented team spanning all of product management, engineering, design and user research, data science, IT, security, infrastructure, and product operations.
And please also welcome our moderator for the panel, Anshu Bhardwaj, Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, Walmart Global Tech and Walmart Commerce Technologies. Anshu is a seasoned leader with over 2 decades of experience in retail, e-commerce, and technology. At Walmart, she leads commercialization and monetization of technology platforms and creates a partner ecosystem that enables productivity, speed, and innovation at scale. And all yours.
Awesome, thank you. What a day it's been. I think this is one of the most exciting conferences that I've been to this year, and I've been to a lot. So from my standpoint, as I look at it, I have personally been at the intersection of retail, technology, and innovation with front row seats into how Walmart has transformed into a people-led, tech-powered retailer over the last decade. And I don't think at this time I would want to change positions with anybody out there in the industry. You've already seen, you've heard from Srini, from Balu, from Suresh, you heard all the videos. The thing that makes Walmart so unique is the passionate people that we have, the technologists who we have, who are constantly thinking about all the different ways in which we can make a customer's life more easy, seamless, make it a delight for them to shop with us. From my standpoint, it all starts with what is the customer problem that you're trying to solve, and how do you create solutions that use technology to help solve those problems. If I may indulge you all for a minute, by a show of hands, how many of you guys, after shopping, like to stand in line to pay for the products that you shop for? Anybody? I guess I would have raised my hand if you said, you'll get paid for it. But I'm glad that nobody wants to stand in line. But this is just an example to show, from either the Flipkart standpoint, from our standpoint at Walmart, ultimately it is about what is the customer pain point that you're trying to solve, and then the whole machinery falls in place to help solve that pain point. Whether it be creating billion-dollar products that our customers love, whether it be applying technology to make products that our associates can use so they can do higher order value work, but at the same time interact with customers and be brand ambassadors, or it is the leverage of and use of technology to help our suppliers, our partners, our sellers to work better with us. So with that, I'm really glad to be sharing the stage here with Jay. He reminded me that we've known each other for 6 years, and I had a complete not so great brain recollection moment. But I'm really excited about all the amazing things that Flipkart is doing in India. And just hearing from Jay and all the things that they are using, especially on the use of technology, to make it easier, seamless for Flipkart to do business in India and for customers to shop with us, I think there'll be a lot of great nuggets for all of you guys as well. So my first question, how do you think about customer shopping experiences that are changing in India at the moment, and how are you improving those experiences leveraging technology?
Sure, Anshu. If you look at the early days of e-commerce and through the first few years, right, the biggest value propositions for customers to adopt e-commerce were around selection, the biggest assortment that you can get that you can't get in any single offline store. Of course, value that you are able to get because of disintermediation and convenience, right? So you get click and collect at your doorstep, right? So those have become table stakes now. So you can't rely only on this trio of value props, and you need to go above and beyond. The customers were okay with trading off on some of the other elements of touch and feel, being able to understand the product in greater depth by talking to an expert who is in a store, etc., to be able to leverage the selection value and convenience benefits. But I think we have to move beyond that. Now Suresh called out, there are a lot of new technology levers that are available to us as product managers, technologists, to reconceive the user experience in entirely new ways. There is camera-based experiences, Web3 and blockchain for trust building. GenAI, of course, is the talk of the town, and that has unlocked a lot of new levers. But at the core of it is exactly what you called out, Anshu, in your opening remark. It's about understanding customers' need states and going beyond just addressing their pain points and then creating delightful experiences that go above and beyond. So this comes with a deep engagement with the users through user research, sitting with them, understanding their user journeys and seeing where there are adoption blockers and where we can delight them with technology and product-oriented features. I'll just give maybe 3-4 examples of what we have done in the very recent past that are top of mind for me that created an insight about a particular customer need state and went about addressing it in new or novel ways. So, of course, virtual try-on is something Suresh also talked about, and a lot of us are now leveraging that tech. But on a similar vein, when we talk to people who are beauty and personal care users, one of the things they told us was that when they go to offline store, the store associate is very knowledgeable. They're able to look at the skin of the person and then give them advice, contextualized and personalized to them on their pores, their acne proneness or firmness of the skin or other tone or other things, right? So now with computer vision technologies, we felt that we could actually develop a tech, and we did the skin analyzer product. Myntra has also the same skin analyzer rolled out, right? So, and that's been seeing great adoption. So you take just a selfie, and then it gives you contextualized, personalized advice on so many different dimensions of your skin, and then creates personalized routines and recommendations for you. That's an example. The other thing we realized is for very high value purchases, customers still have a trust barrier. So we developed this expert video assist module so that when at the point of conversion, when we see through our propensity models that users need that final bit of assistance to answer some of the questions in their head and get over that barrier of making a high value online purchase, we connect them live to an expert on that product or product category. Of course, you cannot do it at scale without having the right data science backed propensity models to trigger it only for the right cohort of customers. And also assisting the person on the back end so that they can combine their human insights with spec-related questions by using GenAI and other tech to give them quick answers to help the user and all of that stuff, and so on. So maybe one other thing, a couple of other interesting things I'll call out. One of the insights we got from users in the mobile category was that people don't generally switch their, like if you're a Samsung user, you keep using Samsung. If you're an iPhone user, you keep using iPhones. Even though you may be very interested to see the specs of a particular product from another brand that you're used to, you have a barrier in your mind to switch because you don't know how the UI of that other thing will look like. You don't know the pull trays and the notifications. How does it work? Will I feel comfortable? So we launched something called a mobile UI launcher, where for any new phone that you're looking at, you can actually experience the phone itself, like doing an entire full simulation of the experience and see whether you're comfortable. One last one I'll mention before we move on is like refrigerators, right? So when you're buying a refrigerator, you want to see the refrigerator to see what kind of flexibility does the refrigerator have, how can I rearrange the trays, will my water bottle or my kadais fit in, and so on and so forth, right? So we can do one-up-on even offline on this, and what we have done is to actually create an animated and a 3D interactive feature where people can actually open the refrigerator's doors, rearrange the trays by just physically replicating digitally the action of physically pulling out trays and creating space. And we create a bottom tray where we show a bunch of common household items that go into refrigerators, and then they're able to go place them in various locations inside the refrigerator to see, hey, will this water bottle fit in this height of this, etc. Right? So there's a much more intuitive way to understand space inside a refrigerator than just reading, okay, this has 650 liters of space. Like, who knows what that is, right? Like, nobody knows. Right? So these are some examples, several of them, but these are the core of it is about understanding need states of the users and doing interesting product interventions to help them with that, to get over their adoption barriers.
That's pretty awesome. I know you guys have democratized access for my sister. She lives in the northeast corner of India, sharing, the China border. And now I'm going to tell my parents, because all of this is exactly what they need, because they don't understand gallons and liters, and it's very difficult. So we're in September, and very soon the festive season is going to start. My favorite time of the year. Everybody is looking for deals. I know you guys do amazing amount of volume. From a tech standpoint, supporting that volume is not easy. And I call it building the church for Easter Sunday, because in the US we have something similar during Black Friday. Yeah. So what are you guys doing to make it super easy for the customers to continue experiencing all these? Because I can imagine the load that you're going to put on all the systems. Yeah. So what are you guys doing to make it super easy for them to shop?
Yeah, yes. I'll talk about it in two ways. One is about lot of new cool engagement features and other things that we are launching just for the festive season, and also about how we deal with our peak load and still maintain delightful consumer experiences. So some of the examples that I'll call out on, we are launching almost 130 features for just the festive season. Some of them big new features, including new category launches, and some of them are incremental. So that'll be like a 3-hour talk if I go into it. But I'll just talk about maybe 2 or 3 things that may be very interesting for people.
I think we should just ask everybody to try those out. That will be the best thing.
Absolutely, yeah. So we are doing a metaverse. So last year we did a metaverse for festive as a brand buzz building. So we are doing an even bigger, better, more interactive version with a lot more gamification this time. A lot of brands have shown interest. We have launched a fast fashion destination which has a completely different design aesthetic, very, very edgy designs and trendy fashion. We launched something called Vibes, which is a video-led search destination for you to discover new products, which is more geared towards Gen Z, millennials, and all of that. So lots and lots of interesting features. So now moving on to scale. At scale, we actually, our endpoints see almost 2 million requests per second during sale opening, etc. Right, and we capture close to about 800 billion user events in any given single day of sale. Of course, we do everything around the usual business continuity testing, disaster recovery, and other things. But even on resilience and scalability, we have done a few innovations. I'll call out a couple of them. So every team today does backpropagation of load so that they can make sure that there is throttling that's going back. We have also done feed forward, because when all of the different units of services scale in conjunction, right? So if you just scale your, for example, search and browse, but eventually users get bottlenecked in your checkout pipeline or payments, it's not a great experience. So seeing the load patterns ahead of time, there is a feed forward system we have set up so that auto scaling happens on downstream systems before even they start experiencing the load. So we call this as a grade X program. So it's basically a preemptive adaptive load balancing that we have done as a feed forward network along with the feedback. We have done a feature called time travel, because one of the things that we realized is there are lots of switches and a lot of features get toggled on and off. Different prices go live and off at different times during the sale, and it's very difficult to model and predict everything just using a regular load test, right? So we have done time travel features where during load tests, we are able to move through various time points, and then all the toggles and features and everything goes on and off at the right times, and we still make sure that we hit the right loads and all of that. So these are some of the things that we are doing, and every year we keep improving our resilience posture by innovating on tech pipelines and all of that.
Awesome. I think you can have an alternative career in marketing, naming, time travel. That's awesome. And I also remember the time when, like 14, 15 years ago, at Walmart, we actually had to, all of this was manual. If you had one error in some price somewhere, you had to upload the entire price list again. Yeah. So it's amazing that not only are you able to serve the customers for what they need, you're actually able to make the processes way better, way faster, which means you can, delight customers with even more for the next year versus trying to bring the number of deals down. So from that standpoint, any, early sneak peek into what's coming down for the festival season?
Yeah, I won't spoil the mystery and the suspense, but yeah, I think you will soon hear about a very new revamped loyalty construct, which will unlock a lot of new benefits for customers. We also have features like price lock that we are launching, because one of the things that we heard from our customers was that inventory runs out very fast before I'm able to buy. So we have offered them the ability to do a price lock ahead of the sale by putting down a deposit so they get guaranteed inventory. And so many other features. I think I won't break the mystery and encourage users to come to our platform during sales and check out all the new cool things that we have done to make your life even more delightful.
That's awesome. It's amazing how customers everywhere are different and yet very, very similar. We face exactly the same set of questions, same set of issues, same set of expectations from customers. Given we are in September of 2023, a hallmark year, GenAI, I cannot not ask the question on GenAI. You heard Suresh, everybody heard Suresh. We heard, from various different leaders today, how GenAI is being used to further customer associate and partner ecosystems within at least in Walmart. I would love to learn what you guys are doing and how you are thinking about it from a customer first standpoint and then technology second standpoint.
Exactly. Incidentally, I just came from our Flipkart board meeting yesterday in Singapore, and I think probably the board session where there was the most engagement was actually the GenAI session. And it ran over time and nobody blinked an eye, and everybody was continuing to engage. So I think right from corporate boards to everybody, engineers, product managers, everybody is excited about it. So we are actually all into GenAI. We believe that it's a significant transformative technology that can create opportunities to democratize e-commerce even further. In India especially, I think a lot of tier 2, tier 3 users who are new to internet, new to e-commerce, need a lot of assisted buying experiences, and that's where GenAI has its strengths. So even more so than in any other part of the world, I think India would be one place where GenAI will definitely have a noticeable impact. So we think of GenAI work streams in 3 broad pillars. One is, of course, experiences facing our consumers and our sellers. How do we create chat-led experiences for them? The other one is about core shopping funnel itself, and how do we up-level a lot of the work that we do on search, for example, using GenAI tech, using large language models or large image models, etc. I'll talk about maybe a couple of examples there. And the third pillar is around internal tools for our associates, employees, to be able to improve their productivity levels, do more with less, and all of that stuff, right? So that is the third pillar, I would say. On the first pillar, in fact, for Big Billion Days and for the festive season, that's yet another thing that you will see at scale launched, where we have a conversational end-to-end assistant that we are launching. And we are creating a multi-homepage experience where you can actually do a right swipe and swipe into a very clean chat-led homepage. So the very first time, we are actually completely changing the homepage of Flipkart to be chat-led, right?
High risk, high reward.
Exactly. So that's something we are very excited about. We've been working on it for 6 months. It's shown really promising results in early user testing and ABs that are underway right now. And similarly, on the seller side as well, we have done similar products. And on the core shopping funnel, if you look at search, for example, search can get significantly transformed from the existing information retrieval-based techniques to moving to semantic search. And a lot of the semantic search tech is underneath powered by the same large language models. So we launched something called Immerse, for example. Look at the experience of searching for fashion today, right? Let's say that I search for something, let's say a women's dress, right? It showed something and you like a particular design aesthetic that you saw, but you didn't like the color shade, or maybe you didn't like the sleeve length, for example, or something, right? So it's very difficult for you to then just use text to express what you want. It'll give you an entirely new results palette, and then you have to keep on trying your best at articulating what you need, right? Now you can use the image itself and text in combination and say that, okay, I like this, but I need something similar, quote unquote, but with these other things, right? I want maybe a different sleeve length, different embellishments, or something else on the embroidery or something, right? And using a multimodal embedding space, we are able to actually do that in a much more intuitive manner for the customer. So this feature it's now rolled out almost 60% in a A/B test, and we'll scale it up for festive. So this feature is seeing like gangbusters adoption. Like the conversion is actually going through the roof, and users are engaging with it and more seamlessly being able to discover products. So these are, and query articulation, like we are rewriting queries much better now with the use of language models to be able to better express what the user is looking for. And of course, on the productivity side, aside from the usual use cases of CX productivity, we are doing very interesting things like summarizing the CX chat between the user and the agent, so that the context is passed on to somebody else very quickly. And we are running sentiment analysis on the summarized version of the chat, so that if the model decides that the user at the end of the conversation is not satisfied, then it can proactively notify a L2 person to review it and then do proactive measures with the customer, and so on and so forth. So lots of very interesting use cases aside from developer productivity, and happy Engineers Day, by the way. So engineers also need to get something out of GenAI, right? So developer productivity, tooling, very excited about all the possibilities there.
That's awesome. It's no more the associate, the customer is calling the call center agent and saying, I will walk you through, click here, click here, click here. Now you'll get to my problem statement. And now, they bring you up to speed. So that's good. I think we are out of time, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask about predictions on upcoming trends in retail tech. So very quickly, 30 seconds, what's your view?
So I think all of the stuff that we talked about, right? I think more immersive technology using blockchain to cross barriers of trust, Web3 and metaverse and immersive tech to give social and deeply engaging experiences where brands can connect with customers in more natural ways. All of these will come into play, and needless to say, GenAI, right? All of these are going to be the trends that will shape retail tech for the next few years.
Awesome. Thank you, Jay. Please give it up for Jay.
Thank you, Jay, so much for sharing your insights with all of us today, and thank you, Anshu, for hosting the Fireside Chat for us. It's amazing how emerging tech is elevating retail experiences. I'm sure everyone is excited for what the future is going to look like.
Folks, I'm sure you're all excited for what's going to come the rest of today. We are as well. Meanwhile, please take a moment to scan the QR code on screen and share your feedback on today's experience. We really value your feedback.
And don't forget to explore our Experience Zone, Career Booth, and Walmart Commerce Technologies booth to learn more about Walmart and network with the Follow Tech enthusiasts. And do share your insights on Instagram and LinkedIn using the hashtag Converge@Walmart 2023.
We really enjoyed hosting the first few sessions. For the next few, we are going to call upon Samarth and Ritu.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richa and Raj. Hi, everyone. I'm Ritu. I'm part of the people team at Walmart Global Tech.
Hi, everyone. I'm Samarth. I'm part of the product team at Walmart Global Tech. With this, we are moving on to the next session. There's no doubt that technology helps people live better lives. We can shop, pay, invest, and do so much more with the help of tech-powered innovations. We see technology in action every day in everything we do. From the clothes we wear to the gadgets we use, tech is embedded everywhere. Our next session focuses on the synergy of two technologies, cloud and artificial intelligence.
How does cloud help businesses deliver the best customer experience? And what does the future of AI look like? To answer this and share further insights, I welcome on stage the Executive Vice President of Global Technology Platforms at Walmart Global Tech, Hari Vasudev. Hari oversees the building and deployment of scalable capabilities and systems that are leveraged across the global tech platform enterprise. Under Hari's leadership, associates are innovating to help Walmart Global Tech teams create seamless experiences for Walmart customers, members, and associates.
Please also welcome the moderator for this session, Vishal Krishna, co-founder Upstream Life Media Private Limited. Vishal has been a journalist for 2 decades and has covered the intersection of business and technology and its impact on people. At Upstream Life, he celebrates business through editorial-led stories and helps companies discover their brand design with content and distribution. Over to you guys.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody? Come on, guys, you make some noise. Come on. Woo! Okay, how many of you are engineers, guys? Everybody. That's wonderful. So I've got a story for you. I need a new friend, and that new friend is AI. Would you agree? How many of you are building an AI? How many of you? There's very few of you, man. I think humans need friends, and AI is my new friend. But when combined with cloud computing, they are transformative, and the potential to work, learn, and educate ourselves better with some decency happens through AI. Would you agree? Yes? Louder? Okay. You know, I want you to welcome Hari Vasudev, EVP, Global Tech Platforms at Walmart Global Tech. Round of applause for him. Wonderful. Superb. Guys, thank you. By the way, show of hands again. How many of you worked on cloud computing? All of you. How many of you on AI again? Okay, that's wonderful. So, Hari, that sets the context. I think 3/4 of the room said yes to AI and cloud computing. Being part of a Fortune 1 company, you know, it's powerful, you know. I mean, it gives you all the power in the world to call the shots. So what's it like building tech for a Fortune 1 company?
So I think it's, you know, we are going through a massive transformation, right? And it's at a time when not just Walmart, but the entire retail industry is going through a massive transformation. And it's an extremely exciting time to be here. But if you think about who we are as a company, we will always be a people-led but tech-powered omni-channel retailer that will ultimately help people lead better lives by saving them money. So while technology is going to power all of our experiences, we'll always continue to be people-led as well. And that means putting the customer at the front and center of it all. And really always thinking back from the customer and how can technology help make their lives better.
Okay, you know what's interesting? I've shopped at Walmart. I'm a fan of Walmart and all the experiences, the checkout experiences and all that. But behind it, there's a story. There's people like you, invisible, making it all happen. So let's talk about the cloud-first approach. Let's start there. That sets the foundation, and then we move on.
Well, first of all, thank you for shopping at Walmart.
Thank you. How many of you have shopped at Walmart, guys? Woo! That means that most of them have gone to the US. Yeah. Wonderful.
So I think when you think about technology and you think about how, as you rightly pointed out, a lot of what we do in platforms and in cloud and AI forms essentially the very basics of how we are able to deliver these experiences for our customers. So when Suresh talked about it in his keynote, right, we talk about essentially powering the present and enabling the future. But beyond that, when you go one more click down, we talk about infrastructure, we talk about intelligence, and we talk about experiences. And a lot of our speakers today have spoken about this notion of how you build intelligence on top of extremely reliable, scalable, resilient infrastructure. And then you use data to essentially build that intelligence. And on top of that intelligence, you deliver these amazing experiences for our customers and for our associates worldwide. And so when we think about platforms, it's really how do you build that extremely scalable, extremely resilient infrastructure, and then how do you layer intelligence on top of it by leveraging data, by leveraging generative AI, which then can unlock great experiences for our customers.
Okay, I want to get a little technical here. We talk about hybrid cloud. Can you unlock what hybrid means today? And there's nodes, because you want to be closer to the customer. I want you to explain the two.
Sure. When we talk about hybrid cloud, traditionally, companies have always sort of brought in all of their compute and storage in-house, right? And so that's what we call the private cloud. You have your own data centers, you run and operate your own data centers. But then came along sort of cloud companies that were offering that as a service. And then the question was, why should you, as an enterprise, build your own cloud? Why not leverage what others are offering? And then you focus on what you do best, which is to build great experiences for your customers using your core value proposition. At Walmart, what we've done is we've taken a slightly different approach. We have said that, you know, as a company of our size and scale, we cannot afford to depend on any external provider alone. So we have to also make sure that we have enough, we are in control of our destiny, right? And so that means the best way to achieve that is to essentially run this as a hybrid cloud where we have the best of breed of both a private cloud that we have with our owned and operated data centers, as well as partnering with our public, you know, with our cloud providers, so that we are able to create these extremely rich and powerful infrastructure and, you know, what we're calling as platform as a service, which will allow our developers then to build these great experiences for our customers. The other piece that you touched on, which is equally important, is this notion of making sure that you're delivering more and more compute and power at the edge, right? Because what's happening is that all of these services at the extremely close to the customers are getting more and more intelligent every day. If you go into one of our stores in Springfield in Northwest Arkansas, we have just now started to roll out what we're calling digital shelf labels. So the idea is that, you know, a typical Walmart supercenter is as big as a couple of football fields. It has about 150,000 SKUs that you're stocking in the store. Now think about the situation where you have to institute a price change, right? Because we do constant rollbacks on prices, which means our associates have to now go print labels. They have to take these labels, they have to apply them to every shelf. And that process it's long. It's not a very productive process from an associate perspective, because they would rather be serving customers than having to go and sort of stick these labels. So we are now making a transition into what we're calling digital shelf labels, which is that you have essentially a rack that's mounted on the shelf, which is connected. And then you have these tags that are put on the rack. And then you essentially can push the price down to that tag instantly, right? Which means now as an associate.
Is it on the fly?
it's on the fly, completely on the fly, right? Which means that associates can now do price changes many times a day.
That's true empowerment.
It is true empowerment. From an infrastructure perspective, it also keeps me awake at night because now if the infrastructure in the store goes down, you can't change prices, which means you can't respond to competitive pricing pressures. And so now suddenly, infrastructure at the edge has become very, very critical. It's no longer a nice to have. It's essentially the lifeblood of your stores. It's the lifeblood of your business, right? So how do you create that infrastructure that is continuously up and running? That's no longer, even 4 nines may not be good enough at that state. And you have to essentially plan for it in such a way that things will break, things will go down. But the customer experience cannot be impacted. The associate experience cannot be impacted.
Okay, you use the word destiny. Why do you have to control your own destiny? Because the hands of the customers, the destiny of the customer is in the hands of the engineers out here. So what do you guys manifest? You have 10,000 nodes that you operate on. You know, that's huge. So what do you mean by destiny for the engineers out here?
So for the engineers out here, what I mean by destiny is that they should be able to focus on the things that matter the most for them as engineers or building services, right? I think one of our previous speakers, Jayendran, I think, talked about developer productivity and generative AI. And so if you look at the typical developer lifecycle today, and you think about how much time does an average developer spend on actually designing and writing code versus how much time they spend on all the other things, finding information, getting their builds to work reliably, being able to essentially test what they're building in a consistent and easy way. So if you look at the average developer, they're probably spending at best 30% of the time truly building stuff. And then the rest of the 70% of the time is ensuring that they can do everything that is needed so that they can build better products. So if I can use generative AI in a better way to be able to take that pain away, they're going to be that much more productive, which means they're going to be that much more engaged, that much more committed, that much more passionate about their work.
Okay, for those of them who are new to Walmart, they read about something called the triplet model. Why is it essential to know why the triplet model is that powerful?
So the triplet model is essentially how we are manifesting our hybrid multi-cloud approach, right? Like I said, our approach to cloud is to ensure that we are leveraging our private cloud where we can, where it makes sense. So when you have workloads that are, let's say, very static in nature, that are largely infrastructure as a service, you run them on our private clouds because we can highly optimize them. We can, one of the core principles at Walmart is EDLC, or everyday low cost. We believe that if we're able to keep our costs down, we can pass the benefit of that efficiency over to our customers through EDLP, or everyday low price. And especially in today's environment, in today's macroeconomic situation, where inflation is taking such a big bite out of people's pockets, if you're able to save our customers money through EDLC, then that's a huge value add, right? Talking about delivering great experiences. So the multi-cloud hybrid approach is what allows us to deliver on that promise of EDLC while continuing to leverage best-of-breed practices from our cloud partners and from within ourselves.
I'm glad you said that. We customers love a bargain, so low price, right? Technology is more dynamic now, so associates are empowered. You've made something complex very simple. I mean, for example, when I was in the US, I could order it on an app, I could pick up curbside, right, or it's delivered home, and you offer low price competitively. How is that managed?
So a few things, right? First of all, if you go back to what I said, who are we? We are a people-led, tech-powered, omni-channel retailer. So there's 3 parts to that are very, very important, right? People-led. It all begins with associates. We invest in our associates. We make sure we're doing everything that we can do to make our associates more productive, more engaged, so that they spend more time with the customers, and they're helping the customers who walk into our stores, who are shopping on our through our applications, through our app, and so on. The second piece is tech-powered, right? A lot of what I talked about today is how is tech powering every aspect of Walmart, whether it's in supply chain. Srini talked about how we are effectively deploying automation in our warehouses, how we are abstracting that out in a way, through Walmart control systems that allows us to essentially operate our warehouses a lot more efficiently through technology. We talked about GenAI and how that's helping make our developers a lot more productive. We're talking about how GenAI is also helping our enterprise itself, right? MeAt was a perfect example that Suresh talked about, where if you take a typical associate in the store, what you're able to do now is to map roles to those associates, and based on that associate's expertise, we can guide them to the right task based on where they are in the store. So as we leverage technology better and better, we are able to deliver more productivity and therefore deliver great experiences for our customers. Of course, for our customers, we are leveraging technology by allowing them to do search and personalization at massive scale. And Suresh again talked about this notion of building statefulness in our large language models, right? And so as the models get smarter and smarter, not just in of themselves, but by understanding the context, by understanding what is it you as Vishal want, and knowing how you have interacted with us in the past, I think that adds a tremendous level of value.
How many of you worked on statefulness of understanding customer? How many of you worked on customer experiences? Show of hands, please. Oh, very
Quite a
few
few
of them.
hands.
Quite
Yeah,
a few.
that's
Yeah,
great.
quite a few. And that's nice. So now I want to bring in the elephant in the room. I mean, 7 years ago, it was not even trending on a search algorithm. Now it is all over the place. I wake up, I get notifications on this. For example, you know, there's a show on a series called Foundation, and it's all about AI. I mean, let's call it out. Is it really changing our experiences? It has changed mine. I get things curated to me. Is that an AI, really?
So I think when you think about AI, at least the way we think about it, right, we had already invested in AI quite significantly even before GenAI became a thing. AI was very, very ubiquitous across our enterprise, whether it was in supply chain, whether it was in the work that our merchants were doing, demand forecasting, for example. And so, but those are also all predictive AI. Now with generative AI, what's happening is you can fundamentally change the way customers and associates interact with us. So I'll give you I'll tell you the way we think about generative AI.
It'll be great. It'll be great if you cover the quick history.
So the way we think about generative AI and ChatGPT is really, the analogy that I would draw is think about a really smart graduate who's graduating from, let's say, a tier 1 school in India, and they're entering the workforce. They're obviously extremely smart. They were at the top of their class. They made it into the tier 1 school because they were very smart to begin with. So they're coming into the enterprise extremely smart, a lot more effective, they become a lot more productive, and they start to build amazing things for us. So you think about generative AI in the same way, right? When you think about ChatGPT or any of the standard models, that's your sort of base. That's your college grad coming out. Then basically we layer on top of that our own very context-sensitive large language models based on the Walmart context, understanding of the retail domain, understanding of supply chain, understanding of the Walmart business. Those two combined together now has the power to create transformative experiences for our customers.
Context. Engineers are becoming dreamers, storytellers. Would you agree with ChatGPT, GPT 3.0? They should become storytellers, don't they? They should enable it easy. I just go on the phone as a customer, they know me already, and there's a story being told.
I think fundamentally, and this goes back to what I said earlier, right? It all begins with the customer. Service to the customer is one of our core values at Walmart. So everything that you do, you have to think about what value does it add to the customer? How am I helping the customer ultimately? And the customer may be the end customer, but for a lot of the work that my teams do, the customers are all the developers inside Walmart, right? And believe me, there's no more discerning, more demanding customer than a developer, especially a Walmart developer, right? So if I think about it today, I always joke, as you probably mentioned early on, I'm in the process of moving to the US. I'm taking on a new role. And so for the first time since I joined Walmart, I'm actually experiencing Walmart in what it means to shop at a Walmart store. But more importantly, my wife is experiencing what it means to shop at a Walmart store.
And does she like it? That's more important, guys.
So the real thing is going to be whether she likes it or not is going to be based on the quality of experiences that ultimately Walmart Global Tech delivers, right?
How many of you agree that the wives decide the shopping? Show of hands. So AI's future is in the hands of a wife.
Absolutely.
Right? Would you agree, guys? Yes? Louder?
Our future as developers are definitely in the hands of our wives, I think.
Absolutely. And by the way, I want to say, most of us also work. I mean, some of us. I mean, I'm in the business of services, so my customers should feel happy. So the associates are very key to Walmart. Explain how they can use GenAI.
So I'll give you one example that's very near and dear to my heart, right? Developer productivity. So we have taken on some very aggressive goals in terms of how we want to transform the developer experience through the use of generative AI. So today, if you talk to an average engineer in Walmart Global Tech, what they'll tell you is that it's extremely hard to find information, especially...
Why would they say that? I mean, years of data being built up, you know?
The reason why that's the case is because our technology continues to evolve very rapidly, right? And so if you think about an engineer, they're so focused on building new things always. They don't often take time to document stuff. So documentation is scattered all across the enterprise. We've been a technology since the 60s, right? I mean, we were the company that put satellite dishes on top of our stores. We brought in mainframes into our distribution centers, our fulfillment centers, our stores. So there's a lot of legacy there, right? And there's a lot of information out there that someone joining Walmart new today may not necessarily be privy to, or they won't even know where to discover that. If I can bring in and construct a large language model that aggregates all of this information, makes it available at the fingertips of our engineers, just think about how much more productive they will be, right? So that's one example. The second is if you talk to any engineer, the one thing they almost always hate is to test their code. They believe that everything that they write just magically works.
Just like a writer.
Yeah.
An author never wants to be questioned about his story. Absolutely.
So now what happens is, if I'm able to use large language models to be able to help generate test cases for them, to be able to generate test code, or to be able to generate code that will allow them to measure the performance of, the performance characteristics of the systems, these are all things that can and should be automated using generative AI in large language models, so that our engineers can focus on innovating for the customer, rolling out new features, rolling out new application constructs that our customers then will enjoy. Right?
So it's interesting, right? So if I'm an associate and you walk into the store and say, I want to buy something from, say, a shoe or something, I definitely know what you want.
So if you come to our app today, right, and again, Jayendran talked about what they're doing in Flipkart, and at Walmart we're doing exactly the same thing, which is how do I create an experience that's conversational? So we have a platform called Converge that allows us to build a very conversational experience for our customers. And then if I'm searching for something, right, how do I maintain the context of what it is that I'm searching for? And how do I continuously narrow that search until I find exactly that one item I want? Today what I have to do is I have to keep typing, I have to keep trying different things, versus starting from something, maintaining that context and refining it using a conversational interface until in a matter of minutes I know that. And then eventually, if personalization kicks in, but the next time you come and shop for something, I know what your style is, I know what your preference is, I know what your brand affinity is, and I can start suggesting to you the things that are available based on that, then it becomes very, very powerful.
Marrying the two, I mean, cloud and AI. 10 years ago, it was an infrastructure play. Cloud has enabled so much data to be used in, you can dice, slice, you can read stories now. When you marry it with AI, how powerful are the two? Because I'm going to look at the next 2-3 years of a completely new world, and I don't even know what impact it's going to make. I'm thinking it's a positive one.
It is going to be extremely powerful. And I want to layer one more thing on top of it, which again is very near and dear to us at Walmart, right? Which is, as an omni-channel retailer, Suresh talked about this, right? We want to have customers shop wherever they want, whenever they want it, and they should be able to shop for what they want, where they want, when they want it, and they should have it be delivered to them, essentially in the best way possible, right? At the lowest price possible, which also means that when you're omnichannel, you're coming into the stores. The store of the future is going to look very, very different. Today, we're already experimenting with rolling out a host of features. So I talked about digital shelf labels. Another example is talking about healthcare and Walmart Health.
How many of you knew Walmart's doing something in healthcare? Show of hands. Oh, okay, quite a few. Quite a few impressed today. Yeah. I mean, very nice.
So the idea is that, we want to create the store of the future to be essentially the town hall of services, if you will, right? So when you come in, you're not just coming in there to buy things, but you're coming in there to essentially also take advantage of services that are going to be delivered to you. This means that computing at the edge and harnessing the power of the cloud and power of AI at the edge becomes very critical. So if I'm an application developer building an application that runs in the store, so Srini talked about, for example, his teams in supply chain. They also build a lot of applications in the store. So the applications that are used by our associates in the store to pick items that can then dispense orders for our customers. So now those applications have to be written in a very, very, in a way that is completely transparent as to whether it's running and leveraging all of the power in the cloud or whether it's leveraging the power in the edge. So all of the infrastructure that we're building, bringing in AI and cloud together, is what allows us to deliver those services at the edge in a very powerful way.
Okay, we need to also call out IoT. Everybody talked about it, especially in India. We had so many startups that came and went. But Walmart does it at scale. IoT and trust. Trust is another thing today. Why don't you explain the intersection of the two?
So I think IoT for me is essentially harnessing the power of scale and devices in a way that allows us to operate our stores as efficiently as we can. So today already we have many, many use cases where we, for example, a refrigeration in our stores, right? We built a system which allows you to monitor that continuously. And then in fact, a lot of that work initially was done by our teams such that you can essentially look at it. An alarm will go off when the temperature at a refrigeration door in one of the stores goes below a certain threshold, because then you're risking food spoilage. And you can immediately take corrective action. Another example is, how do you use IoT devices in the stores to be able to understand and continuously reduce your energy footprint? Because sustainability is a big thing, right? We want to be regenerative as a company. We want to give back more energy than we consume, which means you have to continuously drive down the amount of energy that you consume, right? And so fundamentally, we're leveraging IoT in a way, and again, the compute that we're putting at the edge, the power of the cloud that we are leveraging will allow us to essentially roll out these use cases in a very, very transformative way across the enterprise.
And the trust.
The trust piece is extremely important. It goes beyond even IoT, right? We think of ourselves as the world's most trusted retailer, which means that in everything that we do, our customers have to be able to trust us. They have to be able to trust us to deliver the right assortment at the right price point with an experience that is always absolutely world-class, right? And it also means that they can trust us to keep their information secure, to keep their privacy completely safe. And so we have built a very strong governance model, and it becomes even more important as we think about the power of generative AI. And so what we're trying to do is to build a very clear policy framework and a governance model and put in guardrails. So all of the algorithms, all of the work that we're doing to harness the power of AI to deliver these great services is going to operate within that governance model. And then we put in audit mechanisms such that we can essentially audit those applications and to ensure that they are essentially complying with that governance model.
Brilliant. Hari, you and I always do something different. Let's open it up to the audience. Sure. That's the most important thing, right?
Yes.
Right. And Walmart's always about community, guys. Tech is about people. Yes. So we'll take your questions. If somebody can run around, you get only 2 questions because you're short of time. We could probably do 3. So guys, come on, raise your hands. Did you enjoy this? Round of applause to him. Guys, you can't be silent. Right? Come on, now question time. Who's going to go first? Raise, show hands, please. No questions, come on.
No questions. I guess we were very
come on,
clear.
Somebody ask a question. Very shy, man in the front there and man in front here. Somebody at the back also, probably. Quickly, identify yourself and question, please.
Hi, good morning. This is Guru Prasad Nagaraja. I work as an enterprise architect at Kato Every. Question, Hari, I have for you is, talked about generative AI and governance and guardrails and all of that. But how are you as Walmart using generative AI for customer experience and to enhance the in-store experience and online experience?
Quickly.
So search and personalization is one example that I talked about, right? We are using generative AI very effectively in order to build a better search capability. So it's about understanding intent and then essentially marrying that intent with the richness of information that we have in our catalog and bringing the two together. And then continuing to essentially maintain that context that you have so that we are able to create these extremely context-aware and context-sensitive experiences for our customers. That's one example. We talked about Me@, which is essentially how we are making the associates in the store more productive through the use of generative AI, so that based on where they are in the store, based on the role that they have, and based on the capabilities that we know they have as an associate, we can essentially guide them towards the right tasks, which then rather than trying to understand and having to constantly walk all across the stores, we're essentially doing a very guided model where we are essentially telling them what is the task that they need to do at that point in time where they are in the store.
Next question, last one, in the interest of time. I'm sorry, I want to ask somebody at the back. We always ignore the backbenchers. You can network with Hari later. Okay, there you go, right in the center, the gentleman in the center. Right there, yes, you.
Hello.
Identify yourself and quick question, please. Short.
I am Sugandh Mishra from Microsoft. So my question
One of your partners.
Very good partner.
How far we are from AGI, using AGI in the Walmart, like they can assist your associates.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
AGI, yes? You said AGI?
Artificial General Intelligence.
AGI, yes.
So
I mean,
how far
sometimes we
you
get
are
lost
from
with those
using this?
terms. There's too many terminologies, but thank you.
So I think, I'm by no means an expert on AGI. I think if you think about artificial general intelligence, it's still largely an unsolved problem from my perspective. While we have made a lot of strides using generative AI and our systems are becoming smarter and smarter, I think we have still a ways to go in terms of essentially artificial general intelligence. Because when you think about it, as trained as these models are, sometimes they struggle with the most simplest of things that even a toddler would easily be able to grok or grasp. And so really until we bridge that gap, I think we're still a ways away from artificial general intelligence. That's my personal opinion, so take it for what it's worth. I may be proven wrong in a few years, and I'd be happy to be proven wrong, but I think we still have a ways to go as far as AGI is concerned.
Hari, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys, again.
Thank you so much. A pleasure always, Vishal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
By the way, build for the customer. That's the main thing.
Thank you, Hari and Vishal, for an engaging conversation. Being in control of destiny, engineers as dreamers, powered by cloud and AI, how exciting. And the wife powers through all of this. We've had many interesting sessions so far and learned a lot from our speakers. Before we move ahead, how about some fun? Next, we have a set of fun quizzes planned for you.
Nice. My friends will tell you that I love my quizzes, okay? So bring it on. What's the first question?
Well, Samarth, I love your enthusiasm, but this quiz is for our audience. Let's hope they love quiz as much as you do. Please welcome our quiz masters on stage.
Turn it up real loud. Bring the lights on down. If you wanna go, then honey, let's roll and we can pick it up right now. I'm coming out with a bang. Going out on the next big day. Everybody want my shine. If you want a piece, better get in line. Ain't nobody do it like this. Go so hard, no, I just don't quit. I'm coming out with a bang. Going out on the next big day.
We don't just have everything. We have your thing.
Ready? Go.
Over 60 years ago, Sam Walton disrupted the world of retail with the idea that deep discounts and rural markets could be bigger than the franchise model. Just a few years later, the first computer systems were integrated into our operations, digitizing sales and inventory records. The power of tech to power Walmart was realized. Innovation has always been in our DNA, and with each innovation, countless possibilities for additional innovations emerged. But as time went by and the pace of progress increased, the industry caught up. We needed to transform our business and the industry again. We brought in top tech talent, ensuring we had the right team in place to partner with the business and reimagine retail. We would use tech to further our customer and member obsession and strengthen our ability to power local businesses. The team analyzed current challenges, projected forward to address future needs, and created a blueprint for a modernized system. Then we set to building it. Our underlying infrastructure has been transformed. We're more resilient and agile thanks to advances in our multi-cloud environment. We took our US grocery and general merchandise apps and created one seamless, efficient mobile customer experience. Then we took the same technology and rolled it out in Canada and Mexico. For our associates, we retired 25 legacy tools and created one new platform to house all resources in one convenient location, and so much more. With these critical infrastructure investments now behind us and new systems fully embedded across the business, today, our tech foundation matches the scale of our business ambitions. On top of the new infrastructure, we layered on intelligence for better decision-making. Keeping every home in stock begins with a supply chain that allows us to meet customer and member expectations and improve the associate experience. We're building automation into our distribution and fulfillment network, allowing us to flow millions of products through our facilities more consistently, leading to more predictable shipments and an easier unload process for our associates. And we're shrinking the time between the moment our customers realize they want something and the moment they get it. With a proprietary delivery solution that can reach rural and suburban areas, we're mobilizing a network of local drivers able to bring weekly staples right to customers' doorsteps. It's been so successful that we've commercialized this core technology, offering our innovations in fulfillment and delivery to businesses of all sizes around the country. We've built our business knowing success comes from exceeding expectations. Customers and members rely on us for their essentials, and they also want confidence, choice, and convenience. And by creating a global marketplace platform with a single seller experience that's easy for sellers to use, we're able to offer a wider selection of products. We're also offering choice in regard to how customers receive their purchases: in-store, curbside, at home. These are just a few ways we're enhancing experiences, and recent feedback is that we're now known for convenience almost as much as we're known for value. We've made the pivot to be strong on convenience in a digital and not just physical world. Our investments in things like our fulfillment network, associate tools, and e-commerce platform have set us up to continue to scale these critical capabilities globally. We're also innovating for a future of retail that's not here yet. We've identified the core technologies that will change the way consumers interact with businesses and brought them into and across Walmart. We are accelerating innovation by building for reuse, developing capabilities that can be easily composed into different experiences to meet specific needs and uniquely applied across the business segments at Walmart, Sam's, and in our markets. This significantly lowers costs and allows our teams to move fast and effectively. Our natural language understanding capability allows our customers to shop by voice and text, with text to shop. We've already repurposed this core technology for our support chatbots and Spanish language search. And with Flipkart, we continue to share best practices that advance both companies' language capabilities. We're also leaning into new technologies that have the potential to change the future of retail. As the world embraces social commerce, we've created a platform that allows social influencers to monetize shoppable products. The beta launch exceeded expectations, with significantly higher than expected interest from creators. And this is just the beginning. Today, no one is better equipped to lead the next wave of retail. We listened to our customers and members. We made big bets, and we built a runway for the future. Only Walmart has the infrastructure, influence, and scale to elevate and lead all aspects of retail. With each innovation, we'll uncover new ways to help our customers and members save money and live better. Together, we're redefining retail to deliver world-class commerce experiences.
Fun, and we clearly have a lot of experts in our guest today.
Clearly a lot of experts. Moving ahead, we have a very interesting panel discussion that will dive deep into how humans and machines collaborate to create extraordinary experiences for our customers. For this, I would like to welcome on stage our first panelist, Prashant Warrior, the founder and CEO of Cure.ai, a leading artificial intelligence company in the field of radiology. Prashant is an expert in the field of artificial intelligence and machine learning and has architected and commercialized several data science solutions during his career.
Joining him is Professor Mawsum, Professor of Computer Science at IIT Delhi. He is also the founding head of Yardi School of Artificial Intelligence at IIT Delhi and an affiliate professor at University of Washington, Seattle. With over 2 decades of research experience in artificial intelligence, Professor Mawsum has contributed to several research areas. A warm welcome to you, Professor.
We also have with us Professor Soma Biswas, Associate Professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering at IISc Bangalore. Her areas of interest are computer vision, pattern recognition, image processing, and related areas. Welcome, Professor.
Finally, I would like to invite on stage our moderator for the session, Prashanthi Bodugam, Vice President Technology and Chennai Center Head at Walmart Global Tech. In her role, Prashanthi focuses on driving innovations in key areas of fintech, people systems, indirect spend management, and associate digital experience, as well as leading our center in Chennai. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritu. Thank you. Great. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all are having great fun so far. It's a great privilege here to be with the panel. Welcome to all of you for Walmart at Converge. So before we get into the topic, I just wanted to delve a little bit into what this is all about. We have seen industry transforming in terms of how the machine and the human has been partnering together for decades and helping transform not only the industries, but also giving a fantastic experience to our consumers, be it in the space of retail, digital merchandising, healthcare, and fintech. We have seen a lot of disruption in the many years for now. Specific to retail, we see a lot of, consumer engaging solutions, be it in the space of recommendation engines, which we see a lot these days, which are helping personalize shopping, or the chatbots, which are helping in terms of our customer support, which has gone 24/7, or seamless checkouts that we see, which is helping us save time in the overall shopping journey. So this question is more for you, Mawsum and Soma. You have seen this, over a decades in terms of how the machine and human interactions have evolved. I would love to get your experience in terms of what you have seen so far and what you see coming up in the future. Maybe we'll start with you, Soma.
Yeah. Hi. Okay. So I think the role of machines, the reason why machines are being built is always to aid humans and not to replace humans. So previously, I think 10, 15 years back, the amount of training data, the amount of data in general, the size of the models, the compute power, everything was quite low. But even then, we were working on, say, models which were much smaller. I'll give one example from my PhD days. I was working on face recognition. So it was, the models were not very wonderful, so as to say, but they could still solve simpler problems when the person was standing right in front of you. It could still recognize. So even from that point, actually airports were using those techniques, right? So that they used to help humans not to sit, whole day and night in order to do simple tasks like when people are standing right in front of the camera to recognize those, and so on. Now with this whole disruption with AI, ML, deep learning, and so on, the the models that we can build are way more powerful, and the things that they can do are also much more significant as compared to what they could do like 10 to 15 years back. But even now, they are kind of replacing, not replacing, I would say. They can do many things that we could not even think of maybe 10 years back. But still, we can use them for our benefit, because I think they are always there for that purpose. And yeah, they cannot like really replace humans, because humans can do a lot more things. So when we take help from machines, humans can do more complicated tasks or things that machines can't do.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Prashanti, and first of all, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be on this panel. I think human-AI collaboration had not been as strong in the past, for the reasons that Soma mentioned, that AI itself was not very good, actually. If you look at the successes of AI, AI as a field started in 50s, but the first real success happened in the 90s. Nothing was happening for 40 years. And even after that, the successes were small and, very narrow and things like that. But as AI has been developing and becoming stronger and stronger, at least I envision the teams of humans and AIs to become more and more common in the future. In fact, I would encourage all the people sitting in this room and everybody else in my age group to make their children a little bit more digitally aware, more AI aware, have them get access to robots in the as child stage, so that they are comfortable as the developments happen. They would not feel out of place, which some of the oldies may sometimes feel in our age. But just to think about how the collaboration will work, I'll give you some places where AI will have a role to play. For example, let's say there's a situation where humans should not be there. Then we absolutely need a machine to play the role. For example, I remember that NASA had a rover on Mars. Or similar way, India has now Vikram lander. Now Vikram will do its thing, right? And the more you can empower it, the better it would be and the better productivity we will get. If Vikram is waiting for every small instruction from Earth, then it'll only be able to do so much. And this was happening in Mars rover 20 years ago, where it was waiting for every instruction from Earth. But later they started adding more and more capabilities on the rover itself. Then the other situation is when maybe for teachers, now teacher cannot work with each student specifically, because they have to deal with 50 students or 35 students. So we can create intelligent tutoring systems, which when the teacher is not available will work with the students, take aggregated information and pass it back to the teacher that, look, this student knows this stuff very well, but they are making more mistakes in this kind of a thing. And this collaboration will allow the teacher to figure out what targeted teaching or instruction to give to this particular student. So these are situations where the human is not available. Then there are situations where humans can do the job, but maybe AI can do it faster. For example, Hari was talking about productivity. Let's say code writing. Now I am hearing from people in various friends in companies, they are saying that 20% of our code writing, the mundane, the boilerplate, can now be written by ChatGPT and GPT-4 and so on and so forth. So we could write it, but it's not worth our time, because the machine can do it faster for us. It increases our productivity. And last but not the least, sometimes you will find that AI will have a different strength and humans will have different strengths. And I think it's important to delve what are those. It will take some time for us to realize it. But a simple example is chess. In '96, Deep Blue defeated Garry Kasparov. And so therefore machines started becoming better chess players than humans. But even today, if you think about who's the best chess player, it's not a single machine and it is not a single human. It is a team of humans and machines. Together, when they team up, they become the most formidable chess player. And this is because machines have a certain advantage in terms of the look ahead that they are able to do. Humans have certain advantages about abstractions and the patterns that their brain is able to create. Our brain is different, the machines, CPUs, GPUs are different. So over time, we will see that these complementary strengths will become more and more common. We'll recognize that here AI makes mistakes, here human is really good, and the team will do a great job. So I think it has to evolve, but there's a lot of possibilities in the future on human AI working together.
These are great examples and a very powerful and positive spin in terms of how the synergy can work between human and machine. Let's apply it a little bit into the real-time problems. And Prashant, this question is more for you. During COVID, it was very difficult for people in remote villages to kind of come to a testing center, get a scan or even the diagnosis done. And it was not only time consuming, but also very, very costly as well. And not to add the mental stress that they were going through. And your interventions in terms of AI-powered solutions that you brought, be it in terms of the X-rays, that were able to detect the abnormalities, or the chatbots that were tracking the symptoms of COVID, were all timely interventions which really helped ease up and help create a better experience, and also make healthcare affordable to our people. So the question is more for you in terms of what more can we see in terms of AI disruptions that can really make healthcare more affordable and accessible to people.
So I'll talk about 3 examples from Cure. And very interestingly, Mosam, the 3 things that you mentioned, the examples fall exactly into that construct. So I'll talk about that. One is where there is a lack of radiologists. So just to introduce myself, I'm Prashant Warrior. I run a company called Cure.ai. We use AI to automatically interpret radiology images, chest X-rays, chest CTs, head CTs, ultrasounds. And imagine that this is a skill that takes about 30 years for a human to develop. You have to go through high school, medical degree, and then a radiology specialization. We are now training algorithms to do that within a minute automatically. So that's where we are. Our products are regulatory cleared, FDA cleared, CE marked, and available in about 90 countries. We are deployed in about 80 now across about 1,700 hospitals. So that's Cure. Talking about specific use cases, right? One is around tuberculosis. So there are still about 11 million people suffering from TB every year. All of us think that TB is over, TB is eradicated, but in reality it's not. And it's prevalent in the most rural parts of the world, most resource-constrained parts of the world. And that is where you don't have a radiologist. I mean, imagine a radiologist who's making, in the US, they make about 400, 500K a year. In India, it's 40, 50 lakhs plus, right? They're not going to go and stay in a rural part of the country. And so typically what happens for TB is the screening protocol is you take an X-ray, and then if the X-ray is positive, you do a microbiological test, a sputum test. And the bottleneck was the X-ray interpretation. And our first customer in Philippines, it used to take them about 3 to 4 weeks to get that X-ray interpreted. And when we brought our AI in, we were able to make that happen within a minute. And that is where the value is. I mean, there is no human there to do that task. It's not that we're replacing a radiologist, but the reality is there is no radiologist available, and we are providing that support in that geography. So over time, I mean, we started these in about 2019. Over time, we realized that we are faster, we are significantly more accurate than humans also, and we are cheaper also. So based upon this, about 2 years ago, WHO endorsed our solution and said that our solution can be used autonomously in the absence of a human reader. In fact, this is the only place in healthcare, only place in radiology AI for sure, where autonomous use is allowed. Everywhere else, it's a AI plus humans, but this place, WHO said that you don't need a human reader because there is nobody available to interpret the scan. So coming to your point, it is about where humans are not there or cannot go, right? That's the first one we are solving. And now, I mean, this TB screening protocol, imagine a person who came in on day 1, getting a result 4 weeks later, and then being diagnosed a few weeks after that. We can do all of that in a few hours now, in a few minutes actually. So that is the value of AI. A second one is around speed. AI is really fast. I mean, AI can produce a result very quickly. It does not have to wait for, you don't have to wait for somebody to read a scan. AI can read a scan immediately. And this is useful for basically 2 kinds of situations, trauma and stroke. So for stroke patients, you have to treat them as soon as possible. Every minute that goes by, brain cells are dying. And that is again where AI has been really useful, where what we do now is, I mean, for stroke, there are 2 kinds of treatments. I mean, again, going to slightly more technical terms, there is a thrombolysis and a thrombectomy. Thrombolysis is basically you administer an anticoagulant to dissolve the clot in the brain, and a thrombectomy is you insert a sort of stent and then remove that clot. And for both of these, you have to read a CT scan, and you have to interpret that CT scan, and then you can do either of these, either a thrombolysis or a thrombectomy. And many times, patients are waiting for the radiologist to read that scan, especially in the night time. If you come in the night, maybe a radiologist is not available. It might take 3-4 hours to get that scan read. And that is where our technology comes in. We have a mobile app and an AI running in the background, where every CT scan or a CT angio is interpreted within a minute of the scan being taken, we alert the physician that this is a case of an infarct, a large vessel occlusion, a bleed, and based upon that, they can start their treatment. So something that would have taken 3-4 hours could have had substantial health problems for the patient. Now we are able to treat them much faster.
Yeah, thank you. Very, very impactful examples that you called about. Because it's not only helping from the trauma, but at the same time, think about the mental stress of the patient, patient caregivers, around the patient as well, right? So thank you for those inputs, Prashant. Appreciate that. Soma, my next question is to you. It's all about computer vision and how it is helping in terms of aiding customer experience. We at Walmart, we always strive to provide the best experience to our customers and also to the members. Particular to computer vision, we have, if I have to take an example, we have computer vision aided AI solutions that we have deployed. And a classic example of this is, when our customers visit our stores, they always see this, store is filled with the products all the time. And we are able to do that because we have solutions that are able to detect the out of stack products and ensure that they are automatically triggered to kind of make sure timely replenishments, right? So this is like a classic example of how computer vision can help. I just want to understand from you what more advancements are happening in this space which can help us have better customer experience.
So I guess when we are talking about in-store shopping, right, one thing which might be useful is that if we can get a sense of where, how people are actually navigating through the store, where people are, sometimes we do check out things we want to buy, but end up not buying. So, if we can get from the video, say, from the video footage, we can understand where all people are actually seeing through stuff, where there are people spending time, but buying, not buying, and all those interpretations, if we can get. So I guess that can help the store kind of decide which all products to give importance to, where all they can actually make the buyers buy things, and so on. That is one. Another, I'll give one example which can be probably done using computer vision. So a couple of days I went to a store. It was a local store, not a very big one. And I went, I wanted to get peanut butter. So, and I wanted to get one where the ingredient is only peanut and there's no, added sugar or palm oil or anything. So I could find the place where all these bottles were kept. But then I asked the store person, and where can I find something, or which brand sells one where there's no added ingredients? So the only way that person could help me was to actually look at the ingredients, right? And for me also, that was the only way. And there were lots and lots of them. So after I went through a couple of them, I decided, okay, that's not the way I'm going to find it. So I left it, right? But if I could have found one, maybe, that's an implicit liking of me for the store. I would have come back to the store again, right? For not this, but I would have thought, okay, maybe I'll find things which are difficult to get in another store. So I think these things, at least this particular example, these things can be done very easily using computer vision. So if I were to generalize it, it essentially means that if I go to a store, right, then if I can talk to a person, right, and who can kind of guide me, it's not personalization. It's like that person can kind of guide me to the place where I need that specific thing, right? And for a person, it's not possible for a human to remember what all, things have what all ingredients. It's not possible. But a computer vision can easily have everything and in their database, and they can just kind of guide you through it. So if it can be finally done using spoken language, so that it's easier, because even if I want to type in things, it's not easy. I tried that actually, even for online shopping. If I try peanut butter with only peanuts, it doesn't even show up any results. So these things I think can be automated. It will give a person, much more, I would say, a better experience when we visit a store, and specifically if we are looking for something, right? I guess there may be many such examples. Many of the things, I think many stores are kind of doing self-checkout and all those things. But having someone, a person or someone more than a person in this case, which will use all these data and can help a customer actually look for things which they are interested in, will be, I think, interesting and good addition, and a thing which can be done.
Thank you. All the examples that I'm hearing just kind of continue to power on, Mausam, what you had just talked about. So question is more for you now. We all have seen AI-generated, bots now, right? I mean, and the one that comes to our mind is ChatGPT. Everyone, including kids, have started using ChatGPT. They use it for all things, right? Recommendations or traveling, personalizing your travel plans or your shopping.
Homework.
Every single one of them. Homework, yes, homework is the big one, right? And getting caught as well, right? So you've seen a lot of these, and while there is a lot of merit in the way, ChatGPT is going to make an impact, what I would love to hear from you is, how do we really ensure that some of these can deeply augment what is happening from what humans can do, right? I mean, so we see a lot of this as a impact, but then where do you see the intervention of a human, customized, exactly building on what Soma's talked about, right? In this case, how do I leverage something like a ChatGPT to kind of go browse for a peanut butter without any butter, right? I mean, so.
Yeah, so I think, first of all, I do agree that there's a lot that has happened in the last couple of years with generative models coming in. It's not just in text. There are a lot of image generative models that are also coming in, and I'm pretty sure very soon we will have, AI making songs and, all of that, if it has not already been happening. I would say that, venturing into the creative space is particularly interesting here, because you see that these models have started to respond in a space which was extremely large, like the space of articles, the space of answers, the space of images, the space of audio. These are very, very creative, very, very large spaces. And when the machine is starting to output in that particular space, it does create some questions as to what are the roles of humans in the long run. Now, of course, there are some obviously mundane ways in which we can start to use these models. For example, Soma asks a question, I have a specific, information need, let me have the machine give me that answer, right? That is one way. Or let's say I'm doing something creative. Let's say I'm writing a script. Or I'm I'm trying to think of an ad for Walmart. I decide that, I would like Jerry to be searching on the Walmart website looking for cheese. And I want an image like that. Now, I can just give it as a prompt, and the machine can generate that image for me now. We have now reached there. So that way, the job of creative people, the job of people who are really thinking about, end products, has become much more convenient. But still, the control is in the human's hand. What do they ask for? What do they conceptualize should be the ad for Walmart, right? So this is the current place where we are. But we have to realize that, it's not like that is the only place we can use these models. For example, sometimes when we are ideating, when we are thinking about, okay, what should the ad look like? What should my movie script look like? What's the story that I want to write? There, we also follow a certain process. We think of many ideas. We talk to people. We think about, is this idea good? We improve on the idea. We write a first draft. We storyboard it. We improve the storyboard. Slowly, slowly, we get to the product, right? And I am going to argue that now we are reaching a place where a machine can benefit in each of those areas. For example, I remember somebody telling me that they wanted to write an article or a script. They asked ChatGPT for different ideas. ChatGPT gave them 10 different ideas. And then they thought about, okay, which idea makes sense, which idea can be combined, and then slowly wrote. So now I think machines can start to engage with us in our creative process also. And this is very interesting because now we cannot necessarily say that humans will be the more creative ones and machines will be doing the more of the mundane and more of the junior work, in my opinion. So then the question comes as to what will humans do and what will machines do? I believe that we will have to think about tighter integrations in different verticals. We'll have to think about what are the strengths of machines and what are the weaknesses of machines as of now. Machines can make mistakes, machines can hallucinate, at least today. I think machines will continue to do that because however much memory they have, it's only limited, so they will lose out on information, right? For example, you will find that machines will have different kinds of ways of thinking, therefore different kinds of mistakes that they will make with respect to humans. And you will also find, in my opinion, that machines will not be able to make judgments. If you ask it for 10 different scripts, it can write 10 different ideas. But which idea should I work on? Which is appropriate to the ethos and the values of Walmart as a company, or whatever is my client or whoever, what is the role here? You know, we all have different value judgments, even otherwise, as humans. And machines will not be able to do that value judgment for us. So I think we will constantly be working with the machine to exercise our value judgment in making the choices while machine helps us at every step of the process. This is the way I think about it.
Lovely. This is fantastic. And this question will be for you, Prashant, just building on top of it. There's a famous meme that goes on, don't be the internet search doctor, right? I mean, we all tend to become that. As Google, we go look up and we try to be our own doctors. Just building on top of what Mausam said, how do you ensure that there is a trust being built as you come up with these models using AI? And when do you think, we can get to the point where, we can create AI-based autonomous detection of, the solutions, that you can come up with?
So a couple of things which I wanted to say there. One is that most of, at least in the field I operate in healthcare, almost except for the tuberculosis use case that I spoke about, almost everything else is assistive in nature. So it's only helping a human being improve on what they're doing or become faster at what they're doing. So it's not replacing the human, right? That is where AI is today. But again, also in healthcare, the other thing that we have seen is a massive amount of evidence is required to get anything off the ground. I mean, you cannot build a product and launch it. You have to do clinical trials, you have to do studies, and then based upon the evidence that you generate, you can actually use it for clinical decision making. So in healthcare, we are protected because there is a lot of evidence that is required. But also, I think there are two things that I want to talk about here. One is that in the space that we operate in, radiology, for example, right? Back in 1980s and 90s, the blood tests that we do, I mean CBCs and some of these basic blood tests, they were all manually done. So you had to actually create a slide, look into that through a microscope, count the number of white blood cells, red blood cells. It used to take about 20 minutes for a test to be done, for a CBC test, 20-30 minutes to be done. And now we are able to do hundreds of them automatically through a machine. And even today, if you go and get a test, you still get a pathologist to sign off on the test. So it's not that a pathologist, I mean, it still requires a human sign off, though there is no human involved in actually creating that report. It's all automatically created. So I think, I feel like with healthcare, with radiology specifically, we are moving in that direction where a lot of reporting might be automatic. You're talking about X-rays, where X-rays are a very basic modality. You've got CTs, ultrasounds, MRIs, PET scans. So a lot of X-ray reporting might become automated. So certain parts where the volumes are high, where you need speed, like Mausam said, those will become automated to some extent. The other piece we have to be careful about is, I mean, I think of our solutions as like Google Maps for doctors, right? So when Google Maps came out, I mean, we all knew directions to every place. And gradually we relied on Google Maps, okay. And over time, I've been living in Bombay for the last 11 years. I hardly know routes in Bombay. I mean, I know the area around my house, but not much more than that. And because I've been relying on Google Maps all the time, right? So I think the reality is that you might lose the skills that you've developed. And with AI assisting you, I mean, for example, a doctor relies on AI to report a scan, for example, relies on Cure to report a scan. They might gradually lose that skill set to be able to find those things. And that is something which is a little bit scary because now then you're fully reliant on AI. Right now we are saying you're assistive in nature, you're helping a radiologist, but then over time if that skill set goes away, then you're basically almost autonomous even though there is a pathologist signing off at the end of it, right? So, so there is some risk, but again, I think you have to create the evidence, you have to obviously work on building better quality AI. And I mean, overall, I mean, what I have seen in healthcare is that mostly in the tasks, I mean, we are solving narrow tasks. So again, AI in healthcare, in other fields, it's solving narrow tasks. I mean, not solving very broader tasks in general. And for those narrow tasks, it's typically better than human beings at performing those specific tasks.
I love your perspective of Google Maps, it's a very great example, you can relate to. While we know that human will not be replaced in the healthcare space by machines, I also wanted to touch a little bit on the empathy part of it as well, Soma. While the machines do the what part of it very well, they probably still are struggling to tell us the why part is still, I would say humans are much better in explaining the why than the machines. So if we were to bring in empathy or personalization, how do you see this synergy evolving?
I think empathy itself is quite a complicated thing, even for humans, right? To understand what the other person is thinking or wants to hear from us is very difficult. Even though we want to do it that way, it's not so easy. And for computers, obviously, or AI, it's much more difficult that way. Personalization is important, is very, very important, because even if I take the simple example of a store shopping, right? So if we go to a store and we want to buy something, is obviously if anyone is giving us personal attention, we would very much want to do that. But personal attention or personalization doesn't mean actually just restricting to things that we have done before, because many times in recommendation, right, if suppose I, in the last couple of transactions, I have bought a certain kind of product, right, you'll see that the same thing keeps on repeating. So maybe that is another reason why we'll end up buying the same things over and over again. That doesn't necessarily mean that we won't be interested in any other things. So even when we go shopping, sometimes, the salesperson, they can actually decide on the fly. And they can show us something which even we don't know we will be interested in, and we end up buying a lot more things as compared to if we were to just do online shopping, or we were to just go to a shop and shop ourselves. So I think that part is very difficult for AI to kind of do, but not impossible, because it kind of means they have in mind whatever we have done before, which is personalization, but still have a diversification part, which is also personalized. How to diversify our choices so that probably we end up buying different things, but not deviating completely away from what our choices are. So that part, I think, requires a lot of interaction between humans and machines and learning from what humans can do. But I think that is very important for a very nice shopping experience.
So healthcare, great example. Retail, another great example. I'm sure, Mausam, you will have a lot more, examples. But I think the key is, as long as you have the talent to kind of understand where the machine stops and where you can pick up, there is going to be a huge disruption in the way we continue to evolve, and both of us coexist. What do you think, Mausam?
Absolutely. Let me quickly say a couple of things to the points raised here. So I completely agree with Prashant. Google Maps is a very good example. We might lose skills, but then we also know the solutions for it. For example, if you are a pilot, you are forced to do 1 out of 10 landings manually so that you don't lose the skill. It is very easy for us to embed it in the way we are adding AI into the mix. We can easily say you can't rely on AI completely. If you're a pathologist, you better do the counting once a day, twice a day. Keep making sure that your skills stay. I think this is not very hard. Similarly, for empathy, I want to say to Soma that, actually there's a very interesting example, because some humans find it very difficult to be empathetic. And a very interesting use case of ChatGPT is when a doctor has to communicate to a patient that you have a terminal 3 cancer or something like that. It's a very sad thing to say to anybody, and the doctors are not actually trained in that. So I have been hearing that people ask ChatGPT how to communicate it in the best, most empathetic words. Now here the doctor has to decide that empathy is important. The doctor has to recognize that their individual empathy is low, and then maybe ChatGPT can help. This is very important. So the human is making the calls in thinking about what needs to be done here. They recognize their skills are weak. They recognize that ChatGPT has read everything on the web. It probably knows how to do this, and then use that as an example. So I think the way forward is for us to realize when and how much and where do we need AI. You cannot use AI indiscriminately without putting in thought. You cannot make generalizations that AI is always helpful. It is not. In specific verticals, in specific cases, with the help of domain experts, in the setting that you are in, if you are in a village or India or the West, depending upon the number of people, number of experts, etc., that is when you realize this is where AI is a good use at the current moment in time, and this is where it is not. I think that reasoning needs to happen, unless otherwise we will not be able to do this right.
You summarized it so well and made my job very easy. You were a chat GPT for me here. Thank you for that. I would have loved taking questions from the audience, but we are almost on top of the hour. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. I think key takeaways: when, how, and why we want to use it, and how we will continue to coexist. I think that's the gist of the session today. Truly appreciate your time here. Thank you. And maybe, we'll just take a group picture. And thank you, audience. Appreciate that.
Wow, that was a thought-provoking conversation. I'm sure we've all learned a lot about the incredible potential of humans and machines working together. Okay, for the next section, tighten your seatbelts, brace yourselves, because we've got the rock star in the house.
Okay, so hold your breath for the next one. Our next guest is an entrepreneur, best-selling author, online educator, and content creator with over 15 years of experience in internet and tech industry.
He has over 3 million subscribers. That's right, 3 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, where he shares actionable advice on topics such as personal finance, career building, relationships, and personal growth.
Here to talk about creating epic success. Give it up for Ankur Warikoo.
And please welcome our moderator, Akhil Vishwanathan, Vice President, International Tech at Walmart Global Tech. Akhil leads international technology team, transforming retail experiences across e-commerce and stores for all Walmart international markets. Over to you, Akhil.
Thank you. My job is so easy. I just have to ask Ankur, can you speak for the next 20 minutes?
Thank you, Akhil. I will not make your job easy. I will throw the questions back at you. No, nice. Thank you for having me. Thanks a lot.
But it's so nice to have you here. You flew in all the way from Delhi.
Thank you.
It took you 4 hours to get here?
It's always a transatlantic flight to get to Bangalore.
Yeah,
always
it took me almost 4 hours to get here from Bellandur. And it's almost the same. So equally.
We are not having that conversation. No.
I'm with you on it. Let's talk about things which are solvable.
Absolutely.
Like life problems, success, career, and not Bangalore traffic problems, right? Yeah. So
set the stage.
I had another joke, but I won't do it.
No, I insist now.
No, I was saying that Chandrayaan-3 landed in moon faster than I got here. But anyway, let's talk a little bit on careers. I know we've all seen these sessions on tech, and we've spoken about tech and all of that. But careers really are changing quite a bit. And if you look at your journey itself, starting as an employee to a startup founder, it's still seen, right? It's still common enough. But then you took a leap and you became an author, a blogger, a vlogger, content creator, and I don't know how many more. We got only 20 minutes. But I would love to understand, how did you go about choosing this very uncommon career path? And how do you ensure that you're like successful at it? I mean, if it's possible, right?
Oh, I'm glad you added the last part to it, because it makes it look like, oh, I knew everything that I was doing and it was just so clear in my head. Nearly wasn't. I'm very, very privileged and honored to live my life, Akhil, because it's such a wonderful opportunity to experience it as an observer of my own life. And here's the one thing that has stood by me. So I wasn't meant to do any of what I'm doing right now. For those who may not know my story, and it's perfectly fine, you're not missing on anything in life, I was working towards becoming a space scientist. So Chandrayaan-3 could have been my thing. And all that I wanted to do was become a space scientist. I went to the US for a PhD in astrophysics. I was a doctoral student, spent 2 years there, only to recognize that that was something I was really good at, but it didn't make me happy. And that was a very weird mix, because usually, and this is certainly what my parents told me, that if you're good at something, you automatically become happy doing it. And I had spent several years trying to do that, and certainly it wasn't hitting me the way that they prescribed. And for the first time in my life, it struck me that what you're good at and what makes you happy could be two very distinct things. And I do not know where I got the wisdom from, but at the age of 24, something wise in me struck and stayed with me for the rest of my life, which was, if you're not happy doing something, you will never be the best at it. Simple. If you're not happy doing something, you'll never be the best at it. So in some wild way, and I'll be very honest with myself when I say this to you, Akhil, I have only been chasing one thing in my life, and that is what makes me happy in that moment. And that has been the reason why I have quit something. It has been the reason why I've chosen something. It has been the reason why I've taken very wild risks at the face of it. And what my message to all of you would be, make something the center of your attention and your chase. And hope that it's not something materialistic like money and promotions and fame and all that, because that's frankly just so temporary that you could get away with it and get rid of it instantaneously. But something that truly moves you. It could be your happiness, it could be your curiosity, it could be your drive for technology, it could be your passion to solve really complex problems. And whatever that is, you will be surprised, and I certainly don't have to tell you all because you're living in that technology space every day, you'll be surprised at how many opportunities the world will throw at you every single day if you knew what your pursuit was. But the reason why life becomes hard, in my opinion, is because we don't know what we're chasing. So everything looks like either gold or everything looks like rubbish. And it then creates that dissociation and that dissonance in the head. So what I would love for you to do as a homework, and take this weekend off to do that, find that one thing in life that you truly would want at this moment in your life. Whatever is it, and don't be embarrassed to admit it. Whatever is that one thing that you need, because it needs to be one thing. If you don't have that one thing, here's the sad answer. If humans don't know the one thing that you're looking for and chasing in life, the next best answer is everything. If you don't want that one thing or know that one thing, your next best answer is, I need a great company, I need the best boss in life, I need work-life balance, I need shitloads of money, I need the best office to work at, I need my office to be next to my home, I need vacation always, and I need hybrid, and I need the best technology to work in, and I need a global passport to travel, and I need everything, and guess what? You're not going to have all of those things packaged into one. It's a rarity. If you get it, lucky, but most likely you won't. So find that one thing, which I certainly found at some point of time, and that's driven my pursuit.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. For the Walmart associates, you're already doing that one thing, being at Walmart. So
Let there be no confusion at all from coming from Akhil. Like nothing.
It's clear. Okay, but just building on that a little bit, and you spoke about finding that one thing, you know, and being happy at doing it. But
Sure.
it's also important that it's not always possible to find the right thing immediately.
Absolutely.
Right? But what are the few things like that? You've spoken about being consistent.
Yes.
Right? In anything and everything that you
Yes.
do. How do you equate this to that?
I love this question, and I'm so glad you raised it. How many of you here are below 30? How many of you here are below 30?
30 years of experience?
Yeah, well, like... Akhil is killing it, man. I'm telling you. Like, I should be the one asking the questions. How many of you here are below 40? Okay, great. And how many of you here have kids below 20? So here's where it gets interesting. So most of you are in your 30s, in your 40s, which is, I'm 43, Akhil is 21, and we're close, round about the same age. And we have kids who are less than 20. Now here's the big difference which all of you parents need to be mindful of. We have kids 12 and 6. We grew up in an India where we had no choice but to wait for everything in life. Everything in life came through a wait. Remember the time when there was only once a day when your favorite Hindi movie songs used to come on television? And that thing was called Chitrahar. And it was like the biggest thing. And if, God forbid, electricity went during that time, well, too bad. It's now next week. There was nothing on demand. There was nothing there. You had to wait in line to get milk, to get a phone connection, to get a scooter, to get a watch, to get anything and everything in life. Now, we may feel, oh, we are so wise and so morally high-grounded. But the truth is, we hated that experience. We didn't like it one bit, but it did something that we will always be thankful for. It taught us what it is to wait. It forcefully made us go through the experience of patience, and that became something that's subconsciously sitting in our head. So when you are asked to wait for something that you may or not desire, you take it well. But now let's go on to our kids. Our kids are being raised in a world where everything is on demand. You need a book. I'm sorry. I just press it. You need a book, click. You need a cab, click. You need food, click. You need clothes, click. You need love, swipe right. Whatever you need. Speed of thought delivered to you at your doorstep. Now, and businesses such as Walmart is like, no, we'll make it easier, we'll make it easier, we'll make it easier. Not helping the cause at all. So now, there is an entire generation that is being raised with no experience and awareness of what it is to wait. And that's why I'm meeting with a 22, 23-year-old, their first job ever, and I'm like, how's it going? And they're like, nah, I'm not liking it. I'm like, why? What's wrong? You just joined. I'm not creating any impact. I'm like, कितने महीने हुए काम करते हुए? How long have you been working? Like 6 months. Like, who told you have to create impact in 6 months? There be people who've been doing it for 60 years. They can't claim to claim impact. Because they are so embedded in the belief that if you want something, you should get it instantly. So the biggest thing which I feel we completely lucked out being raised in India at that point was we were taught what it is to be patient. And if there's any lesson as leaders and as a generation that has to pass on an important lesson to the next one, it should be, please learn and make sure this lesson of patience is embedded in the next generation. So if you ask me, the only thing that has worked for me is I have intense patience. I can wait out for as long as it's needed because I know that compounding is a thing, and it's not just for money, it's for experience, it's for knowledge, it's for relationships. And if you were to patiently wait it out, ensuring that you have a sustainable growth rate, you are going to go beyond your wildest imagination that you could have ever set for yourself.
No, absolutely, right? And so well said, I think.
Thank you. Thank you.
No. So well said, and I think just thinking back, ours could actually be the last generation that grew up with one channel or two at the max.
Exactly.
Which was
No
there.
choices.
Yeah.
Like we had no choice. We literally had these engineering colleges, these medical colleges, this technology.
That's it. Yeah.
That's it.
There are 4 career options that
They
you
were
need to
all
be
like,
doing.
I'm surprised there were 4. I only knew of 3.
Yeah.
So which is
I know.
the 4th one?
But what I'm going to do, I'm going to go disconnect my cable and my internet connection at home, and let's see what happens. But let's tie this with retail a little bit.
Sure.
Right? To write a blog and to author a book is very different. Requires different focus, different skills, different thought process and stuff. Similarly, if I equate this to retail, to sell to a customer in a store, or to sell to a customer in the digital world, or even on TikTok in the social world, is very, very different. But how are you able to focus on 2 things at the same time? And you do both of them at the same time. It's not like one after the other, right?
Sure. The operative word is what you use. It's customer. And I don't have to tell it in an audience that is part of a Walmart conference and an event, but let me just say it out once more. It's the simplest and yet the hardest thing to do. Listen to your customer. And your customer is not necessarily the one who, in, let's say, Walmart terms, could be the one who's sitting in a business buying your retail or sitting at a store buying your products or anything else. Your customer is anybody who wishes to receive anything from you. It could be in a relationship, and please don't think of your parents and your spouse as customers, but if you could, think of the fact, as simple as it is, that in a relationship or anything to work, if you truly listened, not to respond, but to understand, your problem is solved. Because everyone is willing to share. Everyone is willing to share. Here's my best example, and a lot of you will relate to that. I am constantly perplexed at how interviews are seemingly so hard in a corporate environment. As an interviewer, I find interview taking as the most pleasurable act during a day or a week that I have to. Because all I have to do is just put on a cap of curiosity and ask questions that will truly help me understand the opposite side. And if I ask those questions well, I will get to know everything that I need to know to make an assessment, because they're willing to share. Every single person out there is willing to share. The unfortunate truth is not that they're hiding. The unfortunate truth is they are very rarely asked with honesty. And that's the same thing with the customer as well. So if I'm writing a book, I will put on my cap and say, who am I writing that book for? What do they want? Have a conversation with them, relate to their needs, and drop my ego around anything that I know or have built or wish to build. Instead, just focus on where they're coming from and start from that point. And it becomes such a simple journey then, because you are solving for them, building for them, creating for them. And if you were to not care about what you've built and try to force to sell that, instead just build what will be selling in the first place because of what they said, life's just so much simple. But of course, as I said, it's really hard.
Yeah, it is, but there is a way to do it. And as you said, shed your ego, right? Yes. Know that you don't know everything, try to understand, and then you're able to switch your hats and figure out what the problem is and how to focus on it.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's amazing. The other thing that I want to talk about is personal branding. You've spoken a lot about it, and personal branding doesn't come easily, and it is not that somebody's born with it, right? Like you yourself developed the art of public speaking, and you were not able to do it, but you developed it, and now you're where you are. How does that work? And what are the things that we could take away, all of us could take away, and from what you've learned?
Sure. I'll be happy to speak about that. First, a show of hands. How many of you here are a personal brand? How many of you here are a personal brand? Okay, some people are raising their hands. Okay, it was a trick question, you all fell for it. How many of you here know Akhil? Right, so the Walmart folks do, okay? And you don't have to shout out what it is, huh? But do you have an opinion on Akhil? Yeah, people are like, yes, you bet, yeah? Does that opinion flow into the room before Akhil walks into the room? It does. By that definition, is Akhil a personal brand? It is. It's just a matter of scale, where Akhil, or for that matter, every single one of you, and the scale who thinks of you as a brand. The truth is, every single one of you is a personal brand. It's just the scale that differs. It's just the reach that differs. So there may be a limited set of people who think of you and know of you and thus have a perception of you, or it may be people in abundance, which could be, say, in my case. But please do not ever, ever, ever make the mistake of thinking you're not a personal brand. That before you walk into a room, nobody has any perception of you. Incorrect. Every single person who has ever dealt with you and come in association with you has an opinion on you. And that opinion will ride and perhaps even override their interaction with you even before that interaction starts. And this in the corporate world is such an important insight to make. Because a lot of people just walk freely assuming, oh, it doesn't matter what I say, it doesn't matter what I do, it doesn't matter how I conduct myself because I'm not XYZ, I'm not a VP, I'm not a leader, I'm not a manager. Wrong. You are a walking, talking brand on the floor of your company. And every action of yours is sized, every conduct of yours is sized, every conversation of yours is sized, and that goes into forming a perception around who you are. Question is, do you like that perception or not? Do you want to take charge of that perception or not? Because that's where the second phase of personal branding comes in. Personal brands who recognize that they are personal brands take charge of that messaging. They take charge of that communication. They don't let it go haywire. And here is the best way that I've learned, which is the only way that I can teach to you. There are two elements that allow you to take charge of your personal brand. The biggest one is consistency. Your consistent conduct will make your brand. Your consistent conduct will make your brand. How you consistently deal with people, you consistently use a certain language, you consistently make decisions will build your brand over time. And the second element, the only thing that assures consistency is authenticity. You cannot be consistent at anything in which you're not authentic. Because if you have to put up a farce or a facade to be consistent, you will not be consistent. There will be moments you will break. And people will look and like, hey, what is up with Ankur? He is behaving so differently today. And that's only because for all this time, Ankur was not even authentic, and perhaps today his authentic self has emerged. Please be authentic. That's the only thing that I would love for you to take away. If you're authentic, you don't have to think of what you've said to somebody, what you pretended to say, what facade or persona you built. You're just being yourself. And that's the best place to be, because then you don't have to spend any energy trying to be somebody else. And guess what? An automatic outcome will be consistency. That consistency over years will translate into a brand that will precede your reputation and any element of where you come into a physical contact with somebody, because before that, your emotional connect and the conversations around you and the stories around you have already reached. And that is the best way to take charge of your messaging.
No, I mean, and if you equate to what you've said, it finally goes back to what we've been raised with. Our values, our behaviors, exactly. Just be your natural self. Absolutely. You don't have to be somebody else. And that will help you create your personal brand and evolve into who you are.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
I've got a lot more questions, right? But I think we should give a chance for the audience to ask something. And please ask tough questions, not the ones that I've asked. Right?
How long did it take you to reach here? Huh? All right, we see a few hands already. Is there a mic floating around? Or?
Yeah.
Yes, there are a few mics.
Can
we go to the gentleman there who's raising his hand there?
At the back, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, myself Radhakrishnan here. So I recently joined Walmart. So you spoke about one thing, right? So one thing that everyone has to find to be successful or to be happy at whatever we do things, right? So do you have any process, or what is the procedure to find that one thing that everyone can try it out?
Classic Walmart question. Procedure bata do. Tell us the way to do it. We will get it done better than anybody on earth.
Yeah, and we need a checklist at the end of it.
Exactly. Like, I love that. I love that.
Because one example that I try it out is like I try to explore the unexplored, so that whichever fits my character or my happiness, so I'll probably start picking it up. So I tried doing Google, is it how to find a passion, like is it like all these things, right? So there is
if only you had asked ChatGPT.
No, ChatGPT gives me a lot of suggestions, right? I don't have a time to explore all these, like all the generated ideas.
I
right?
love how you're answering your own question. It's just beautiful. I love this audience.
I just want to hear it from you.
It's a very honest question, and thank you for asking the question. Here's what I would do, which is a very different exercise from a Google and a ChatGPT approach. I feel a lot of our innate personality was developed in the early years of our upbringing, our existence on Earth, and a lot of that is with our parents, our siblings, our school friends, and so on. And there were also, in my opinion, patterns around there which began to suggest what we could or could not do in life. We've unfortunately forgotten those patterns because somehow school and college happened and it kind of destroyed that or set us into a mold, and then corporate world took over, and then we suddenly aligned ourselves to a different regime or a different way of thinking, perhaps losing our original self. So what I would love is, imagine that you're writing your own biography around elements that you had no idea about. Like when you were 5, 6, 10, you have a fading memory of what it would have been to be that age and so on. So you actually sit down to interview your parents or your siblings or your school friends. And like, tell me of those times where I used to surprise you. You used to be amazed by this. You used to actually come up to me and say, did you do this? How did you do this? And those will begin to show you a pattern. And you'll be surprised that that pattern still exists. You're at work at Walmart, and there will be moments where you're like absolutely on top of your game, but there'll be moments where you have to almost drag yourself to do it. There'll be moments where nobody asks you to do anything, and yet you will show an initiative that will surprise you as well. And all of that will come back to some innate trait of yours that perhaps is not as visible at the surface. And that's your job. Because if you were to find that borderline trait of yours, it's very easy to extend it to anything. For example, I'm just giving you an example. If you figure that while growing up, you actually took or used to take a lot of risks, and you were this kid who was always like, no, let's go into the jungle and find out what there is. Or let's go and figure out something new that they've never done. Other kids were like, no, let's just play cricket. Like, why can't we do? And you were like, no, let's decide a new game or something like that. And you then realize that at Walmart, whenever you're part of a new project, something which doesn't have a very high degree of success built into it, there is a new side of you that emerges. It's uncanny. You can't explain it. It's almost like if you're given business as usual, you're like good at it. But if you're given this new task and said, you know what, the probability of success on this is 10%, but we're building this task force, this special team to see if it works. And India's like this lab where we build it perhaps for the entire world. And you are in it at a different level altogether. That is going to be a journey of discovery. And you then use that trait to find your next opportunities. It will be in a mega company such as this, the largest that the world has, and you'll still find pockets where there are massive developments of innovation, of risk building and so on. Or you may be like, no, you know what? My childhood told me that I'm this very nice, secure, comfortable person, loves to just do what I'm told to do and do a brilliant job at that. And you'll find yourself in a very different space. And that's the space you want to hunt for. Does that make sense? Awesome.
Thank you. That was good. I know we're almost running out of time,
yes,
but maybe one quick question, one last question. There are a few hands raised here. Short question.
And a short answer.
And hi, I'm Preetham from Expedia. I just want to know, in addition to that question, when you start something new, right, what is the first thing that comes in your mind? Like for me, the failure is the first thing that comes in my mind, and what image it will create if I fail, especially to my close one or the loved ones, not to the world, but to a close one. So how do you handle that, and how do you overcome when you're trying out something new?
That's a brilliant question. I think a wonderful question to end with. Please have a seat, Preetham. Preetham, you said, right?
Yes.
Yes. So, how many of you have watched 3 Idiots, the movie? Yeah, quite a few of you. Those who haven't, you're missing out on something, please do. My favorite scene in 3 Idiots is one that we all relate to as well. It's the scene between Farhan and Farhan Abba, right towards the end of it, where Abba nahi manenge comes to a point where finally Abba maan jate hain. But what I love is what truly happened in there. A lot of people think that Farhan in that scene asked permission from his dad to become a wildlife photographer, but that's not how I saw it. I saw Farhan tell his dad, Abba, मैं जानता हूँ कि अगर मैं ये फोटोग्राफर बन गया तो मेरे दोस्त मुझसे ज़्यादा कमाएंगे, मेरे पास वो बंगला नहीं होगा, गाड़ी नहीं होगी, ये कुछ नहीं होगा, लेकिन मैं खुश होऊंगा. And मैं चाहता हूँ कि मेरी खुशी में आप खुश हो. What he essentially did, he asked permission to fail from the person he thought would be most disappointed if he failed. I'll say this once more. He asked permission to fail from the person he thought would be most disappointed if he indeed failed. So your job is very easy, Preetham. And I'm so happy that you admitted it in front of everyone that your fear of failure, particularly letting down your closed ones, is the one that comes first to your mind when you're starting something new. That's, by the way, the fear of everyone, but we will very rarely admit it. So congratulations on that. Your job is now just one step away. Think of the person who you feel will be most disappointed if you fail. And the answer is not you. We think it's, oh, I'll be the most disappointed. Nah, bakwas answer. That's like the corporate answer to give. Nah. The right answer is there is somebody in there who you worry and fear will be disappointed if you fail. And the best thing you can do is today go to them and say, I need permission to fail. I need permission to fail because I don't know whether I'll succeed or not. I'm at this great company, Expedia. I want to join Walmart or be someplace else, whatever the case is. And I don't know whether I will or not. But what I need to know is even if I fail despite my best attempts, you'll still love me. You'll still support me. I'll still have you. And you will not think any lesser of me than you do today. And once you get that permission, which you will 100%, trust me, you'll be a different animal. You will have the courage of a lion inside of you, waiting to have the entire world come at you, and you'll be still strong and just stand in there. And that's what you want. Just the permission to fail in front of the person who you think you'll disappoint the most.
That was truly amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm sure all of us over here have so much to think about.
Thank you.
And I hope not to see any resignations on Monday. But
Applications. You think of applications.
Yes. Applications to Walmart. That is what we want. But at the worst case scenario, you have 1,000+ subscribers new to your channel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Ankur. This
Akif.
was
Thanks
amazing.
a lot. Pleasure. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ankur and Akhil. Samarth, I need a break to process all that. And who knows, I might find my purpose as well. All right, folks, we've covered a lot of ground so far, and we have a lot to think about. Now it's time for lunch break, and lunch will be served at L1. As you have lunch, make sure you don't miss our experience zone, career booth, and commercialization booth. And get to know Walmart more and network with your fellow tech enthusiasts.
And don't forget to continue sharing your thoughts and photos from Converge on Instagram and LinkedIn with the hashtag Converge@Walmart2023. Please gather here again in an hour. The lunch is at L1. We have many more interesting and insightful sessions lined up. Bon appetit.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
with a bang, blowing up on the next big day. Everybody want my shine. If you want a piece, better get in line. Ain't nobody do it like this. Go so hard, no, I just don't quit. I'm coming out with a bang, blowing up on the next big day.
We don't just have everything. We have your thing.
Ready? Go.
Over 60 years ago, Sam Walton disrupted the world of retail with the idea that deep discounts and rural markets could be bigger than the franchise model. Just a few years later, the first computer systems were integrated into our operations, digitizing sales and inventory records. The power of tech to power Walmart was realized. Innovation has always been in our DNA, and with each innovation, countless possibilities for additional innovations emerged. But as time went by and the pace of progress increased, the industry caught up. We needed to transform our business and the industry again. We brought in top tech talent, ensuring we had the right team in place to partner with the business and reimagine retail. We would use tech to further our customer and member obsession and strengthen our ability to power local businesses. The team analyzed current challenges, projected forward to address future needs, and created a blueprint for a modernized system. Then we set to building it. Our underlying infrastructure has been transformed. We're more resilient and agile thanks to advances in our multi-cloud environment. We took our U.S. grocery and general merchandise apps and created one seamless, efficient mobile customer experience. Then we took the same technology and rolled it out in Canada and Mexico. For our associates, we retired 25 legacy tools and created one new platform to house all resources in one convenient location, and so much more. With these critical infrastructure investments now behind us and new systems fully embedded across the business, today, our tech foundation matches the scale of our business ambitions. On top of the new infrastructure, we layered on intelligence for better decision-making. Keeping every home in stock begins with a supply chain that allows us to meet customer and member expectations and improve the associate experience. We're building automation into our distribution and fulfillment network, allowing us to flow millions of products through our facilities more consistently, leading to more predictable shipments and an easier unload process for our associates. And we're shrinking the time between the moment our customers realize they want something and the moment they get it. With a proprietary delivery solution that can reach rural and suburban areas, we're mobilizing a network of local drivers able to bring weekly staples right to customers' doorsteps. It's been so successful that we've commercialized this core technology, offering our innovations in fulfillment and delivery to businesses of all sizes around the country. We've built our business knowing success comes from exceeding expectations. Customers and members rely on us for their essentials, and they also want confidence, choice, and convenience. And by creating a global marketplace platform with a single seller experience that's easy for sellers to use, we're able to offer a wider selection of products. We're also offering choice in regard to how customers receive their purchases: in-store, curbside, at home. These are just a few ways we're enhancing experiences, and recent feedback is that we're now known for convenience almost as much as we're known for value. We've made the pivot to be strong on convenience in a digital and not just physical world. Our investments in things like our fulfillment network, associate tools, and e-commerce platform have set us up to continue to scale these critical capabilities globally. We're also innovating for a future of retail that's not here yet. We've identified the core technologies that will change the way consumers interact with businesses and brought them into and across Walmart. We are accelerating innovation by building for reuse, developing capabilities that can be easily composed into different experiences to meet specific needs and uniquely applied across the business segments at Walmart, Sam's, and in our markets. This significantly lowers costs and allows our teams to move fast and effectively. Our natural language understanding capability allows our customers to shop by voice and text, with text to shop. We've already repurposed this core technology for our support chatbots and Spanish language search. And with Flipkart, we continue to share best practices that advance both companies' language capabilities. We're also leaning into new technologies that have the potential to change the future of retail. As the world embraces social commerce, we've created a platform that allows social influencers to monetize shoppable products. The beta launch exceeded expectations, with significantly higher than expected interest from creators. And this is just the beginning. Today, no one is better equipped to lead the next wave of retail. We listened to our customers and members. We made big bets, and we built a runway for the future. Only Walmart has the infrastructure, influence, and scale to elevate and lead all aspects of retail. With each innovation, we'll uncover new ways to help our customers and members save money and live better. Together, we're redefining retail to deliver world-class commerce experiences.
I see it, and I like it, and I want it, yes I do. I need it to make me happy, oh baby, yes I do mean you.
Walking through the entire process of a case will help to see how efficient distribution centers can be with Symbotic, and the different configurations of adapter cells to include automated outbound, automated inbound, and floor-loaded inbound. Product that has arrived at the DC to be processed will be handled differently in the future with automation. And then, with the help of Symbotic, we will have two means to induct freight. The first being auto inbound, and the second being floor inbound. The second inbound adapter cell is known as floor load inbound, that enables us to take floor-loaded merchandise and directly induct this freight into the structure. FLIB cells can support not only how we receive merchandise today, but also how we will receive freight in the future through auto-receiving functionality. At the floor load inbound cell, cases are placed on a conveyor, which then proceed through a super tunnel, which automatically collects case data, information, and specific item attributes. The case is weighed as it passes through an inline scale. Then case dimensions are measured at the case inspection station. The case goes through a 5-sided barcode reader. The last steps are completed as the case goes through a hazard class and orientation arrow detection process. Full pallet quantities are processed through auto inbound, and floor loader merchandise is inducted into the system through floor loaded inbound. Through the entire inbound process, case attributes are included. Length, width, and height are stored and tracked to allow proper handling of the case by both robots and the autonomous bot fleet. Once inducted, the product proceeds to a product lift, which delivers them to the appropriate level of the structure to be picked up by a bot and stored for future needs. A bot is used to fulfill orders by picking items that will be palletized and shipped to stores. The cell uses 2 robots to precisely place cases onto a pallet by referencing stored data on the dimensions of each SKU that were captured during the inbound process. Symbotic uses complex pallet building algorithms to sequence and build cases for pallets that both provide stability and departmentalization. Vision technology and other dimension validations at outbound can detect potential out-of-sequence cases to ensure that our store customers receive their order on time and in full. Pallets are then wrapped and loaded onto trucks to head out to Walmart stores. Cases can be processed faster than ever and headed to our stores and customers sooner, exceeding everyone's expectations.
We're working with over 3,100 companies globally with the goal of preventing 1 billion tons of emissions by 2030, so we can all live better tomorrow.
The world of retail is changing. From the way you search for products to the way you try them, from the way you seamlessly shop to the way your product is delivered, the future of retail is being defined by tech. Tech that powers retail solutions to serve millions of customers, enables a connected retail value chain across the globe, and equips the largest retailer in the world to create epic impact. Impact that customers experience when they shop with us across markets and platforms. Delivery partners experience by finding limitless opportunities on the Spark Driver platform. Sellers experience in our marketplace through the Walmart Fulfillment Service. And we, associates of Walmart, experience by enabling people to save money and live better. With thousands of stores supporting millions of transactions, generating billions in revenue every day, the world's leading retailer still remains a disruptive startup at heart. Diverse minds, thoughts, creativity, focus, intelligence, and passion pushes us to reimagine, reinvent, and reshape retail. Of course, the world of retail is changing, but we aren't just keeping pace. We are rewriting the rules of retail by innovating at speed, discovering new experiences, building purposeful connections, using our scale and capability to stay ahead of change. Now, it's your turn to think. Do you want to be the one changing it? Walmart Global Tech, reimagining retail.
It's hard to put it into words. When I tried, life felt absurd. You left the roots of my soul. I tell myself not to lose control. I'll take it slow, but it's hard to do when you're a lion like me on a line like you. You got the hands that I wanna hold. You like the room to the house of my soul.
Okay, this is Walmart Global Tech, stage 1.
Walmart is crushing it right now. The tech we're working on is going to change the way people shop.
And we build technology that isn't just about making money, it's about making customers' lives easier, making sure that they save money so that they can live better.
Walmart is pushing the boundaries in technology.
It's really exciting. Even just one line of code can impact millions of people.
In a span of 2 years, I got promoted. I got my first scientific paper. I'm filing the first patent.
If you have an idea, it goes from idea to development and it's out the door.
I've had more than 20 launches in the past 1.5 years. And Walmart gave me that opportunity.
I feel Walmart is probably the largest startup in the world.
You will be on a production team from day one. You will be touching the source code that drives our biggest systems.
There are so many things happening, from drone deliveries to autonomous vehicle deliveries. It's the happening place.
Currently, I'm working on a project that mixes concepts from reinforcement learning, optimization, and natural language processing.
In Walmart, I've worked on 3D and immersive installations. I've also worked on some robotics and some connected devices.
You've got to think big, because everything you've done before is just going to be even bigger here.
What I love about working at Walmart, we're all together working on the same thing to make the world a better place.
A child gets Walmart groceries from the car. Elsewhere, a mom helps her son with homework.
If you shop at Walmart, you get it.
Kids do crafts.
You save on what you need.
A boy stores his piggy bank.
Without skimping on the things you love.
A family gathers for a meal.
You know how to spend a little less.
An older couple hold hands.
To get a little more. To make life a little better.
Walmart. Save money, live better.
As customers continue to change how they shop, Walmart is innovating with robotics and AI-powered systems throughout the supply chain to benefit both our customers and associates. In the grocery space, Walmart has collaborated with Vitron to create an automated warehouse design that has improved our supply chain capabilities. The automation equipment, coupled with Walmart's next-generation software system, Atlas, enables better processing speed, inventory precision, item assortment, pick accuracy, and quality, meaning customers have quicker access and better freshness on their favorite grocery items, from bananas to ice cream. Automation also creates new career opportunities for our Walmart associates by creating higher-paying, tech-enabled jobs. Let's take a look at some of this technology. As inbound loads from our suppliers arrive, pallets are identified, inspected for quality, and inducted into the automation system, which automatically updates inventory levels. As new products are introduced, associates capture their unique attributes like weight, dimensions, and packing type, which inform the automation of how to handle each individual case. Through a series of high-speed lifts and conveyors, pallets are transported into a dense automated storage structure that stretches nearly 80 feet tall. Throughout the day, pallets are brought to a depalletizing robot, where each case is placed on a tray with unique tracking information for reliability and traceability. Each case is strategically placed within the case storage system for maximum efficiency, like data in a hard drive. As customers shop in stores and online, our algorithms go to work, determining the sequence and placement of each case on a store-destined pallet, balancing store aisle location and pallet stability. Once the sequence is finalized, pallets are automatically shrink-wrapped for transport and sent to the outbound dock to be loaded on a trailer. Stores receive their daily deliveries of fresh product, sorted and ready to restock the shelves, removing the complexity from the back room of the stores and speeding up the availability of products to our customers. These automated grocery distribution centers are capable of processing more than twice the volume of a conventional DC. With this latest technology deployed, we are reinventing how our grocery supply chain can operate, helping deliver value for our customers and our associates.
When you work at Walmart Global Tech, your resume starts to look different. Proficient in writing scalable code becomes help distribute millions of vaccines seamlessly. Knowledge in AR becomes let millions of shoppers be their own model. Understanding of machine learning turns into helped reduce carbon emissions on online orders times millions. When you work for Walmart Global Tech, you're not just gaining tech experience, you're helping people. 230 million every week live better. Walmart Global Tech. Epic human impact starts here.
The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation and creativity on behalf of our customers. Ensuring availability on the items they're looking for at the right time and at the best possible cost have been our priorities. Today, we're building a new and different supply chain. It's becoming more automated, more connected, and increasingly intelligent. What does that mean exactly? Our supply chain of the future is about being better, not just bigger. First, we're putting data and software to work in a connected and increasingly intelligent way. We're using more data, machine learning, and more advanced algorithms to anticipate and place merchandise more effectively. Second, we're adding market fulfillment centers, many of which utilize automated storage and retrieval systems, bringing inventory closer to the customer and improving speed of delivery. Third, we're adding a last-mile delivery capability and buying thousands of electric vehicles. This connected, flexible network enabled by data and automation helps our customers by improving availability and serving them how they want to be served. It helps our associates by evolving physically demanding jobs into more fulfilling, higher-skilled jobs. Over time, we believe we'll have about the same or more associates in the company, performing a different combination of roles and a larger business overall. And automation helps our business because these systems increase productivity and help us manage costs to deliver a value for customers, continued sales growth, and a return for shareholders. The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation, and we're not slowing down.
Turn it up real loud. Bring the lights on down. If you wanna go, then honey, let's roll and we can pick it up right now. I'm coming out with a bang, going out on the next big day. Everybody want my shine. If you want a piece, better get in line. Ain't nobody do it like this. Go so hard, no, I just don't quit. I'm coming out with a bang, going out on the next big day.
We don't just have everything. We have your thing.
Ready? Go.
Over 60 years ago, Sam Walton disrupted the world of retail with the idea that deep discounts and rural markets could be bigger than the franchise model. Just a few years later, the first computer systems were integrated into our operations, digitizing sales and inventory records. The power of tech to power Walmart was realized. Innovation has always been in our DNA, and with each innovation, countless possibilities for additional innovations emerged. But as time went by and the pace of progress increased, the industry caught up. We needed to transform our business and the industry again. We brought in top tech talent, ensuring we had the right team in place to partner with the business and reimagine retail. We would use tech to further our customer and member obsession and strengthen our ability to power local businesses. The team analyzed current challenges, projected forward to address future needs, and created a blueprint for a modernized system. Then we set to building it. Our underlying infrastructure has been transformed. We're more resilient and agile thanks to advances in our multi-cloud environment. We took our U.S. grocery and general merchandise apps and created one seamless, efficient mobile customer experience. Then we took the same technology and rolled it out in Canada and Mexico. For our associates, we retired 25 legacy tools and created one new platform to house all resources in one convenient location, and so much more. With these critical infrastructure investments now behind us and new systems fully embedded across the business, today, our tech foundation matches the scale of our business ambitions. On top of the new infrastructure, we layered on intelligence for better decision-making. Keeping every home in stock begins with a supply chain that allows us to meet customer and member expectations and improve the associate experience. We're building automation into our distribution and fulfillment network, allowing us to flow millions of products through our facilities more consistently, leading to more predictable shipments and an easier unload process for our associates. And we're shrinking the time between the moment our customers realize they want something and the moment they get it. With a proprietary delivery solution that can reach rural and suburban areas, we're mobilizing a network of local drivers able to bring weekly staples right to customers' doorsteps. It's been so successful that we've commercialized this core technology, offering our innovations in fulfillment and delivery to businesses of all sizes around the country. We've built our business knowing success comes from exceeding expectations. Customers and members rely on us for their essentials, and they also want confidence, choice, and convenience. And by creating a global marketplace platform with a single seller experience that's easy for sellers to use, we're able to offer a wider selection of products. We're also offering choice in regard to how customers receive their purchases: in-store, curbside, at home. These are just a few ways we're enhancing experiences, and recent feedback is that we're now known for convenience almost as much as we're known for value. We've made the pivot to be strong on convenience in a digital and not just physical world. Our investments in things like our fulfillment network, associate tools, and e-commerce platform have set us up to continue to scale these critical capabilities globally. We're also innovating for a future of retail that's not here yet. We've identified the core technologies that will change the way consumers interact with businesses and brought them into and across Walmart. We are accelerating innovation by building for reuse, developing capabilities that can be easily composed into different experiences to meet specific needs and uniquely applied across the business segments at Walmart, Sam's, and in our markets. This significantly lowers costs and allows our teams to move fast and effectively. Our natural language understanding capability allows our customers to shop by voice and text, with text to shop. We've already repurposed this core technology for our support chatbots and Spanish language search. And with Flipkart, we continue to share best practices that advance both companies' language capabilities. We're also leaning into new technologies that have the potential to change the future of retail. As the world embraces social commerce, we've created a platform that allows social influencers to monetize shoppable products. The beta launch exceeded expectations, with significantly higher than expected interest from creators. And this is just the beginning. Today, no one is better equipped to lead the next wave of retail. We listened to our customers and members, we made big bets, and we built a runway for the future. Only Walmart has the infrastructure, influence, and scale to elevate and lead all aspects of retail. With each innovation, we'll uncover new ways to help our customers and members save money and live better. Together, we're redefining retail to deliver world-class commerce experiences.
I see it, and I like it, and I want it, yes I do. I need it to make me happy, oh baby, yes I do mean you.
Walking through the entire process of a case will help to see how efficient distribution centers can be with Symbotic, and the different configurations of adapter cells to include automated outbound, automated inbound, and floor-loaded inbound. Product that has arrived at the DC to be processed will be handled differently in the future with automation. And then, with the help of Symbotic, we will have two means to induct freight. The first being auto inbound, and the second being floor inbound. The second inbound adapter cell is known as floor load inbound, that enables us to take floor-loaded merchandise and directly induct this freight into the structure. FLIB cells can support not only how we receive merchandise today, but also how we will receive freight in the future through auto-receiving functionality. At the floor load inbound cell, cases are placed on a conveyor, which then proceed through a super tunnel, which automatically collects case data, information, and specific item attributes. The case is weighed as it passes through an inline scale. Then case dimensions are measured at the case inspection station. The case goes through a 5-sided barcode reader. The last steps are completed as the case goes through a hazard class and orientation arrow detection process. Full pallet quantities are processed through auto inbound, and floor loader merchandise is inducted into the system through floor loaded inbound. Through the entire inbound process, case attributes are included. Length, width, and height are stored and tracked to allow proper handling of the case by both robots and the autonomous bot fleet. Once inducted, the product proceeds to a product lift, which delivers them to the appropriate level of the structure to be picked up by a bot and stored for future needs. A bot is used to fulfill orders by picking items that will be palletized and shipped to stores. The cell uses 2 robots to precisely place cases onto a pallet by referencing stored data on the dimensions of each SKU that were captured during the inbound process. Symbotic uses complex pallet building algorithms to sequence and build cases for pallets that both provide stability and departmentalization. Vision technology and other dimension validations at outbound can detect potential out-of-sequence cases to ensure that our store customers receive their order on time and in full. Pallets are then wrapped and loaded onto trucks to head out to Walmart stores. Cases can be processed faster than ever and headed to our stores and customers sooner, exceeding everyone's expectations.
We're working with over 3,100 companies globally with the goal of preventing 1 billion tons of emissions by 2030, so we can all live better tomorrow.
The world of retail is changing. From the way you search for products to the way you try them, from the way you seamlessly shop to the way your product is delivered, the future of retail is being defined by tech. Tech that powers retail solutions to serve millions of customers, enables a connected retail value chain across the globe, and equips the largest retailer in the world to create epic impact. Impact that customers experience when they shop with us across markets and platforms. Delivery partners experience by finding limitless opportunities on the Spark Driver platform. Sellers experience in our marketplace through the Walmart Fulfillment Service. And we, associates of Walmart, experience by enabling people to save money and live better. With thousands of stores supporting millions of transactions, generating billions in revenue every day, the world's leading retailer still remains a disruptive startup at heart. Diverse minds, thoughts, creativity, focus, intelligence, and passion pushes us to reimagine, reinvent, and reshape retail. Of course, the world of retail is changing, but we aren't just keeping pace. We are rewriting the rules of retail by innovating at speed, discovering new experiences, building purposeful connections, using our scale and capability to stay ahead of change. Now, it's your turn to think. Do you want to be the one changing it? Walmart Global Tech, reimagining retail.
It's hard to put it into words. When I tried, life felt absurd. You lost the roots of my soul. I tell myself not to lose control. I'll take it slow, but it's hard to do when you're a lion like me on a line like you. You got the hands that I wanna hold. You like the room to the house of my soul.
Okay, this is Walmart Global Tech, stage 1.
Walmart is crushing it right now. The tech we're working on is going to change the way people shop.
And we build technology that isn't just about making money, it's about making customers' lives easier, making sure that they save money so that they can live better.
Walmart is pushing the boundaries in technology.
It's really exciting. Even just one line of code can impact millions of people.
In a span of 2 years, I got promoted. I got my first scientific paper. I'm filing the first patent.
If you have an idea, it goes from idea to development and it's out the door.
I've had more than 20 launches in the past 1.5 years. And Walmart gave me that opportunity.
And I feel Walmart is probably the largest startup in the world.
You will be on a production team from day one. You will be touching the source code that drives our biggest systems.
There are so many things happening, from drone deliveries to autonomous vehicle deliveries. It's the happening place.
Currently, I'm working on a project that mixes concepts from reinforcement learning, optimization, and natural language processing.
In Walmart, I've worked on 3D and immersive installations. I've also worked on some robotics and some connected devices.
You've got to think big, because everything you've done before is just going to be even bigger here.
What I love about working at Walmart, we're all together working on the same thing to make the world a better place.
A child gets Walmart groceries from the car. Elsewhere, a mom helps her son with homework.
If you shop at Walmart, you get it.
Kids do crafts.
You save on what you need
A boy stores his piggy bank.
without skimping on the things you love.
A family gathers for a meal.
You know how to spend a little less
An older couple hold hands.
to get a little more. To make life a little better.
Walmart. Save money, live better.
As customers continue to change how they shop, Walmart is innovating with robotics and AI-powered systems throughout the supply chain to benefit both our customers and associates. In the grocery space, Walmart has collaborated with Vitron to create an automated warehouse design that has improved our supply chain capabilities. The automation equipment, coupled with Walmart's next-generation software system, Atlas, enables better processing speed, inventory precision, item assortment, pick accuracy, and quality, meaning customers have quicker access and better freshness on their favorite grocery items, from bananas to ice cream. Automation also creates new career opportunities for our Walmart associates by creating higher-paying, tech-enabled jobs. Let's take a look at some of this technology. As inbound loads from our suppliers arrive, pallets are identified, inspected for quality, and inducted into the automation system, which automatically updates inventory levels. As new products are introduced, associates capture their unique attributes like weight, dimensions, and packing type, which inform the automation of how to handle each individual case. Through a series of high-speed lifts and conveyors, pallets are transported into a dense automated storage structure that stretches nearly 80 feet tall. Throughout the day, pallets are brought to a depalletizing robot, where each case is placed on a tray with unique tracking information for reliability and traceability. Each case is strategically placed within the case storage system for maximum efficiency, like data in a hard drive. As customers shop in stores and online, our algorithms go to work, determining the sequence and placement of each case on a store-destined pallet, balancing store aisle location and pallet stability. Once the sequence is finalized, pallets are automatically shrink-wrapped for transport and sent to the outbound dock to be loaded on a trailer. Stores receive their daily deliveries of fresh product, sorted and ready to restock the shelves, removing the complexity from the back room of the stores and speeding up the availability of products to our customers. These automated grocery distribution centers are capable of processing more than twice the volume of a conventional DC. With this latest technology deployed, we are reinventing how our grocery supply chain can operate, helping deliver value for our customers and our associates.
When you work at Walmart Global Tech, your resume starts to look different. Proficient in writing scalable code becomes help distribute millions of vaccines seamlessly. Knowledge in AR becomes let millions of shoppers be their own model. Understanding of machine learning turns into helped reduce carbon emissions on online orders times millions. When you work for Walmart Global Tech, you're not just gaining tech experience, you're helping people. 230 million every week live better. Walmart Global Tech. Epic human impact starts here.
The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation and creativity on behalf of our customers. Ensuring availability on the items they're looking for at the right time and at the best possible cost have been our priorities. Today, we're building a new and different supply chain. It's becoming more automated, more connected, and increasingly intelligent. What does that mean exactly? Our supply chain of the future is about being better, not just bigger. First, we're putting data and software to work in a connected and increasingly intelligent way. We're using more data, machine learning, and more advanced algorithms to anticipate and place merchandise more effectively. Second, we're adding market fulfillment centers, many of which utilize automated storage and retrieval systems, bringing inventory closer to the customer and improving speed of delivery. Third, we're adding a last-mile delivery capability and buying thousands of electric vehicles. This connected, flexible network enabled by data and automation helps our customers by improving availability and serving them how they want to be served. It helps our associates by evolving physically demanding jobs into more fulfilling, higher-skilled jobs. Over time, we believe we'll have about the same or more associates in the company, performing a different combination of roles and a larger business overall. And automation helps our business because these systems increase productivity and help us manage costs to deliver a value for customers, continued sales growth, and a return for shareholders. The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation, and we're not slowing down.
Turn it up real loud. Bring the lights on down. If you wanna go, then honey, let's roll and we can pick it up right now. I'm coming out with a bang, blowing up on the next big day. Everybody want my shine. If you want a piece, better get in line. Ain't nobody do it like this. Go so hard, no, I just don't quit. I'm coming out with a bang, blowing up on the next big day.
We don't just have everything. We have your thing.
Ready? Go.
Over 60 years ago, Sam Walton disrupted the world of retail with the idea that deep discounts and rural markets could be bigger than the franchise model. Just a few years later, the first computer systems were integrated into our operations, digitizing sales and inventory records. The power of tech to power Walmart was realized. Innovation has always been in our DNA, and with each innovation, countless possibilities for additional innovations emerged. But as time went by and the pace of progress increased, the industry caught up. We needed to transform our business and the industry again. We brought in top tech talent, ensuring we had the right team in place to partner with the business and reimagine retail. We would use tech to further our customer and member obsession and strengthen our ability to power local businesses. The team analyzed current challenges, projected forward to address future needs, and created a blueprint for a modernized system. Then we set to building it. Our underlying infrastructure has been transformed. We're more resilient and agile thanks to advances in our multi-cloud environment. We took our U.S. grocery and general merchandise apps and created one seamless, efficient mobile customer experience. Then we took the same technology and rolled it out in Canada and Mexico. For our associates, we retired 25 legacy tools and created one new platform to house all resources in one convenient location, and so much more. With these critical infrastructure investments now behind us and new systems fully embedded across the business, today, our tech foundation matches the scale of our business ambitions. On top of the new infrastructure, we layered on intelligence for better decision-making. Keeping every home in stock begins with a supply chain that allows us to meet customer and member expectations and improve the associate experience. We're building automation into our distribution and fulfillment network, allowing us to flow millions of products through our facilities more consistently, leading to more predictable shipments and an easier unload process for our associates. And we're shrinking the time between the moment our customers realize they want something and the moment they get it. With a proprietary delivery solution that can reach rural and suburban areas, we're mobilizing a network of local drivers able to bring weekly staples right to customers' doorsteps. It's been so successful that we've commercialized this core technology, offering our innovations in fulfillment and delivery to businesses of all sizes around the country. We've built our business knowing success comes from exceeding expectations. Customers and members rely on us for their essentials, and they also want confidence, choice, and convenience. And by creating a global marketplace platform with a single seller experience that's easy for sellers to use, we're able to offer a wider selection of products. We're also offering choice in regard to how customers receive their purchases: in-store, curbside, at home. These are just a few ways we're enhancing experiences, and recent feedback is that we're now known for convenience almost as much as we're known for value. We've made the pivot to be strong on convenience in a digital and not just physical world. Our investments in things like our fulfillment network, associate tools, and e-commerce platform have set us up to continue to scale these critical capabilities globally. We're also innovating for a future of retail that's not here yet. We've identified the core technologies that will change the way consumers interact with businesses and brought them into and across Walmart. We are accelerating innovation by building for reuse, developing capabilities that can be easily composed into different experiences to meet specific needs and uniquely applied across the business segments at Walmart, Sam's, and in our markets. This significantly lowers costs and allows our teams to move fast and effectively. Our natural language understanding capability allows our customers to shop by voice and text, with text to shop. We've already repurposed this core technology for our support chatbots and Spanish language search. And with Flipkart, we continue to share best practices that advance both companies' language capabilities. We're also leaning into new technologies that have the potential to change the future of retail. As the world embraces social commerce, we've created a platform that allows social influencers to monetize shoppable products. The beta launch exceeded expectations, with significantly higher than expected interest from creators. And this is just the beginning. Today, no one is better equipped to lead the next wave of retail. We listened to our customers and members, we made big bets, and we built a runway for the future. Only Walmart has the infrastructure, influence, and scale to elevate and lead all aspects of retail. With each innovation, we'll uncover new ways to help our customers and members save money and live better. Together, we're redefining retail to deliver world-class commerce experiences.
I said I see it, and I like it, and I want it, yes I do. I need it to make me happy, oh baby, yes I do mean you.
Walking through the entire process, efficient distribution centers can be with Symbotic, and the different configurations of adapter cells to include automated outbound, automated inbound, and floor-loaded inbound. Product that has arrived at the DC to be processed will be handled differently in the future with automation. And then, with the help of Symbotic, we will have two means to induct freight. The first being auto inbound, and the second being floor inbound. The second inbound adapter cell is known as floor load inbound, that enables us to take floor-loaded merchandise and directly induct this freight into the structure. FLIB cells can support not only how we receive merchandise today, but also how we will receive freight in the future through auto-receiving functionality. At the floor load inbound cell, cases are placed on a conveyor, which then proceed through a super tunnel, which automatically collects case data, information, and specific item attributes. The case is weighed as it passes through an inline scale. Then case dimensions are measured at the case inspection station. The case goes through a 5-sided barcode reader. The last steps are completed as the case goes through a hazard class and orientation arrow detection process. Full pallet quantities are processed through auto inbound, and floor loader merchandise is inducted into the system through floor loaded inbound. Through the entire inbound process, case attributes are included. Length, width, and height are stored and tracked to allow proper handling of the case by both robots and the autonomous bot fleet. Once inducted, the product proceeds to a product lift, which delivers them to the appropriate level of the structure to be picked up by a bot and stored for future needs. A bot is used to fulfill orders by picking items that will be palletized and shipped to stores. The cell uses 2 robots to precisely place cases onto a pallet by referencing stored data on the dimensions of each SKU that were captured during the inbound process. Symbotic uses complex pallet building algorithms to sequence and build cases for pallets that both provide stability and departmentalization. Vision technology and other dimension validations at outbound can detect potential out-of-sequence cases to ensure that our store customers receive their order on time and in full. Pallets are then wrapped and loaded onto trucks to head out to Walmart stores. Cases can be processed faster than ever and headed to our stores and customers sooner, exceeding everyone's expectations.
We're working with over 3,100 companies globally with the goal of preventing 1 billion tons of emissions by 2030, so we can all live better tomorrow.
The world of retail is changing. From the way you search for products to the way you try them, from the way you seamlessly shop to the way your product is delivered, the future of retail is being defined by tech. Tech that powers retail solutions to serve millions of customers, enables a connected retail value chain across the globe, and equips the largest retailer in the world to create epic impact. Impact that customers experience when they shop with us across markets and platforms. Delivery partners experience by finding limitless opportunities on the Spark Driver platform. Sellers experience in our marketplace through the Walmart fulfillment service. And we, associates of Walmart, experience by enabling people to save money and live better. With thousands of stores supporting millions of transactions, generating billions in revenue every day, the world's leading retailer still remains a disruptive startup at heart. Diverse minds, thoughts, creativity, focus, intelligence, and passion pushes us to reimagine, reinvent, and reshape retail. Of course, the world of retail is changing. But we aren't just keeping pace. We are rewriting the rules of retail by innovating at speed, discovering new experiences, building purposeful connections, using our scale and capability to stay ahead of change. Now, it's your turn to think. Do you want to be the one changing it? Walmart Global Tech, reimagining retail.
It's hard to put it into words. When I tried, life felt absurd. You left the roots of my soul. I tell myself not to lose control. I'll take it slow, but it's hard to do when you're a lion like me on a line like you. You got the hands that I wanna hold. You like the room to the house of my soul.
Okay, this is Walmart Global Tech, stage 1.
Walmart is crushing it right now. The tech we're working on is going to change the way people shop.
And we build technology that isn't just about making money, it's about making customers' lives easier, making sure that they save money so that they can live better.
Walmart is pushing the boundaries in technology.
It's really exciting. Even just one line of code can impact millions of people.
In a span of 2 years, I got promoted. I got my first scientific paper. I'm filing the first patent.
If you have an idea, it goes from idea to development and it's out the door.
I've had more than 20 launches in the past 1.5 years. And Walmart gave me that opportunity.
And I feel Walmart is probably the largest startup in the world.
You will be on a production team from day one. You will be touching the source code that drives our biggest systems.
There are so many things happening, from drone deliveries to autonomous vehicle deliveries. It's the happening place.
Currently, I'm working on a project that mixes concepts from reinforcement learning, optimization, and natural language processing.
In Walmart, I've worked on 3D and immersive installations. I've also worked on some robotics and some connected devices.
You've got to think big because everything you've done before is just going to be even bigger here.
What I love about working at Walmart, we're all together working on the same thing to make the world a better place.
A child gets Walmart groceries from the car. Elsewhere, a mom helps her son with homework.
Wow, that was such a beautiful performance. Suresh, I hope it woke you up from your food coma.
Absolutely. I hope audience also feel the same.
Isn't it amazing how aspects like music, art, enriches our day-to-day life and adds so much meaning?
Absolutely. I'm thrilled. Now what we need is some tech ideas to keep the energy going. What other topic than GenAI can do that, right? We heard a lot about GenAI since morning, but can it help understand our customer needs better? Can the companies understand the customer from different walks of life and help us to be more inclusive? And exactly that's what our next panel is going to explore, do that.
So let's welcome our panelist. I would like to invite Raghu Krishnananda, who is the Chief Product and Technology Officer at Myntra. Raghu, it's so good to have you here. Can we please give it away for Raghu? Following, we have Subram Natarajan, who's director at Google Cloud. And Amit Singhi, director at IBM Research. Welcome.
Raghu Krishnananda has over 25 years of experience in product development, building platforms and services on web and mobile in domains like e-commerce, consumer internet, and finance. His tech focus area include cloud platforms and machine learning. Welcome, sir. And Subram Natarajan is the Director of Customer Engineering for Google Cloud India. He leads a team of engineers and consultants who are focused on helping Indian organizations accelerate the digital transformation agenda. Thank you, Mr. Subram. Amit Singhi sets the strategy for research division in IBM India for driving forward-looking innovation that fuels growth for IBM's products and services. This includes foundational research in the areas of hybrid cloud, AI, quantum computing, cybersecurity, and sustainability. Welcome, sir.
I would also like to invite our moderator for this session, Tathagat Verma, who is fondly called by many TV. He is the TechOps leader at Walmart Global Tech. TV leads the next generation tech stack initiative across Walmart and is also responsible for the enterprise-wide data quality and engineering leadership metrics. Welcome, TV. Over to you.
Sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've been having a great day so far. And it's so good to see the room fill to the last row there. And I think it's only natural that we really sort of, as you were saying, Vishali, the food coma, and I think there's no topic better than GenAI to really make everyone sit up and take notice there. So I think it was a very strategic choice. Maybe we asked a GenAI to say, hey, what session should we schedule there in the afternoon? Probably did. Yeah, so I think that's really wonderful and glad to have you back after the lunch session there. I'm so privileged to have three eminent panelists here today afternoon and talk about how generative AI, or GenAI as it's being called, can really help from the customer experience point of view. How can we really deliver at scale? What are some of the opportunities that we have there? So we'll go through a range of broad questions around that. First of all, I have a question to everyone. How many of you have not heard of generative AI? Please don't raise your hand. Okay, I guess we probably have a very knowledgeable audience there, so we absolutely need to make sure that we are staying sharp with the game there. I can tell you that much, that none of the questions here have been generated by ChatGPT. They have all been curated by human beings, and all the answers will be given only by human experts there. So that's our promise here. But I think the key thing is, since last November, the whole generative AI and some of the key products that have come in the marketplace have completely changed our vocabulary. Nowhere in history have we seen that something that came literally jumped out of the research lab, crossed the street, and went across to become such a huge global social phenomena. And to the point that it's becoming a boardroom topic now. And this is really the whole generative AI and what it can do for us. So even the people who were lay people until some point in time are today talking about what generative AI can do for them or can do it to them. So I think this is something, and especially the seamless effort by which we seem to generate the human-like text or the human-like paintings or the human-like conversations really happening there. In fact, I have a secret that I am going to ask all my panelists. Is there some ghost inside the machine that's really writing it all, or is that really the logic that's happening there? So let's hope that our experts can really help with the answers there. And at Walmart, obviously, we are also interested in knowing what's really happening with the ChatGPT over there. From creating the realistic product images to enhancing supply chain efficiency, GenAI is really enabling businesses to streamline the operations, improve customer experiences, and drive innovation. Today, our distinguished guests will shed light on the transformative power of data when fueled by the generative AI there. Thank you for joining us, Raghu, Supram, and Amit. My first question to set the ball rolling would be to all the three of you, and maybe we can go in the order there. We are hearing a lot about Gen AI and the various technologies. People are talking about literally writing a book, or somebody can write a song, or probably somebody can paint something like a Picasso painting, and so on and so forth there. While these are all very interesting use cases, and these are no doubt breathtaking in and by itself, how mature do you think that technology is for the business adoption? How mature do you think that technology can really be used in building what I like to call as society-grade solutions there? So maybe we can start with you, Subram. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, good afternoon, TV, and everyone. Thanks for having me here. It's great to be here. Generative AI, as you rightly mentioned, is a buzzword everywhere, and it's one of the technologies that we saw coming to age beginning of the year. And before we even bat our eyelid, it's there in production. I've known customers who have talking about this just barely a month ago and getting into production soon after. So with that nascent technology, there is a fair bit of promise that it delivers, right? Which is the reason why we are seeing a lot of customers get into production. To answer your question on maturity, generative AI as a technology has been in the woodworks for quite a number of years, right? The early forms of AI you might have used in the type ahead or spell check or small things here and there. But when it started getting into the scope of generative AI that can get into the breadth of wide variety of sectors and deeper problems, that's when you needed the large language models, and the impact that it creates in the industry is far more than what just the tech can do. I'll cite two examples to kind of give you the impact of what we are seeing, right? Just last week, we had a marketing event, huge marketing event across 3 cities. And as part of the marketing event, we had dinner or lunch, depending on the time of the day we were having the event. And before the event, or before the walk up to the event day, the chefs actually consulted with the generative AI property of Google Cloud and started preparing the recipes based on that. So the recipes or the dishes that were laid out on the event day were all somewhat new, not run-of-the-mill dishes. So it changes the chef's life dramatically and profoundly. On the other end, you have the complex set of people who have, or complex problem that we deal with respect to transformation of industry itself. It could be as simple as, a data analyst wanting to really look at generative AI, assisting what he or she is trying to do, or anything that is to do with development of new business models. All of this come with certain amount of caution that we need to exercise. To your point on maturity, there is still hallucination. Nobody can deny that. Are there enough techniques and tools, wherewithals, to provide us enough guardrails to stay within what our corporate guidelines dictate us? That is the key. So you have, various techniques, whether it is RAG or, RLHF, the human in the middle, human reinforced learning. There is plenty of tools, techniques that are available today, which allows you to kind of still make the good use of generative AI. And therefore, I think in terms of maturity, yes, it is indeed right for you to get onto the platform and start making use of it. That is the only way we can differentiate between your peers. If you wait for it to become the level of maturity that we are waiting for, you will be left behind. And therefore, tread with caution, but at the same time, get into it. That would be my...
That's a very fair advice, that while there are issues there, but like any new technology, it's being evolved. And if you wait, then you can keep waiting forever. You might as well start playing around with that and see how it works for you and help it improve and make it more stronger there, right? Raghu, what's your thought on this?
Yeah, first of all, good afternoon, TV, and good afternoon, folks. Glad to be here, and also talking about this hot topic, which is the topic of the day or the topic of the year for sure. Yeah, so as Subram mentioned, generative AI is pretty powerful, very versatile. Lot of use cases, that we can use it for, and we'll talk about more of those, I guess, as we go along. And we've just started to scratch the surface, right? And even in the short period of time, we've seen, various models come out, things maturing at a pretty rapid pace. Even from the ChatGPT 3.5 to 4, the maturity of the model, or some of the others, like the Meta coming out, with their own model and so on and so forth. And this is only going to improve and get better, right? And again, as Subram said, so we shouldn't be really waiting for things to mature, and there's a lot that one can do, and use this intelligently with applying some guardrails, right? So some real problems with AI is bias in general, right? And with generative AI, I mean, other than bias, we also have hallucination. So there are various techniques that one can use to, you cannot eliminate this, but you can actually try and minimize the impact. How do you build better prompts, right? So make it more robust to provide, let's say, positive and negative, examples to, help reduce the hallucination. Or train these models with your own proprietary internal data, that will help reduce hallucination. And then there are newer techniques like RAG, right? So which again can help do this, where you are retrieving proprietary knowledge from your own knowledge base and use it in conjunction with LLMs, right? And then of course the good old reinforcement learning. Now you can bring it back and apply it to generative AI and through human creation. So a number of techniques that we can use to help minimize the impact, but something that we need to continue to do.
Great. Amit, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think great points from both of you. I completely agree. I think I would only add that I affirm that the technology is ready, right? The kernel of the technology, we can see it ourselves, right? The society is using ChatGPT and all of that. Question is whether businesses and organizations are ready. And that is where that bridge in terms of both the tools that allow you to use the thing at scale, and the other is organizationally, what we see with our clients within IBM, with enterprises, is that this technology is fundamentally so different from other things that have been used by businesses for digitization and decision support, that it needs the business to think holistically, both from a business model perspective, technology enablement perspective, legal perspective, governance, compliance, all of that. So I think that is where it is extremely important for organizations to jump in and define a pathway where they can get ready to use the technology.
No, I think it's a very interesting point, Amit, that you made. You actually turned the topic on its head by saying that technology is ready. It is we as businesses who may not be ready. And I think that's a very fresh perspective in my view, because a lot of times we really blame the new technology and say, hey, that is not really ready for a full-blown rollout, for example. And what I heard from you, Subram, is that, like, hey, there are things that can happen, but don't wait for eternity. Take the matter in your hands and kind of start jumping. And as you said, Raghu, there are a lot of techniques available there. So it's not to say that there is any free lunch. There is a set of challenges there, but then notwithstanding those challenges, there are a lot of ideas there that can help you mitigate some of the risks that are around that. So I think that's a very interesting perspective just to set the ball rolling. My next question will be to Raghu, it's in terms of how has Myntra been leveraging the GenAI? We have heard about some of the ideas that you guys have been putting into practice. Can you share some of those thoughts on what are some of the areas where you have seen interesting results happening by the application of GenAI?
Sure. Yeah, we see a lot of potential for this technology, and through various brainstorming exercises that we've had in the team, there is a slew of ideas, right, that have come up, right? And it's a question of how do you even prioritize and then go after which ones, right? So one of the first ones that we've...
Can that also be asked to GenAI in terms of, hey, can you prioritize and show us the way?
I wish it could do that.
Recursive loop in GenAI, right?
Yeah. One of the first features that we've launched using GenAI is something called My Fashion GPT. So this is to enable users to use natural language to search for products, right? So we have a vast array of products on Myntra, and how do you, make discovery easier for customers? And this is actually, believe it or not, came out of a hackathon idea, and then this was one of the winning hacks, and said, hey, this is really cool, and we should, take this forward. So this can handle questions like, okay, hey, I'm going to go on next week, suggest something for me to wear, right? And we use GenAI, which is in our case, ChatGPT, to actually do the query understanding and also get what kind of article types are relevant for this kind of a location or this kind of an event and so on. And then use those results to actually search our, our own, database and our own catalog, and then surface products which are relevant and related, right? So we present all of this. So one is, to use the technology for at its core, but then it has to make sense to the user and make it user-friendly. So how do we present all of these as collections to the user for them to be able to make an intelligent choice, right? So this is something that we launched a couple of months ago, and it's being and it's doing well. So we have about 2.5% of our users have adopted this feature. So we have about 18% of the users who are coming back, people who have used this feature coming back to use it. One of the goals we had in mind when we launched this feature is how do we promote cross-sell, right? So we have so many categories available on Myntra. How do we promote more categories? And actually we see that the propensity of users who use this to buy more than one category is much higher than platform, right? So it's actually working out quite well. And what we're pretty thrilled was in last earnings call, Doug actually called this out in the Walmart earnings call as one of the cool features that is out there. So we were actually, the team was pretty kicked about this.
Yeah, I mean, if Doug is talking about then obviously it's a big deal, right? I mean, you guys have done something really cool with the technology then.
Yep. And there's a lot of stuff that we still are planning to, right? Very soon, actually, I think Hari spoke about it, Jay spoke about it. Similarly, we are also launching conversational commerce. Okay. So this is again something will be a new paradigm. Will be very interesting. We have to see how users take to this, right? That is something that we'll be launching shortly. So a few more things, but then there are also internal facing automation and efficiency improvement initiatives that we're doing for our CC agents, right? Customer care agents. How do we make life easier for them? So when they start looking at a ticket, existing ticket, and if before they respond to a customer, they have to go through the entire chat history or ticket history, right? To understand the problem so that they can intelligently respond. What if we can easily summarize this for them, right? And then also do some sentiment analysis and so on. So this makes them to be able to respond to customers faster, which is good for customers, and of course it cuts down response time, which is
I think that's very interesting because a lot of times a product is the product is kind of a commodity in some sense, but the buying cycle, the pre-part of that and the post-part of it in terms of really that can actually kind of take the customers away from you. And what you described are great examples of how you can bring the customers closer to you and you can retain the customers if you can address their issues much quickly there. So some interesting points there. But moving ahead, my question to you, starting with you, Amit, and then to Subram is, we heard the outside-in perspective from Raghu in terms of how a company like Myntra is using them in actually connecting to the customers. You guys you represent that core technology in terms of how some of these, and Google and IBM have been both at the front end of really developing some of these technology. What are you hearing in terms of how some of your technologies that you develop are really being applied? What are the typical business cases where the applications are being used to solve some of the pain points there? So Amit, starting with you.
Yeah, so again, there's so many different use cases that I think we can use the entire month to keep listing them. But broadly, I would say it's companies looking to provide a better customer experience, whoever the customer might be throughout their journey. And I think Raghu gave some examples. Or to improve productivity, operational efficiency at different levels for various business processes in-house, right? These are the two broad categories. And some examples I would say, because we, from IBM perspective, work with larger enterprises. Some examples we see definitely natural language processing applied to things like customer care, HR systems, financial systems, sort of, conversational systems. That's a big area of focus. The second is around IT, looking at software engineering, software development, application maintenance, application modernization, especially given the last 20, 30 years of digitization. Most enterprises, even if they are not IT companies, are running IT companies in-house. So a big part of their business is actually IT. And applying these things to that is extremely attractive to them. We are seeing also other interesting things that we don't typically talk about when we talk generative AI. For example, time series data, right? If you look at Industry 4.0, humans manufacture a lot of things, and these are expensive assets, expensive processes. And the data there is not natural language. It is time series, sensor data, and noisy, and so on. So a lot of innovation happening around what does generative AI mean in that domain, what does a large language model mean in that domain, and then how do you apply it in that domain for the similar benefits of faster time to value and more generalizability. Other areas are geospatial data applied to climate, sustainability. Yeah, these are a few. I could go on, but I'll hand it to Subram.
Yeah. Thanks, Amit. So I think GenAI is so pervasive. It may help to really think from a more functional standpoint. It can help create, automate, discover, synthesize or synergize, or even say to Raghu's point, engage. Right? Imagine that you are a developer. If you are really wanting to create a code function or to clean up your code, you can create. Or if you are a media creator, from text, can you create a video? Can you create an image? So imagine that you have an assistant sitting by you all the time, doing your core part of some of your job, right? So that is the creation part. And then of course, there is a lot of automation workflow that you can integrate with, helping the productivity levels that are far higher than what it is today. We always had the discovery problem. So imagine having a Google search within your own organization. Imagine straddling between multiple silos of data, kind of searching what you want to know, the vital information, without even having to go through complex SQL queries and using natural language to query the data. Discovery can do that for you. Or if you are having multiple sets of data, complex contracts, legal documents, how do you synergize or how do you synthesize that into a succinct set of summary, for example? And then Raghu talked about the engagement part of it. So functionally, wherever these are available, these are required, you can go insert and start using generative AI. That is one perspective. And the second thing is about, we differentiated between how consumer-centric use cases are. Like for example, I use a Pixel phone, and I do not know how many of you use it. There is a magic eraser function that is their part of it. Or if you're using Lens, for example, there is again a image recognition part of it. All of this underneath is powered by GenAI, and writing an essay, writing a poem are all consumer-centric use cases. But the enterprises require a completely different set of needs. For example, they may ask questions, how do I know the data that I have is staying within my own premise and you're not using this data to train the model that I have? How do I know my IP stays within my own tenant? How do I know I am secure, I am accurate in the inferences that we are producing? How do I know that cost is controlled in an optimal way that is suitable for my organization? These are larger level questions that people start asking, and therefore that is where the confluence of cloud and GenAI comes into play, because cloud actually had solved these problems effectively. So naturally, when you bring cloud and GenAI together, you have that 1 + 1 = 3 advantage.
It's interesting that you actually made the reference to the cloud as sort of the underlying computing paradigm that we are using it. So my next question would actually be just latching on to the last thing that you talked about. How you are seeing, for example, there might be applications that might be requiring an embedded AI or a kind of a disembodied AI, for example, that do not require a that have to work standalone, for example, there. While cloud is a preferred mechanism today for delivering the AI capabilities, how do you see the evolution of that really happening, or how do you see cloud also playing a role in some of the disembodied AI or some of the isolated end node kind of a things there?
Yeah, I think, again, a two-part answer to that, TV. First is, of course, there is no doubt that in order to train a model, you require a fair bit of compute power. Optimizing that, cloud provides a platform, therefore training, it's a no-brainer to go to cloud and start really looking at different types of, form factors that is available, whether it is GPU or CPU or whatever. Now, once you have done and you have created, by means of fine-tuning or other techniques, that you have a leaner model, putting this into a non-cloud environment, such as your mobile phone, is still possible. Today, when we talk about end-use models, end-user type of models, many of them already use it. So it's already in action. So we will see more and more of this proliferating. Creating model itself is going to be highly commoditized. Therefore, creating the domain-specific models or leaner models will become the norm of the day.
So what you're saying is, while cloud might still be needed for us to really have the large compute and the storage and other functions, it's possible to actually have the end outcome of the machine learning or the GenAI part of it sitting inside your phone in your pocket and helping you as you are kind of moving around in life or going on the street, and you don't have the access to the cloud. But a common person can still have the access to the same capabilities.
Absolutely, depending on the use cases, yes.
By and large, yes.
Yeah, by and large.
Yeah. Amit, what are your thoughts on really having cloud as it's a very disruptive force. A lot of generative AI capabilities are piggybacking on the cloud. What are your thoughts in terms of coexistence or co-evolution of some of these?
Yeah, I think the relationship is very intertwined, right? And picking up on what Subram said, if you look at the life cycle of these generative AI or large language models, right, there's a big training phase where you train the base model. There's some kind of tuning phase where you kind of tune it or adapt it to a particular domain or task. And then there's the inferencing phase, right, where you're just giving inputs and getting outputs. And when we look at enterprises like banks or even retailers and so on, they have so much data in-house that they are not comfortable putting it even into a public cloud environment often. And they have their own private clouds, they have their own data centers, they might have VPCs in public clouds, whatever, right? They have these secure, compliant environments that they are comfortable with. That's where the data is. And so generative AI is challenging cloud computing to bring these phases of its life cycle to the data. And it's also driving tremendous innovation, and actually cloud is coming to the rescue to enable this. I'll give you an example, right? When you use a training stack or an inferencing stack, there are these libraries like PyTorch and Hugging Face and so on, right? And cloud technologies like containers, once you package it in there, it allows a kind of portability to the first, that wouldn't have been possible without container technology, or would have been harder to achieve. And because of that, you can actually take your stack and put it anywhere you want, in theory, right? So when the data is amenable to public domain or to putting in a public cloud, you can have it there and get hundreds of GPUs for a month and run your training jobs. But when it's not amenable and it needs to be in your private environment, the same stack on container technology can be put on your environment, close to your data. You can do your tuning, training, whatever you want. And the same for inferencing. So this is where the hybrid cloud technologies with containers, with multi-cloud computing, with secure and compliant computing is all really getting challenged and is providing the ability for generative AI to be scaled within businesses.
So what I hear you say is that as the technology is evolving, it's actually riding on a very, even though it's been disruptive in the past, but very stable and growing cloud-based and ecosystem. So it's kind of makes it possible for all kind of configurations to really have it deployed in the field there.
That's right. And I should just mention open source is such a strong driver for both of these. It's external to our current discussion, but it is so intertwined into Gen AI and cloud. A lot of these innovations and standardizations happen because of the open source communities where all these companies are also involved.
That also allows us to really reach out to much larger virtual community across the globe because there are a lot of people experimenting and people can contribute their ideas back there. Cool. I have a question for you, Raghu. Today is Engineers Day. I'm going to put you in a spot. Did we make a mistake in becoming an engineer or should we have gone to MA English? Because now it seems like being able to formulate the queries in proper English is a skill that's emerging fast, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Prompt engineering.
When Subram was talking about SQL queries, and I was just thinking, okay, are people actually going to say join or like drop the table or something, or they'll just write in plain English there? So what's your thought on that?
Yeah, I mean, the GenAI has really democratized AI, in many areas, right? So certainly, as you said, so if you know good English, if you can write good English,
so if you did not pick up your Wren and Martin properly, then it might give you some wrong results, right?
That's true. So yeah, so I mean, jokes apart, yes, I think there are certain areas where this has certainly helped democratize AI, right? So even the example I gave you about Fashion GPT, this was not done by data scientists in our team. It was actually done by engineers, right? So developed by engineers. So for these kind of tasks where you're actually using a commercially available LLM and then, just using that APIs from there and then, building an experience around it, is if that is what you want to do, so then actually, it makes things easier. You don't even need data scientists for that. Like, and just a short while ago, you needed that kind of a skill set, right? But then, that is not where the world ends, right? So there's a lot of, complex use cases, that we can look at and which will be interesting and provide a lot more value. These will involve actually training these models in-house, right? So, and on your proprietary data and so on. And by nature, large language models are large, right? So they do not fit, on one GPU, right? So then what do you do? How do you then deploy this across, multiple GPUs? So this brings in a lot more, its own set of problems and complexities. Even for training, for inferencing, what if there are stragglers, what if a node goes down? It can get pretty complex pretty quickly. So you definitely still need good data scientists and
need
ML
even
engineers.
More stronger engineering skills. We need even more stronger data science skills. And of course, we need much better skills in writing plain English.
Yes, both.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are almost coming to the end of the time now. I do want to keep open it for a few questions in case we have. So we'll probably be able to take a couple of questions. I see two hands, so we'll probably go with that. Can you please ask your question, a short and sweet format, please? Thank you. Do we have a microphone? Please keep it short. Thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul Veer. I work primarily with the cybersecurity space. So any thoughts in terms of where is it going, in which direction? How are you visualizing in terms of amalgamation of all of this AI and data science? And someone said about the open source community, which is going to contribute significantly in terms of that. And because it is being open source, it is also open for a lot of malicious actors. So we see a lot of vulnerabilities, risks being discovered and disclosed day in and day out. So what are your thoughts on, in terms of how or where we land up in the future?
So if I understand right, you're talking about cyber security?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll take a crack at it if you allow me, please. So the general purpose models, when you start, training them for specific domains such as cyber security, are, lo and behold, are very good at it, right? So for example, one of the large language model called PaLM, you might have heard about it, or PaLM 2 is what it is. And in the open domain, in terms of the cyber security or threats and handling threats and threat management, detection, etc., there is plethora of data available, whether it is from logging or from understanding the information or threat information, handling it. So what we did is took that PaLM model and let it loose in terms of training on those security model, and out came SecPaLM. So this is a model that is specifically tuned and geared to handle all kinds of security affairs. Imagine yourself as a SecOps person having this tool, a GenAI SecPaLM tool available to you. It is going to tell you out of the 10,000 threats that is going on in your organization right now, which are the two that you need to pay attention to, and what is the likely course of action that you want to take. So this is going to be the norm of the day. You will always have a buddy with you as part of your SecOps, as part of your cyber security operations, helping you kind of march through this. And a similar observation is also on the medical area. So there is a MedPaLM that is available. But the answer to your question is, GenAI's sweet spot is exactly what you just mentioned. And we are going to see further evolution on this as well.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I think another aspect of your question was these models might be open to attacks because they're in the open, right? So that's completely right, and just like for the software supply chain, you use open source software, right? And there's a whole industry and community around capturing vulnerabilities and kind of managing that. The similar thing is evolving even for models around the supply chain and the bill of materials that goes into the models, the data that goes in, signing of the models, the weights, and when enterprises want to be even more secure, they will not use the open source models. That's where they will use models from trusted sources, either in-house trained models or vendors who stand by and provide certain guarantees. So you'll see a menu of different options, just like for software, same kind of things for models.
So what you're saying is just like how the automobile revolution happened. First came the cars, then probably the brakes, then came the seat belts, then came the airbags. But then as we started exploring how the things would unfold, things kept coming up and made the life easier and safer for everybody. Probably we'll have enough evolution of those tools also happening over there. Actually, we are running out of time, so I'll not be able to take another question. I'm really sorry about it. Grab us in the hallway, and we'll be happy to answer any questions. Just to wrap up the points that we heard, I think the key point that from my point of view is that while the technology is still raw, it's kind of maturing very fast and it's already available, and it's a worthy candidate for you to consider for solving some of your pesky business problems, for example. Yes, there might be issues around security or vulnerabilities, but there are enough tools, as Subram talked about some of them and Amit alluded to that. There is enough available, but I guess the trick would be to start playing out with that so that you get into the comfort zone of what's really working for you for your given use case there. As we heard from Raghu, there are enough use cases that are already there in the business context that can help solve the problem there. I just want to wrap up the session by just sharing something that's a very surreal kind of an experience personally for me. So when I joined my master's in computer science back in January '89, there were two of us and we were told about writing a program in Fortran, and there was a standard problem as it used to be in the classroom of write a program to convert temperature in centigrade to Fahrenheit and back, right? So we were just told that, I think it used to be Edlin, the line editor that used to be there back in the MS-DOS days. And there were two of us, and my buddy, he just actually exactly copied the same prompt statement that was there, wrote it there in the comments, saved the file, and said compile. And he was waiting for something to happen. So I told him, my friend, you are little ahead of my time. And little did I know my words were going to be so prophetic. I think the time has come now that you can actually say, write a program for me to convert centigrade to Fahrenheit and back, and probably the generative AI is going to give you the solution there. What a time it's been there, and I think it's such a wonderful opportunity for all of us to explore this whole evolving phenomena known as generative AI. With that, please join me in giving a big hand to our panelists, Subram, Raghu, and Amit. It's been a pleasure talking to them. Thank you for sparing your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Panal, for such an engaging and insightful discussion. GenAI does feel quite disruptive and pervasive at the same time, isn't it? I think having ethical and sustainable boundaries is going to be the key.
Well, I agree, Suresh. It's amazing how GenAI or technologies as such will help in all facets of our being, whether it's creating, assisting, discovering, engaging, synthesizing. You know what, Suresh, being new to Bangalore, I also think how technology can make my drive, which is under 3 kilometers from home to work, in less than an hour. My friends tell me I'm hallucinating. But being a technology AI enthusiast, I am sure deep tech, such as robotics, photonics, electronics, whatever you call it, will have a deep impact in our lives.
Precisely, Vaishali. Our next panel will make sure that you're not hallucinating, right? They're going to explore deep tech and help and talk about how business can innovate, grow, and make an impact. So please join me in inviting the panelists on stage. Ravikiran Annaswamy, co-founder and CEO, Numacity. And Dr. Fatima Benazir, co-founder and chief scientific officer, Azuka Labs.
Ravikiran Annaswamy works on clean mobility and is contributing to accelerating electric mobility in India and the global markets. His strategy is to use IoT and deep learning to accelerate adoption of electric vehicles and innovate through new business models of energy as a service. Welcome, sir. Dr. Fatima Benazir is the Chief Scientific Officer and co-founder at Azuka Labs. She's a scientist at heart and works actively in the lab developing new products, including the molecular transport medium for COVID-19 sample collection. Welcome, Fatima, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am. I would now like to welcome our moderator, Mrinal Chatterjee, Vice President Engineering, Walmart Global Tech. Mrinal is passionate about transforming Walmart marketplace business to deliver best-in-class customer experience by enabling sellers to thrive at Walmart. Over to you, Mrinal. Thank you, Mrinal.
Thank you, Suresh. Thank you, Vaishali. We just had a fantastic conversation about GenAI. It was so immersive. I was asking myself the question, like, can it go on for 10 more minutes? So anyway, thank you very much for making your time. Really appreciate you guys coming here. Good to see some of the great faces, some of the known people. Thank you, Fatima. Thank you, Ravi, for making the time. So just to set some context, deep tech has made a remarkable impact in India. The innovation that it has driven, it has shaped many industries, it has modernized many industries, and it's continuing to transform the way the businesses move forward. With me today we have some visionary founders from very, very different segment than Walmart, where we are typically focused in retail. So Fatima and Ravi, again, thank you very much for coming. Your industries are very different, from electric mobility and biotech. So Fatima, I'm going to start with you first. So Fatima, the first question is about, if you can help remove the misconception of the deep tech and debunk any of the myths that are there around it.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon all. Probably you all must be wondering I'm an outcast here because I'm not part of all the conversations you've been hearing about. But believe me, one of the greatest misconceptions about deep tech is that deep tech is AI, ML, or flying drones, or space tech, which all people think is the coolest technology out there. But believe me, the most sophisticated and coolest technology out there is your own body. And biotechnology does manipulations in your bodies to cure diseases and to get you out of problems, which is much more complicated and cooler than the deep tech that you see out there, because your body is a very integrated system. And this is a common misconception that I've always faced through this journey. In fact, we've been refused in a lot of applications because biotechnology is not considered to be part of deep tech, unless and until you're doing something with softwares or ALMI or ML or otherwise a drone technology. They think you are not doing any cool stuff. So probably that's the misconception that we commonly face.
Awesome. Thank you, Fatima. Ravi, your point of view on that.
Yeah. Thanks, Mrinal. We are in the retail business of retailing energy for electric vehicles. So we don't, though we are not in the same business, but we do something very similar. Some of the myths is more of my learning over the last decade or so. A lot of people think deep tech means I need to, it's very hard, and most deep tech startups fail. I think that's the first myth everybody has. And second is, if you are into a deep tech startup, you need to have a strong IP or something which you have done beforehand, and only then you succeed. I think these are things which I hear all the time. On the first one, most of the deep tech startups fail because they don't find a product market fit. They don't know, they have the tech, but they don't know what they're solving. They don't know the customer problem. So that's where it fails. So our learning all these years has been, we don't talk deep tech, any of those terms. We look at customer, we empathize with him, and we try to find out, am I solving the right thing? And is he willing to pay me? And if that is in place, then what tech you use, usually they don't care. They are willing to pay you the money and make you successful as long as you solve the problem. So that's the biggest learning. So we stopped using tech, we stopped using words. We actually go behind, empathize with the customer, solve his problem. And if it needs something to be done, we do it. If we don't need it, we don't need to do it. I think that's the first learning I have from my own journey. And second is that you need to have a strong IP before you start anything. I think that's another thing which I found it other way around, counterintuitive for me, that we went into understanding saying, how deep is my understanding of the problem space? I think that's where we went into, saying it's not about my deep tech in my company or in my products. Do I have a deeper understanding of the problem space? If I have it, then I know what technologies to use, and then I know how to solve it. I think these are two things which I always keep it in my mind, whatever we do, saying don't talk tech, and second is understand the problem as deep as possible. That's your deep tech, then actually trying to put a technology into it.
Wow, fascinating. Both of you. It's interesting to see that, let's not put deep tech in the front and the center of the conversation. Put the customer in the center. Understand, your example about your body being the most amazing machine. So I'll start with you again, Fatima. Let's talk about, Azuka. Let's talk about strategies behind building and scaling deep tech company, especially in your industry, which is so different. So please.
Yeah, I think that's been quite of a journey for us, especially in the biotech space or in the health tech space. Personally, for me, having been transitioned from being a hardcore academic scientist to business, I think it's been quite a lot of challenges that we've faced. But the biggest challenge that you usually face in this domain is that's the time the product takes to get from the lab to the market, right? Most of the time, the benchmark out there is around 15 to 20 years by the time a product is conceived, developed, and then undergoes all the trials and then reaches the market. It takes 15 to 20 years, and which is quite a lot of time. So for Azuka, I think strategically we had some good strategies up. We scoped the market in the beginning itself, and we identified that for us, the major segments are going to be the research use segment and the diagnostic segment. So we had taken a conscious call that we will get into the research use segment first, because we didn't require a lot of certifications and regulatory compliances for that, and then we will move into the diagnostic segment. So this was one decision that really helped us take our products from the lab to the market in less than 5 years' time. So, and that is quite a feat in this domain, and that conscious decision, and the market scoping really did help us. So that was one. And the second other different thing that we did probably is we developed the products along with our future customers, right? Which usually in our domain people don't do. For me, luckily, probably because my co-founder is not from a biotech domain and he comes from with a different perspective. So he probably educated me on the importance of talking to customers from day one. Otherwise, you know, scientists or biologists like me, usually we want to try out and develop the entire product in the lab. We want to be sure, we want to do 1,000+ iterations, only after which we start talking about it. That's what a typical scientist would do, but because of that, what we started doing was while we were developing our products, we started giving out samples to customers. So we were incubated in IISc at that point in time, home ground for us, so we started distributing samples there, and it actually helped us identify a lot of problems about device incompatibility, reproducibility issues, and so on. So it really helped in reducing the life cycle of the product development. I think these two things really helped us build the product much faster and also to scale, because we require regulatory compliances. So we went out into the market with our MVPs. We took an MVP approach and went into the market with our MVPs, and now we have quite 100+ customers in India and planning to scale up globally as well.
Wow. Fatima, it's not a different problem in retail tech or other places where we also try to build the perfect solution before we go out. But something very, very fascinating, even in a complex domain like yours, you talked about bringing your customer along in terms of building the solution and not just building it in the vacuum and then looking to a market fit, which Ravi, you talked about just a little bit earlier. So Ravi, coming to you on Numosity, please talk about your journey.
Sure. EV as an electric mobility 6 to 7 years back was a topic India was very keen on, and I think we had a lot of policies, a lot of discussions going on in terms of how do we bring it in, how do we get the transformation in the next decade or so, that is by 2030. I think that's the stated policy, stated goals. When one started doing it, I think everybody were looking at US and China and European markets, and we were trying to borrow a lot of learnings from there to see if we can do it here in India. But when we started way back in 2017. First thing we realized that Indian market is very different from the rest of the world. I'm not saying we are very different, but there are a lot of things which are different in India. I mean, simplest of those is the market composition. I mean, we are a two-wheeler market predominantly, 80 to 85%, whereas the rest of the market is very car-driven, so the dynamics are very different. So when we started, we also realized that it's an ecosystem play. It's not one industry which is going to drive this whole transformation. We have automotive industry, we have utility, which has been there for 100 years or so on. They have to change to make sure you fuel the electric vehicles. You need telecom industry to be in place because all of them are connected now. If you cannot make things talk to each other, nothing will work. And you need a new layer of software looking at data to make everything work. So it was kind of bringing 4 different industries together, and for us, as a startup, we weren't sure where do we fit in, because each of the industry had already existing players in a bigger way. We realized that there was nobody connecting all the 4 of them. That's where the problem space was, and we said we are going to be very focused on connecting all 4 of them because they don't talk to each other. And how do we make sure these work, and out of that we create a value for them. And that's how the genesis was, and that's how we started. And we stuck to the business of retailing energy. We said we will only do that, we don't do anything else. And there we have usually 3 buckets. Where is the energy coming from the utility? How do you optimize it? How do you give the energy to the EV? That's where the transaction point is. That is where the retail point is. And how do you consume the energy once the energy is in the battery? How does the vehicle consume? Requires a lot of automobile understanding. So utility, automobile, and retail. I think that's where we realized it's actually cutting across 3 of them. And I go with what she was also saying. In the early days, we also realized that co-creating with a larger player is an easier way to validate what we are talking. We didn't build it with them. We used corporate incubators to do what we were talking along with a larger player and get a validation. We happened to be part of Bosch very early on. We built one of the first battery swappable system. It gave us a lot of insights on what it means to take it to market, to build something new, totally new, and try to take it to. Then we ended up working with ABB globally as on the charging side, trying to understand how to bring that to India. Then we worked with Microsoft on the cloud technologies to see how do we do it. As we did this parallelly, we started to create the market. We started to see the demand coming up, and that's where our products came out. And so when we really built it, we built it with a very thorough understanding of from larger players, at the same time understanding what the market needs. So it was actually during COVID, everybody said the market will go down. Actually, we grew during the COVID period. All our business happened during the lockdown, and we grew from 0 to some numbers very quickly during the lockdown. And I think that was a great learning for us, that if you have done all your building blocks and don't try to build everything at the same time, build what you know exactly what you need to build, keep that focus. And we built the battery swappable systems. We built the first set of charging system which works in India, and it has scaled fantastically over the last 4 years.
Wow, fascinating, Ravi. It's interesting to see that, understanding the problem domain that you're in rather than just going after the technology for the sake of it. Yes, EV is a large and a complex network with so many established players. And I like how you describe it. You're in the business of retailing energy. That's very fascinating. I'll come to Ravi, continuing with you. EV is still a very nascent industry in India. I mean, there is still a lot of speculation about, charging points. We were having a similar conversation at lunch today. Being in so early in this industry, could you talk about some of the challenges that you guys faced, and then how did technology play a role in terms of help overcoming those challenges?
Sure. I think EV brought out a totally different way of charging your vehicle or fueling your vehicle. In India, we are always used to going to a fuel pump and somebody else does the work for you, and you fill your vehicle and you go out. With charging systems from day one, we have ensured that it is unmanned. That is, there is nobody who's going to help you to charge your vehicle, but in public charging stations, when I mean this. So we had to build a technology which is very simple, very intuitive, and doesn't talk technology at all, so that the user, the driver who comes to these charging stations can make it very effortlessly, use it, pay, and move on. I think this has been quite a bit of learning over the last 4 years, because as the numbers have increased, we have seen a consumer behavior pattern change from not knowing how to plug in a charger and to fraud where you just press the emergency button and walk away. Now people have come to a stage where they exactly know what needs to be done, and they can even make their own quick UPI payments and move on, do a charging in a very quick way. So market also demanded that make it as easy as possible. We have made the discovery methods very easy. We have ensured the payment methods very easy. Having a mobile phone, not having a mobile phone. I think now there are multiple ways where you can go and interact with this hardware, piece of hardware, which could be very big equipment and you don't know how to use it, but people are using it. So that we see it as a success, because we made technology so easy for everybody on the road, whether it's a taxi driver to a very expensive car charging on the road, all of them use the same equipment with a very easy means. So I think that's something which we like, and we also saw that it worked very well. And just to remove a little bit of misconception that India has a long way to go to EV adoption, there is sufficient charging stations coming up from a range anxiety. India is already on the path of growth. I mean, if you see the numbers this year, we have a fantastic growth of a hockey stick in the EV segment, both with two-wheelers and cars. So I think by 2030, I think there are 2 milestones. You will see quite a bit of two-wheeler market and the cars turning EV. At the same time, you will see a lot of infrastructure coming up at existing petrol pumps, and you will find charging stations everywhere, including hotels, parking lots, everywhere. So I think it's a good phase to be in. I think it's the growth phase. So we will see how the market shapes up.
Wow, thank you, Ravi. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, transforming how people fuel their vehicle, all the way from somebody helping them to they have to do it themselves. And the effort that your company is putting together is definitely a testament. I see so many EV vehicles on the road, kind of thing, including the grocery delivery and things like that, which are extremely low-tech users. So it's really commendable what you guys have done. Fatima, I'll switch gears to you. COVID was very challenging for all of us. So could you talk about how COVID has recharged Azuka and what your team had to pivot during that time?
That's an interesting one. Probably like how Ravi said, like any other deep tech startup, right? We started as an IP-focused company or an R&D-focused company. So we were creating products, having intellectual property and stuff. But when COVID actually hit us, right, having been in this space for quite some time, and I think we were quite early to the market while our products were focused on molecular diagnostics. So before COVID, the penetration of molecular diagnostics in India was around 12%. And I think COVID has pushed the envelope where now the ecosystem is now developing in terms of molecular diagnostics. Otherwise, we were totally dependent on conventional diagnostic methods like ELISA and other things, right? So one disadvantage with these types of methods is that it takes a longer time for you to detect the disease, whereas molecular diagnostics like the RT-PCR test, I'm sure everybody is familiar with, you can detect any disease within 24 hours after catching the infection. So it's very precise and accurate to the extent that we can figure out how many copies of the virus your body has. So that's what this test actually does. So we've been talking about molecular diagnostics and PCR from 2015, and people couldn't understand us or even relate to what we were doing. And COVID actually really helped Azuka in growing in a way, right? So we changed our focus from a IP-focused company to a product-focused company because we wanted to be a solution provider for the crisis. So we became part of the Indian Institute of Sciences COVID crisis team. And SID actually, ISC helped us to identify a problem, which was the sample collection system problem itself. We didn't realize before that molecular grade sample collection itself was a problem in India. And not only in India, we realize now that it's a big problem in all LMIC countries because we have a very fragmented and a broken cold chain network. So during the crisis, it was chaos. Believe me, when we visited a lot of hospitals like Victoria, it was absolute chaos because one, we didn't have the infrastructure. Second, the quality of the samples that were received in the testing centers were compromised, so which resulted in a lot of false results, which was very detrimental, right? So what we did was we quickly understood this problem, and we figured out that we were storing our own DNA and RNA because we've been working with this for quite some time in our own solutions. So we quickly repurposed what we were using in-house as a molecular transport medium for COVID-19 sample collection. So we scaled up, we got the ICMR approvals within 30 days time, which was phenomenal. And when we did this, we didn't even have a manufacturing unit. So we were still incubated in SID. And so SID ISC, that's the innovation cell of ISC. So they helped us identify a manufacturing place which we actually acquired. And then we scaled up from 0 to 1 million units within 3 months' time. So that's the kind of thing. And we deployed more than 1 million units within that year's time, so for which we did receive a lot of recognition and awards from the government of India. So I think what this COVID did was it actually helped us graduate from being an IP based company from a paper tiger to a real company manufacturing products and touching real lives. And so now we are a genomics consumable vendor. So you may ask me what after COVID, now COVID is no more, so COVID has tanked. So what we understood was the learnings from our customers was that sample collection in perennial disease markets like cancer, neonatal testing is still a problem in India, and India does not have this solution and is importing it from the US. So our customers started approaching us saying that, do you have solutions for this? It takes a 4-week to 8-week wait time even after we order, and which is a problem. Can you give us solutions? So now we make these kind of sample collection solutions for cancer liquid biopsy, neonatal, prenatal testing, and any type of infectious disease sample collection. So that's what we do now. So we've become a genomics consumable vendor from just an IP-based company. So that's what COVID did to us.
Wow, wow. What a growth. And Fatima, thank you on behalf of so many of us here. I'm sure your test has saved so many lives, and I'm sure my life was somehow touched with that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, probably for me, being a researcher, right, that's the greatest joy I get, my research being translated into products that really touch lives. And I think that's the greatest joy for me personally.
Yeah, and I think both of you talked about some things which is very, very common. It's like, find that problem and go, and don't be hesitant in terms of pivoting and going. Once you identified a problem, go as hard as you can. So with that actually brings me to the next question. Ravi, I'll start with you this time first. Service to our customer, this is foundational to how Walmart sort of operates. And everything that we do at Walmart is keeping the customer at the center of everything that we do, whether it's technology, or how we design our stores, to what our grocery shopping experience and everything would be, kind of thing. So Ravi, I'll start with you, and you're path breaking in a very, very big industry right now, which is very nascent. The question to you would be how is technology helping you delight your customers and advancing the customer experience? You talked about the charging. If there's another example, that will be fantastic.
Sure. We actually serve both sides of the market, enterprises, automobile customers, and utilities. On the other side, end EV drivers like any of us. We've been pushing a lot of tech very hard with automobile and utility players. One of the use cases which we just launched, we were India's first in launching it 4 months back with Audi India, was now people were worried that I don't know where the chargers are, where are the chargers coming, how can I use it, I have to install 20 apps. We have now done something which gets deeply embedded in Audi car itself. So the moment you buy an Audi, it starts with Audi. We are coming into all the other brands, not just only one brand. In Audi, you can actually discover where the chargers are in the country. And in fact, you can even start charging, do everything from one interface. And we're going one step ahead into the infotainment system, making sure everything is inside the car, if it is a car. The same thing, we are now also talking about bikes, being able to do that. So this should remove and eliminate the range anxiety. I mean, when you see the number of chargers, when I offer it, people now don't have a fear because you know where to charge. And that helps more people to buy the cars, buy the bikes. So we are in a way helping the industry to grow, at the same time making life very easy for the EV driver to buy. I think we have a leadership in this segment, and we are doing it not just in India and multiple countries, helping this discoverability to go very fast and happen in a way that everybody can use it. At the same time, on the enterprise side, they are the ones now trading energy, where the consumer buys energy, they are the ones trading energy because they are the ones giving energy. We have now reached, after 4 to 5 years in India and many other countries, is that now we get into a different problem, which is where the tech starts to play, which we don't talk usually. Now, the load which is available from the grid, the load which is available in this building is not sufficient when you have all the vehicles coming in to charge in this vehicle. Because now the cars coming in need 40 to 90 kilowatt batteries. They fast charge at 120 kilowatt, 180 kilowatt. The buildings are not designed for it. Existing buildings, places are not designed. So the biggest topic in most countries, in Asia, in India, in Middle East, is now how do you manage this load when these vehicles come in? So this requires a very deep understanding of how the vehicles charge, how the user behaves, when do they charge, and you need to understand what is the grid availability. In some markets, we also look at energy mix. Is it actually, right now is the energy with solar? How much percentage is solar? How much is renewable? How much is coming from coal? using, and also the price increases and reduces based on time of the day in some countries, dynamic in some countries. Even you can trade energy in some of those places if you generate electricity with your renewable. So multiple factors come in, and with all of that, we need to now ensure that none of those vehicles have a problem when they come to that location, and the building doesn't have a problem. And the third level is the utility. You don't want to have a case that you have a Lamborghini coming and charging here and then the whole power goes off, because it may consume so much that you have actually an issue in the building or in an office space. So now the challenge is, how do you ensure everything works? So this is where a lot of tech gets involved, and it is a multi-industry tech, multidisciplinary tech, because you're optimizing utility at one end, you're optimizing a car data at one end, you're optimizing a user behavior at one end. So we do multiple things to ensure that the load is maintained. We can throttle, if you have seen a telecom, you can throttle data rates. We throttle the energy rates based on what is happening. Different car gets different energy. Based on user, we change the energy. Based on the building, we change the energy. So net, we protect the grid, because that's the important asset for us, because we don't want grid to trip because of either the harmonics or the voltage fluctuation. So multiple things happening, which becomes more and more deep tech here when I start talking. And this is no longer tech now, market wants it. So we had a leadership by talking about it for a long time and building quietly a lot of things. But now we have the market where we are doing probably world's largest single point installation in Middle East, where we are managing for a pretty large building, 500 chargers at one location. And we have already done more than 150 in India in one location, and ensuring everything is used optimally with no trouble to anybody. So it's proven technology here. Now we are scaling it up in multiple markets.
Wow, that's fascinating. Fatima, your story.
I think for us, right, actually we started with solving a 46-year-old problem. So if you look at our competition and the products that compete with us from the past 5-6 decades are all biohazards and cancer-causing agents. So even if to just visualize or see the DNA, right, you need chemicals that we make. And a student can't use biohazards in the lab, and but they have been handling with these kind of biohazards, and we've kind of eliminated that problem by creating a new class of molecules which are food grade safe. So that's what we've successfully accomplished. So, and we've seen that, you know, our customers usually get excited with what we are building, right? I can quote you a few examples where we've really felt that excitement, right? So in India, right, in the chemicals consumable space, especially in research institutions or else in the diagnostic labs, nobody purchases chemicals online, and they don't make online payments. So it goes through probably an account manager who will approve, and then there are purchase orders, and it follows that routine process, conventional process. But we've seen orders being placed on our website, right, which is very unusual. So that's the kind of excitement. We have some researchers and scientists from IGIB Delhi who say that, no, I just want to purchase your product. I can't wait for the process. So I'll use my personal credit card and buy your product, and later on reimburse whatever it is. So that's the kind of excitement that we see, because I think we have solved a real problem. So it's not only that, although, if you ask me, right, most of our customers, personally, because we've been limited by resources, as most of our resources are eaten up by our R&D and stuff, IP and regulatory stuff. Azuka has done a zero marketing spend, okay? In spite of that, we have customers coming to us, primarily because they love our products, and we are eliminating a problem. One other example is a lot of seed companies, right, who are using molecular methods to make hybrid seeds. They have come to us to use our products because we save an upfront 30% cost on their compliance. That's their biohazard disposal, handling, and compliance issues. So that's one other problem that we are indirectly solving. We didn't realize that we were solving this problem, and that's how I think the technology that we have built has actually impacted and excited our customers, and that's why we see a kind of great adoption of our products.
Wow, thank you, Fatima. I mean, both of you guys had a very interesting story, which is there is the customer side of the story, right, which is where the sample collection and all of that sort of comes in, and your case is a EV charging station. But both of you guys gave an example, which was like on the other side of the coin, whether it's making it food grade or protecting the grid. So I know we are over time at this point of time. If you guys need any questions answered, Ravi and Fatima and me, all three of us will be here after the session. So please come by and ask us questions. But I think just to summarize the conversation, and I had a fascinating conversation. Thank you, Ravi. Thank you, Fatima. What I'm taking away from here is like, deep tech is here. We need the problems solved. But if we focus on our customer first, really understand the problem statement like Ravi mentioned, is then go hard on it. The second thing which was very, very fascinating with such a diverse and complex domains that both of you guys come from is how do we look at solving the problem iteratively? What's the first problem statement that we go after, and then how do we sort of improvise and improvise and improvise? And yes, some places the technology may be a simple solution, in some cases it may be hard, but if you go after the problem one after the other, you'll solve it eventually. And the last part was, if you can take your customer along, right, through the journey, which we saw both in Azuka and in Numocity, it's a fascinating story because it gives us an opportunity to learn through their experience, improve our mistakes, and then build and deliver a better solution. With that, thank you very much, Ravi. Thank you, Fatima.
Thank
this
you.
was a
Thank you,
fantastic
Mrunal.
conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrunal, for a great wrap-up, and thank you, Fatima and Ravi, for sharing insights from your journey of using research to transform lives and being in the business of retailing energy.
Thank you, panel. Vaishali, for sure. We definitely learned and progressed through COVID quite a bit, right? But COVID has also put supply chain and transportation in the front seat. I'm sure you all agree. It is paramount now than ever to streamline these so-called behind-the-scenes processes and ensure sustainability at the same time. But I wonder how technology can help solve those problems.
Well, Suresh, to answer this specific question and share many insights, I would like to welcome our next panelists. Please put your hands together for Hemant Badri. He's the SVP and Group Head of Supply Chain and Customer Experience at Flipkart. Hemant has over 20 years of experience in business, product, and e-commerce supply chain. He's a skilled strategist who transforms strategic plans into workable solutions and benchmarks performance. Thank you, Hemant, for being here. Joining him today is Kapil Mahajan, who's the Global Chief Information and Technology Officer at All Cargo Logistics Limited. Kapil is a digital platform leader and early adopter of CAMS, or a detailed version is Cloud Analytics, Mobile, Social, and Security, across global and Indian markets. Welcome, Kapil.
And let's hear it for our next panelist, Abhishek Nehru, co-founder Rippler. With over 20 years of experience in IT and retail operations, he's been instrumental in setting up back-end operations in customer service and supply chain management for retail giants. Welcome, Abhishek.
And to moderate this panel and discussion, please welcome Rajiv Bhuta. He's the Vice President, Product Management at Walmart Global Tech. Rajiv leads the Global Platform Product Organization for Walmart US Omnitech. Welcome, Rajiv.
Over to you, panel. Thank you.
Thanks to the esteemed panelists for joining us today. The supply chain and logistics sector in India has been playing a key role in the India growth story, with significant investment in both the physical and digital infrastructure. COVID reminded us on the importance of our supply chain and logistics capabilities in the country when very quickly we had to send out medicines, essential items, and vaccines to different parts of the country and even to a large number of countries globally. At Walmart, we believe in the mission of helping our customers and members save time and money daily to live better lives. In line with our everyday low price and everyday low cost strategy, our supply chain technology teams and operation teams work hand in hand to implement capabilities on the cloud, mechanical automation, and used advanced techniques in machine learning, AI, to ensure that we are running a very lean and agile supply chain. In today's panel, we have a very, very inclusive and diverse set of leaders across the logistics sector in India. Hemant, as we heard, runs one of the largest e-commerce supply chain networks in the country. Kapil is a senior leader in the logistics space and runs one of the largest all-stack international logistics organizations. And Abhishek here essentially is innovating and disrupting the distribution space in the secondary distribution area, which is within the city, intra-city. So let's start with Hemant, and let's start from the customer angle and understand from Hemant. As you move hundreds of thousands of packages on a daily basis, serving almost all PIN codes in India, what are your customers telling you now, and what are their expectations from you that's driving innovation and change at Flipkart?
Thanks, Rajiv, and thanks for inviting. I think I would have three messages. What today's customers are looking from e-commerce or any retail company. The first message is they are looking for availability, affordability, accessibility. Okay, 3 A's are fundamentally the core foundation of every customer expectation. Today, if I just talk about what e-commerce is changing, okay, for example, it is able to fulfill and empower every customer's dream. Today, if you talk about tier 3 customer, possibly they would have never thought about getting that selection today, which is available on a fingertips. Yeah, that's the biggest revolution we are witnessing. And I think democratization of commerce coupled with empowering every individual's dream to be fulfilled. I think today, if I talk about, we fulfill 120 million kind of orders in a month. That's what this country is witnessing. I think we are in the times of technology, how it can disrupt the commerce, and I think it's a exciting time. So I think that's the three things customers are looking at it, and technology is unlocking every customer's dream to be fulfilled.
Great. Kapil, as India is trying to get its place in the overall merchandise flow or manufacturing ecosystem globally, the volume of exports and imports in the country is going to go up significantly. So from your perspective and your customers' perspective, how does the future look like?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So basically, we are a B2B player, and obviously the volumes in terms of how retail is being done today, like my fellow panelist was talking about how the volumes, the way which we are consuming goods today is very different. So we play a very instrumental role in moving these goods across the globe through multimodal transportation, whether it's sea, air, surface or rail. And I think the way I would see is that there are two facets to it. One is the infrastructure that needs to be provisioned from a physical standpoint, which is very, very essential. And luckily in the last few years, you've seen a sudden expansion and on infrastructure spending, and that has resulted in a lot of phenomenal changes on the ground. You don't have any toll plazas anymore. With e-waybill coming in and with e-invoicing coming in, the way distribution was done has changed. But then the second facet to it is technology. So from a technology standpoint, I think the fundamental problem has still not changed, which is integration, right? You still have EDIs that run when it comes to imports and exports. You have companies that are running legacy systems. You have governments that are running systems that work on softwares which are dated. So I think the problem that we are trying to solve as an operator in this space is to figure out what are the set of technologies that can come to rescue when it comes to integration. So whether it's obviously we spoke about generative AI, but AI itself has become very mainstream. So we are looking at putting cognition into every part of the business that we do. And from that point of view, we use a lot of machine learning and a lot of computer vision technologies to move the goods faster. Whether it's, for example, a use case that I could talk about is if I want to pick up a material from a customer location from a B2B, there's obviously very small bandwidth to pick that up, right? So how fast can you pick up the material? So obviously there are certain customers that would have API integrations, but then there are a lot of them who don't. So manually putting that on a handheld device, so obviously you've digitized that leg, you've digitized the entire leg, but still the movement from the customer to the logistics operator is still manual. So how do you speed it up? So we've used a lot of extensive computer vision models that can be trained on certain invoices, and then after that the training, the neural nets kind of train them on their own, right? So I just scan the invoice and it picks up the important information, including the consignor, the consignee, the GSTN numbers, does a validation. And also all of that tech is now working on the edge device, because that is the biggest problem in India. There is no internet. Still we're talking about 5G and 6G, but still the places where we pick up material from are suburbs where these manufacturing plants are. And how do you pick up that material when internet is not there? And how do you make AI pervasive there? So that's where we moved a lot of this tech and these models to the handheld devices. So they can run on an edge computing model. And that's really scaled up and speeded up a lot of work for us. And I think those disruptions you'll see from us and a lot of other players in the market, I'm sure, who are trying to speed this up and make sure the logistics becomes more efficient and India gets better in the overall logistics index globally.
So Abhishek, FMCG is key to what India consumes on a daily basis, right? And you are working hard on trying to make that sector and the distribution within cities extremely efficient. So if you could talk a little bit about the impact you're bringing to your customers, both the FMCG companies and their endpoints, and enlighten us on what's happening in that space.
Sure, thanks Rajiv. I would like to start that India is one of the highest FMCG consumption country. And as Hemant said, I was also part of Flipkart at the earlier days. In Flipkart, they have changed, supply chain has changed how the commerce works, how the commerce can be done. But we are working at the most ignored leg of offline distribution, which is the last leg from the distribution to the retailers. So if you look at it, most of the large brands have solved their upstream problems, which is their raw material procurement, manufacturing, and going up to the distributor and even doing some data analytics, what sells through that distributor. But the last leg from the distributor to the retailer, if you look at some statistics, there are more than 5 lakh authorized distributors in India who are supplying. And all this distribution network is not on technology, the way technology is growing in our country. So they are still working on the tribal knowledge. If you go to a retailer even today and ask for order, they, with their tribal knowledge, will tell you, just pass on these boxes, this product. If you go to a distributor, what sells, he might be able to give you some information with his tribal knowledge, but there is no data. The way dynamics of consumptions are changing in India, a lot of things have changed. So that's where we come in. We are a full stack distribution company which is enabled aggressively by technology, data, AI, and ML, and we are trying to optimize and solve and make the last leg from distributor to the retailer a more efficient, process-driven, digitalizing the whole operations.
Thank you. So automation and technology in supply chain has multiple axes, right? There is the aspect of essentially making the supply chain a lot more productive, reducing defects, which is increasing quality. And also supply chain is a very, very heavy operating setup with a large number of associates. So making the cognitive load and also essentially helping them reduce the work they do during the day to do their operations. And then as we talk about automation, there is angles of mechanical automation, robotics. There is the use of AR, VR, computer vision, voice, etc. And then there is aspects of optimization with respect to how do you reduce the pick times and how do you reduce the pick walks of associates in warehouse, etc. So as we talk about all of these things, these entail a lot of capital investment and change management in the operations. So Hemant, when you look at it at Flipkart and eCart, what are the guiding principles to make these investments, and what are the philosophies that eCart uses to drive this change?
Thanks, Rajiv. I think if you look at India logistic landscape, okay, it's dramatically changing. A few years back, we would have never heard the fulfillment center, which are 1 million as a kind of a standard practice, which are grade A warehouses now, which possibly in Europe and west part of the country are also not to that extent. Because we are a consumption-driven economy, we would need fulfillment center, which are a kind of a 20 football courts or more, and these are realities now. Today, if you're talking about that kind of a size, you can't run them manually. You can't run conventional, everything a static kind of a storage devices. Today we talk about dynamic storage, we talk about warehouse management system and control philosophies integrated. What is changing uniquely is that all this technology has to be suitable for what retail landscape we have in India. So for example, in Flipkart, if you talk about the most recent automated warehouses, they are like kind of a 1 million square feet, delivering more than 1 million shipment a day. That's the intensity. What it helps is, it works on a philosophy of goods to person. Today, in that warehouses, which is spread over, say, 10, 15 kilometers, you can't make people walk to pick, say, a particular shipment. It has to be, the shipment has to move to a person. Okay, we visit few of our fulfillment center where you'll see hundreds of AGVs actually doing a job of material movement. There are huge amount of conveyors which helps you to move the kind of a tote. So technology is rapidly changing. What we need to be conscious in India, they have to be affordable, they have to be made suitable for application what we have. And generally what we have seen is a lot of Indian players with companies like us helping to build those solutions. So 80% of our solutions are built in India, built for Indian requirement. They're very uniquely configured. That's one unique thing I would say. Western technology is good, but it's a good learning ground. It has to be affordable again from a financial, capital intensive sense. That's an important dimension. And always in warehouse, we have to focus on two elements. One is the people who are handling, because supply chain is all about people. How you reduce is all effort. Second, and that's 70% of the activities is material movement. If you are able to automate with smart AGVs, smart conveying system, or effortless picking processes with AR, VR, that simplifies larger operation. Instead of looking at entire process to be fully automated and no mans, yeah, you can still keep some of the decisions, some of the control to a person, which is kind of a human and machine, human in the loop kind of a philosophy which makes it affordable. I think that's the way we have to look at, and it also creates human for right decision. So that's the way direction we are going for. But it's an exciting time wherein we are looking at entire logistic landscape, which could be less than 5% organized, moving forward with grade A warehouses, technology enabled, and it is the future. People are looking at logistics supply chain career as not just the hardship career, but it is use of a data, use of a science, use of different technology. I meet across a lot of folks in different premium institutes as well. They're super excited to work in supply chain. So it's a kind of a golden era with a lot of things changing in supply chain space. Yeah, thank you.
Kapil, how do you take these decisions in your organization?
So again, I think decisions are taken from a business standpoint. So obviously technology could be one of the X factor. But I think in supply chain, traditionally I think I've been in this domain for about 6 years, and I didn't know anything about this domain before that. So I've seen that a lot of the processes by design require a lot of augmentation. So technology is not even needed there, right? There's a whole process and the discipline, and like we are discussing that it's all very labor intensive still, right? So there is frugal innovation, there is a mix of man and machine, and what's that optimal SKU for you in terms of ROI. But it's still very, very people intensive, and controlling people is the hardest thing, right? Standardizing and having that same SOP being repeated for hundreds of your location, that's the game. And India being different because the labor is still cheap, right? So machines really don't make sense beyond a point. So from that point of view, so we looked at business transformation from a business process standpoint. So a lot of that we have changed in the past few months. And we're also looking at where can we put in a tech play so that, every process can be augmented using technology. And the fascinating part with logistics and supply chain and is that, every technology you talk about or you're talking about is very, very relevant. Right? Whether it's digital twin, it's IoT, it's blockchain, you name it, and there are a lot of use cases that you can use. So we are leveraging it to do, to relook at a lot of the work that we do. As I said, we use a lot of computer vision modeling. We now do for one of our group companies called Gati, we now figure out, we basically do network optimization on a monthly basis, which was not possible earlier. So looking at big set of data and seeing, do we really need to ply or have so many hop points? What are the minimal number of vehicles we can ply? And we re-augment that with the operations. So that's one. A lot of the other things that we're doing is also looking at building out some of the future tech that can be built out of India on a cloud native platform. So for example, that entire ERP that we had was designed on a monolith architecture. We just felt that to be competitive, this won't work. And so we are now doing a grounds up build on microservices. The speaker before this spoke about Kubernetes, containerization. So to optimize and to get value out of cloud, you have to build native technology. It's a very tough road to take. I've done that for one organization. Took us almost 3-4 years to move them out of the old legacy. And we're trying to do the same here. So obviously it's a longer project with longer gestation periods. But in the end, I think the objective is that how do we stay agile and how do we stay competitive in this whole world of supply chain is really full of logistic startups. It's a maximum number of startups by count or percentage. So how do you still stay relevant and you optimize your bottom lines? So I think that's where that whole tech play comes into picture.
Abhishek, you want to talk a little bit about?
Yeah, I'll quickly just add on. I completely agree with Kapil. Where we say that our business of supply chain is actually phygital. So much of labor intensive, and we are trying to digitize that. So it's very phygital right now, might become digital later because, as Kapil said, the cost of labor is so low in India compared to other European or North American countries that investing in capex and you get your ROI longer than you expect. So it's better to be more phygital, remove all the, I would say, repetitive works through technology, make sure your people can be trained faster using technology. Like just coming closer to my business, previously we started this business on pen and paper. Now if we don't have the person whom we have trained for 5 days how to identify the product on the shelf, then our picking used to not happen. We used to get, our deliveries to get delayed. Now with the technology, we can train a guy with half a day and just he has to just look at the thing, go to that, scan the bin, whatever is there, just pick it up. because that's the product and that's the technology layer comes in. We used to do some 30 orders per hour picking. Now we are doing with technology 120 orders per hour picking. So obviously and the errors have gone down. You know, our fill rates were more than 90% always, but our accuracy was less than 70%. Like if you have ordered an X product, X variant, my guy used to pick up, he used to just see it's a paste, it's a XYZ brand paste, pick it up. Within the paste also, you have long, you have mint. So these were there. Now with this technology, we have completely eliminated the timeline of training. We have completely eliminated this error. We are more than 95% accurate products. There is still 5% we have to solve. And obviously, we have to use technology to make life easier for the labor or the people who are working on the grid. So we completely accept the term phygital in our organization, and we work very closely with that.
So let's switch topics a little bit and talk about sustainability. We at Walmart have very, very aggressive sustainability goals and are trying to drive out our carbon footprint and in fact become a regenerative company. India itself is a very road-heavy logistics sector, results in a lot of empty miles given the fragmentation and lack of visibility into backhauls, etc. So Kapil, if you can talk a little bit about what you are doing to essentially drive this agenda across your own company and your customers and shed some light for us.
Sure. So we are running so we have a whole ESG initiative internally. It's a sizable team that drives that. And because we ourselves want to get carbon neutral by 2030. And again, in our space, that's easier said than done. So obviously there is a lot of work we're working in India with introducing EVs with some of our customers. So it's a EV only goods movement that we're doing with them. And these are customers who are more ESG, they're focused around it and they want to reduce the carbon footprint. But besides that, we also work with, we're also trying to figure out that a lot of our the booking applications that we have, the systems that we have, we are able to inform the customer before they book materials through us. So as you know that we are into the NVOCC business, which is that we don't own the vessels, but we move goods in containers and we do part load container movement. So when the customers are booking material, we are able to tell them that, say, out of the 2,400 direct trade lanes that we operate, that what shipping liners are more carbon neutral. So you could see that and then you could make an informed decision. And based on the load, we could predict and tell them that over a year, you could save so many trees, right? Because you booking through this vessel. It might come at a higher cost, but then obviously that's a customer requisition in terms of how they want to go about it. But I think those are some of the initiatives where we want to call it out. And for even our express business, we are in the process of putting that together. So whenever a B2B customer wants to book, they could figure out what is the savings they have done. We could give them a carbon certificate in terms of how much of environment give back they have done. So all of those initiatives are being driven at an enterprise level across all our group companies.
Hemant, moving millions of packages every month does result in a lot of vehicles moving all over the country all the time, plus the number of cartons and things that get used in that. So from a Flipkart perspective, how are you all thinking about contributing back and running the sustainability agenda?
Yeah, I think Kapil touched upon ESG. I think it's a first responsibility to be, good for nature and our next generation. So it starts with leadership commitment, okay, saying that we have to take larger, bold steps to really have that belief that we are preserving and protecting the nature for our next generation. The first thing what we have done in Flipkart is all our packaging, single-use plastic, we have eliminated in our fulfillment center operation. So that's the big needle mover. With technology, you are looking at a lot of new packaging interventions, simplified paper-based material. We have made sure that whatever paper we use, it does not come from endangered forest. It is a reproducible planet. Second point is, as we live in a warmer country, you have solar. So all our grade A warehouses, 60-70% of them generate the solar from a rooftop, and that's every year technology is helping you to cut down the panel cost. It is becoming far more efficient. We have a, that's the big needle mover. If you talk about third dimension, you touch base upon, it's a massive vehicle movement. Okay, how do you really look at EV adoption with FAME subsidiary, with really building new EV solutions, with charging infrastructure, with fulfillment center? How do you take away, inefficiencies? Today, closer to 30% of our fleet would be electrified in the three-wheeler segment. I think mid-range and large heavy commercial vehicles, still hydrogen and electrical energy has to come into existence. But what I see it as India will leapfrog versus many of the Western countries. And technology will help us to move faster on EV adoption, whether it is wind, solar, and it's a lot of government and industry interfaces is really changing this space. And lastly, it is equally about how we build. We are a marketplace company. We enable multiple sellers and really customer to engage. We have on a platform, we have a green product kind of a specific zone. Customers are also aware. Gen Z, millennials want product which has zero or no impact on environment. And a lot of D2C brand are building product which has a minimal or no impact on environment. So that's a way, it's a responsibility of organizations like us and all of us to kind of demonstrate those leadership and build strong awareness in the industry. So I think we are in the phase wherein a lot of D2C brand and even established companies are moving towards sustainable farming, sustainable sourcing, sustainable product. I think everything is auguring well, and next decade or next few decades, I think we should bring a lot of transformation on the carbon footprint for this country.
Very nice. So Abhishek, you have been in the India supply chain space for a long time, and you worked in the e-commerce space, and now you're trying to bring about a change in the distribution area. How have you seen the talent in India evolve on supply chain over the last few years, both your corporate teams that design processes, software, and also your operating teams that work in the warehouses and logistics network?
Right. Very interesting question. When I finished my engineering and my MBA, I never thought that I will join a supply chain business or I will be in supply chain, because that was not the most sought after job, at that point, because everybody thought it was a labor intensive. You have to work on the ground at the warehouses at extreme conditions. And there was a saying at that point within the elder community in my family is that जब किसी को कुछ नहीं काम मिलता है तो वो supply chain में जाता है. But that was how I started. I started with technology, Wipro, IBM, slowly and steadily. Fortunately, built technology during my tech days for large enterprise solutions in supply chain and after sales. So that's where I realized how things are changing. Now, I would say, a supply chain company used to never get first day in an IIT or an IIM. Now in Flipkart, I don't know how many times I've gone and hired. I get calls. I still consider we are an emerging company. I get calls from IIT second day or IIM's third day for us. So that means supply chain has become sought after, and I see a lot of, like in my organizations where I have worked with supply chain, I've never seen a dedicated data analytics team in supply chain. We have never seen a dedicated, I would say, product team in supply chain, which is, I think, a lot of credit goes to Flipkart for that. Sorry for that. I'm so much involved with Flipkart. A lot of credit goes to Flipkart in proving that supply chain can change commerce, and that's the change we are seeing in our organization. A lot of smarter guys want to work, solve this problem. It's a big India problem. We are still on the higher side of the supply chain cost. How can we reduce it? One is GST has helped us a bit, but technology, optimization, infrastructure, better infrastructure will help us. So that's how the things are changing in our leadership team and others.
That sounds fantastic for the future for India, in terms of how our brightest minds are trying to work on interesting problems in the logistics space and make India very competitive. Let me switch to another interesting topic. Andy Grove said that only the paranoid survive. And when you run a very large supply chain operation, right, there is just hundreds and thousands of packages moving. There is so much data being crunched all the time. There are production systems, there is mechanical automation, there are hundreds of people who are working in synchronization to get all of these things orchestrated, whether the package needs to move from somewhere in India to Europe or US, or it needs to be delivered from Bangalore to a location in Manipur or Meghalaya. There's just too many touch points and a lot of things that need to be gotten right for this to happen. So when we think about operation excellence, right, both in terms of operations and the technology that supports the operations, it's a fairly involved activity. So Hemant, at Flipkart, what keeps you awake and how do you look at operational excellence, and how do your partners in other organizations support you in making your job simpler?
Yeah, no, Raju, it's most important thing. I think what really helped me to understand when you look at a B2C, every order is important. It could be for Flipkart, it could be 120 million orders, but every order has a purpose. You have ordered something with some purpose. So that's the first essential understanding. We have 150,000 people working with us. Everyone has to be careful that this is somebody's promise you have done. That's the cultural aspect to it. So it's a promise somebody you have done and you have to fulfill that promise. That's the first thing which starts every minute. How is operation excellence important to drive that? First starts with culture. Important is about how do you drive lean philosophies? How do you drive about continuous improvement? If this 150,000 people are working as this is my company, I come here to make a difference. That's a place you make a huge, huge difference. While we are in today's technology world, what technology has enabled is every vehicle, if it is 25,000 vehicle on the road, every vehicle you have real-time geocode update. Every shipment, whether it is RFID enabled or even barcode enabled, you have exactly know the status. You have entire orchestration, the dynamic network orchestration helps you that I defaulted in this leg, the next leg, this shipment has to be done differentiated priority. So technology is largely helping us to create visibility, dynamic orchestration, taking those choices. Because in India, we live in a reasonably volatile, natural, plus the, kind of a traffic and all that situation. You need to think about how your technology system gives you 100% visibility. There's a dynamic orchestration. And important is that, the cultural aspect to bring that difference. So if we are able to use technology for taking those right decisions, enabled with right kind of a cultural aspect, it brings that magic for a customer. So I think those are the challenges, but challenges continues to remain same. What keeps me optimistic is a few years back, national highways used to have 300, 400 kilometers a day vehicle used to travel. Today, normally with containerized vehicle, with kind of right horsepower and everything, it travels easily 1,000 kilometers. I mean, in last 3, 4, 5 years, at least the entire national highway infrastructure, toll gates have dramatically changed. I think we have a long way to go. I think this keeps me far more optimistic. The railways are transforming. If you're able to build reliabilities, if you're able to take away touch point in the system, it can be a game changer.
Thank you, Hemant. I think Kapil, Hemant and Abhishek and I can go on and on, but I think it'll be interesting to get a couple of questions from the audience. Any? Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello. Hi, thank you so much. Thank you, leaders, for talking through it. I'm Arushi, I'm from Target. And sustainability is something that binds all of us as a responsibility to the society. So what I'm also interested in learning is how are you trying to solve for problems like returns? Because that's also a touch point that consumers also take as granted for convenience, but it's a huge cost for retailers to also from a supply chain standpoint to manage. So how are you tackling returns? Both from a Flipkart and a Walmart standpoint.
No, very, very good question. I think first thing is return essential? Okay, definitely for fashion, lifestyle, size fit, it is essential requirement. What is important is how we control the abuse of it. Yeah. So on the top of the funnel, if you think about it, there are a lot of AR, VR environment, your size fit chart versus historically what you have bought. It helps you to really get right size fit. Second thing is what companies like us we are trying to do is build massive trust marker. So when I'm handing over your shipment, I do an open box delivery. You can check, is that the same texture? Some places we have try and buy, okay, so at doorstep, so that we don't have an additional leg of movement. Okay, so trust marker, right kind of a technology enabled environment, AR, VR, as well as a size fit chart. Building trust is extremely important. In case of a branded, possibly you don't need to touch and feel, wherein if you have open box delivery, you can solve a lot of that, including in the return journey. How do you make your pack is a sealed, intact, and it is kind of a temper proof? Those technological changes with RFID are helping out to take away abuse in the entire network. I think we have a long way to go. Also, what happens is entire return journey, you simplify it. You really look at why should I go back to the origin? Can I have a dynamic orchestration that it comes to the closest point? And if there is one more order, and if it is not, kind of, it is just a return product and it is intact, you have a control, validation, measure, and can you move back? So how do you cut that cycle? It's an exciting space. Everybody is trying to move, but I feel reasonably optimistic with a lot of technology intervention. Also, there are some penalty matrix if you have particular return, if you're abusing, can we look at, restocking and all those fees. But I think it is also essential customer value proposition is what we need to keep in mind. Yeah.
The back, one last question.
Hello. Hi leaders, this is Gaurav. So I have a question for everybody of you actually. So when it comes to logistics and supply chain, there is a lot of resources used in packaging, for example, plastic or wood or paper. And we order online, so we get a lot of package stuff at our place. So how are you thinking of tackling the waste that is generated from the packaging? How do you think you're going to tackle, or what are companies doing to do that?
Kapil, you want to? Yeah, or
it's more relevant for you because we are a B2B, so our philosophy is that you give us, travel-worthy goods. So packaging is actually done by the customer. In terms of whatever is returned back, we obviously, that is recycled depending on the kind of material, whether it's cardboard or it's plastic. But I think it's a bigger problem for B2C. Yeah. So maybe you could answer that better.
So possibly I'll answer in 3 phases. So first, wherever we run fulfillment, we have made sure that single-use plastic is out, which is difficult to decompose. It can spoil the soil. So we use a paper packaging, which is from a reproducible plantation. Yeah, that's the first thing. Second, you see some of the packaging, you would be using boxes. There'll be a lot of air, which will have a logistical implication. So today, if you look at 75% of our packaging comes with a paper packaging, which is around your object, what you bought. If you're buying a t-shirt, it will not occupy even more 1 centimeter than the t-shirt length, breadth, width. So that's a second intervention. Third intervention in terms of packaging. In some of the fragile atom, you need to add kind of a butter paper or a, plastic buffer, wherein we have moved into a paper which is a shredded material, which is recyclable. You fill that as a filler. I think it's an ecosystem play. I think it's a beginning. Okay, there is still a plastic use across the supply chain, and every MSMEs we have to train, help them to discover new pulp, new kind of material which are biodegradable and has a zero impact on environment, and it is good for sustainability. So I think within control ecosystem, we are able to move a needle. I think it's a way to go forward. Second thing is with lot of electronic atom after life cycle, how every company owns extended producer responsibility, whatever you have added into the market, how do you collect that kind of a plastic so that you restore equilibrium? Yeah. Every organization is trying their effort, but I think next 1, 2, 3 decades, the commitment has to accelerate and we need to see it. But I think all of us can make a difference. There are, it's not a new molecule to be invested. We know the kind of a science behind it. We need to make a bit more awareness, involvement and ownership towards environment.
So, lot of learnings from this session. Right, very clearly we heard our panel say that supply chains are people-led and tech-empowered. Technology has to be built in the context of the goals that the supply chain has with respect to quality, reliability, efficiency that is required in the supply chain, and making lives of the operating associates easier. Sustainability is extremely important. And the amount of investment going both in the digital and physical infrastructure in the country, both in the public and private space, just tells us that this is a bright future and an evolving area for India. I thank the panel for the wonderful session. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Rohit. That was really an informative session, wasn't it? It was great to hear different perspectives about logistics and distribution as a stack with multiple microservices.
Hi everyone, I am Rahasita. Technology serves as a bridge between traditions and the modern world. Our next guest is revolutionizing the age-old puja flower industry and empowering farmers with tech. Please welcome Yashoda Karturi, co-founder and CEO, Hoovu Fresh.
I would also like to welcome our moderator, Rohit Bagade, Vice President Finance, Walmart Global Tech. Rohit has over 19 years of experience in the finance industry, spanning areas such as financial modeling, budgeting and forecasting, risk assessment, and more.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. Integrating tech into agriculture has been transformative across industries. When tech is made accessible to farmers, it's able to connect between consumers and producers. Our next guest has a unique spin on what I call a farm-to-table approach. She leverages tech to deliver puja flowers right from farms to our homes, while ensuring that the farmers are compensated fairly, reducing wastage, and more importantly, automating packaging to increase the shelf life. To explore this unique approach, I have the pleasure of speaking with Yashoda Karturi, co-founder and CEO of Hoovu Fresh. Yashoda, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
You have an interesting story. You come from a family in the business of growing roses. You earned your master's in US. So first question for you, why a startup in India? And that too in a very traditional market like puja flowers.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So I get this question quite a bit. I used to get this question a lot when I was in college, when people would be like, are you going to move back to India? Why? You're already in America. For me, it was always clear. I always wanted to come back, just because I felt like there's just so many opportunities. It's such a great time to be building a startup in India right now. And I just felt like, in a selfish way, whatever impact I would have would be so much more in India than if I stayed back in the US. I definitely didn't have the puja flowers idea back then, but when I came back, it felt like the perfect amalgamation of my experience and what we could build here.
That's awesome. And by the way, happy Engineers Day to everyone. I had a little bit of feeling of missing out, fear of missing out, because I'm a chartered accountant. But a funny fact or an interesting fact is Yashoda is actually a CPA. US CPA who has come to India and set up a startup. So again, congratulations for that. Let's switch gears. Let's talk about supply chain. I think this was the conversation that we had in the previous panel discussion as well. The role of supply chain is extremely important in highly perishable items like puja flowers. The question to you is, how are you building a supply chain that focuses on not only just reducing wastage, but also ensure good quality, because that's your USP at the end of the day?
Solving for the supply chain was the first thing that I had to do to even set up the company, right? And obviously, it's always top of mind, even at this point. It's been 4 years. The first thing we had to do was tie up with the farmers, find the right farmers that would want to work with us. Right now, we work with about 500 farmers, which took some time to get there. And making sure that whatever flowers we're using, we're getting to them as quickly as possible to harvest, right? So as soon as the flowers are harvested from the farmers, we collect it from them. We've developed packaging technology that extends the shelf life of flowers from 2 days to 2 weeks. That was a really big part of solving for the supply chain. In the beginning, we're like, okay, there are too many layers in the supply chain. We need to streamline that, and that's why we went to the farmer. And then we're like, but why do these flowers only stay fresh for 2 days, right? Can we question even that? That's where the technology came in. But that technology is useless if I collect the flowers from the farmers 2 days later, right? So the internal tech stack that we came up with that allows us to onboard farmers, work with them based on their harvest cycles, rain data, flood data, all of that to make sure we're getting the best product from them. And then obviously our machinery and packaging that allows us to extend the shelf life.
Got it. 2 days to 2 weeks is a very interesting journey, which talks about sustainability. And my next question to you is about sustainability. What is your approach towards sustainable practices to reduce the environmental impact, but more importantly, to promote circular economy?
So that was a really big thing when we started, because the first thing I found out in the industry is that 40 to 50% of flowers that are harvested are wasted. That's the general market standard at every level of the market, right? So basically half the work that the farmer is doing is wasted, because none of those flowers are ever going to make it to a consumer's home. So that's where the technology came in, and our wastage internally is about 2 to 3%, which is significantly lesser than the market standard. That was a big part for us in terms of solving for sustainability. And then, of course, the constant question that comes up is, what do we do with flowers after we use them, right? So now we have come up with a line of agarbattis, dhoop cones, dhoop sticks that are made with temple flowers. Internally, we don't have a lot of wastage, so we do have to go to temples to pick it up. But trying to find innovative ways. We actually did Holi colors earlier, obviously, during Holi from dried flowers. And that worked in 2 ways. Of course, one, you're using flowers, you're not letting them go to waste. And the second part is, with Holi colors, a lot of people are scared these days that, there's a lot of artificial colors, it's not good for health. This is completely natural. Like, we had made a tulsi base powder, and people loved it because it had such a beautiful fragrance, and it's actually good for your skin.
That's awesome. Hovu Fresh is a woman founder-led startup, but an interesting fact is that 90% of your staff is women. What's your advice for women in tech in general?
My general advice would be go out there and do whatever you want to, right? I feel like a lot of times everyone might be scared, but generally there are a lot of statistics that show women are generally a little less confident to go out there, are always trying to be perfectionists to take that step. No, I feel like you know your material the best, and be confident into whichever room you walk into. I remember when I first started, so I run a women-led company, but also in my house we're majority women, except my dad. We're 3 sisters. So when I first started, I was fortunate enough to never really feel that strong bias at home. We come from a business family. My parents were always like, you have to be the best at whatever you do. Of course, you're going to be leaders when you grow up. So growing up with that mindset, I never questioned myself or never felt like, oh, if I'm a woman, that's a weakness. So even when we started Hubu, our women, I mean, we're not biased towards men. We definitely have a lot of men that we work with as well. But our women were our strength in that the flower industry is already a lot of women. The market vendors that you see are women. In farms, most of the farms are owned by men, but a lot of the workers on the farm are women. The garlanding is done by women. So it was already a women-led industry, and women were the biggest consumers as well. Majority of our users are women who either use it themselves or buy for their home. So our women were actually our strength because they allowed us to understand our consumer better, the farmers better, the market better. And most times I think we forget that. We always look at, okay, as a woman, right, that you forget what your strengths are and you're like, oh, these are my weaknesses or this is why someone's not going to hire me. But remember your strengths, flaunt them because you know them the best.
That's awesome. Switching gears, how do you work with farmers to create precisely 2 things, right? One is financial stability in pricing, and more importantly, market discovery for the products?
So the biggest problem that farmers have in the local markets is they have to pay a commission to the middlemen and the agents, right? And most times that commission is supposed to be a fixed amount, but because of a lot of general issues that come up in the market, there is variability in terms of what they end up getting as their pay. And there's a lot of instability in that, you know, every day the farmers show up in the market, there could be huge volatility in the markets and also demand, like if there are a lot of farmers that day, people may not buy your produce. And if they don't, it's going to go for waste. There's nowhere that you can keep it, right? You've already harvested it. So what value we are bringing to farmers then is this price stability. Like obviously we're not taking any commission from them, so there's a lot of transparency in terms of prices. And puja flowers, people that do puja every day. So they need these flowers every day. It's a subscription product. So we're able to provide that predictability of demand to our farmers as well. We're buying from them every single day, not just on a festival day or one-off. So they have that stability of income. They're able to plan their cash flows much better. We give them a lot of data in terms of what's working with the flowers, what's not, any quality issues that we're seeing. We're able to help them resolve that, right, with whatever science and technology that we have. So it becomes a long-term relationship in that sense. And no farmer signs a contract with us. No farmer is obligated to sell to us. It's completely their choice. But we have been working with the same farmers for multiple years because they see that value.
Got it. Culturally, flowers have a huge significance in India, from puja to festival decorations to gajras. What are some of the interesting customer stories and insights from this brilliant market?
Oh my God, there's so many because there's so many variations in terms of how people use flowers culturally in their home, even within a certain state, how people use their flowers and so on. Simple things like marigold is considered a very popular flower in Mumbai. It's one of my top selling products in Mumbai. But in Bangalore, if I send marigold to a customer in like an assorted flowers mix, I'll definitely get multiple calls of them abusing me because it's considered inauspicious by a lot of South Indians, right? So a lot of variabilities in that sense. But the biggest insight or unique conversation that I had with a customer, right? This was actually during the lockdown. I was having multiple customer conversations. And for us, obviously, flowers and freshness went hand in hand. We're called Hubu Fresh. We always knew we had to solve for freshness and create a high-quality product. But when we were talking to one of the customers and trying to understand why freshness matters so much, one of them was like, we ask God for so many things throughout the day, but flowers are one thing that we offer to God and we don't take back. It was so simple, yet such a powerful insight, because that's what freshness meant, right? Of course, we all want fresh products if something is perishable, but in this industry, freshness equates to something that's very emotional. It equates to your love and respect to God or to whatever form you're worshipping, and that you know, kind of is a fulfilling thing to know that we're in this industry, and also is a huge responsibility that if I mess up a packet of flowers, it's not about the wallet value. My flowers are 20 rupees, 30 rupees. My customer doesn't care about that, but the emotional value is so high that they're like, I don't care if the flowers are not fresh today, you'll refund me and pay me tomorrow. You have to send me that packet of flowers today.
Got it. One question as a finance guy, right? So when I was doing my CA, the quote that was told to me multiple times was, in God we trust, rest must bring data. Now, coming back to your business, you spoke about pricing, you spoke about leveraging technology, leveraging data to really figure out what has happened in the past and what's going to happen in the future. Can you really tell us how are you leveraging data to really decide what is your strategy from an overall perspective?
Data is definitely one of our biggest strengths, and that way my sister, who's my co-founder, and I have been very data-driven from day one, right? And that's what makes us different from the market. And just generally in the market, if you walk up to any vendor, they have so much information. They've been there for years. They understand how the prices move, all of that. We were new to the industry. So we really had to be like, okay, how do we start from scratch? And that's by really collecting data, understanding the data. So we collect data from multiple markets every single day to understand pricing. And pricing in flowers is not just once a day either. It changes every hour. And interestingly or uninterestingly for other people outside the industry, as the flower quality falls, the price is actually increasing. Because through the day, the price is increasing, but your flowers are perishable, right? So you're basically paying the highest price for the worst product in that sense. And of course, there are also reverse price fluctuations based on the quality. So there's a lot of variation in that sense. So collecting that data is one thing, and then finding the right ways to analyze it, right? So we spend a lot of time looking at last year's festivals. And even if I'm projecting my data, it's not how much did I sell on September 15th last year, and how much do I expect to grow this year? It's saying, let's look at the Hindu calendar. What was the auspicious day last year, close enough to September 15th? How does that affect us? Let's look at the rain data. Did it flood last year? How did that affect our demand versus this year when the rains are not that extreme? So there are a lot of variations in that sense. It's definitely human insight plus technology coming together. We spend a lot of time with people in the markets, with our own procurement team to get this trend, but why? Like, only that human can answer that. So I think that's how data plays a big role. And in terms of our growth, every time we expand into a new city as well, it becomes significantly easier because of this data. We're able to set the right SOPs. We're able to understand the trends in that city much more easily as we're launching. And yeah, as we expand to across the country, I think this data is what is going to help us differentiate ourselves.
Awesome. I think, if possible, we have time for one question from the audience, if possible, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Kshitiz. So my question is, as you talked about that you are planning to expand to an all-India level. Congratulations for that. So as you see that the pharma market in India, the flower market in India is quite stagnated in the unorganized sector. A lot of it is in the unorganized sector. So we see that the ticket size for flower is still very small. And at a farmer level, at a village level, there is still a large lack of cold storage solutions. So how does it impact your operations, and how do you overcome those?
That's a great question. So even when we came up with our packaging and processing technology to extend the shelf life of the flowers, that was the big thing to solve for, right? Cold storage was out of question. The value of these flowers are so low that setting up, for me also, right, to set up the reefer trucks and cold storage infrastructure didn't make sense. We have a cold storage in our warehouse, but to make sure the flowers are, refrigerated from harvest to the end customer is too expensive. So we came up with, we did a lot of experiments and came up with technology that doesn't necessarily need cold storage. Like if you keep it in cold storage, it stays fresher for longer than 2 weeks, but the 2 weeks promise that I'm making is outside cold storage in ambient temperature, right? Of course, it differs if you're looking at a place like Delhi in the summer and so on. What value I can add to farmers in this space, and something that will take me a long time to solve for, but is obviously really exciting, is how do I get as close to the farmer, as close to harvest with my packaging technology, right? Right now, how I'm looking at it is I'm getting flowers from my different farmers, or I'm picking it up, it comes to my warehouse, centralized location, and the flowers are packaged. But as you rightly said, there are these different flower mandis where a lot of the same type of flowers are sold, and there's a lot of concentration in certain villages in terms of the varieties of flowers and so on. But can I take my technology there? Can all my lotus be packaged in Kerala where it's produced rather than bringing it to the different cities where my customers are, and then it goes to the customers' places directly, right? That ends up being more efficient, but obviously more in the long run as we grow. So thinking of a few different innovative solutions like that, or working with the government in terms of coming up with a public-private partnership for cold storage facility or some sort of facility is in the works.
Awesome. We have time for one last question. If anyone has any question, please. No. Okay, awesome. Yashoda, look, the last 4 years journey for Hovu Fresh has been incredible. Thank you for sharing your journey and your experience. I wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Yashoda and Rohit. It's truly remarkable how technology can be made accessible to people everywhere and bring us closer to our roots.
Moving on to the next one. Today, businesses are integrating AR and VR to make shopping more personalized and convenient for customers. To tell us more about this and how these technologies are transforming the world of retail, let's welcome on stage Ramnik Kurana, co-founder Lenskart, Chaitanya Ramalinga Gowda, co-founder and director Wakefit, Manohar Swaminathan, senior principal researcher, Microsoft Research.
At Lenskart, Ramnik is leading product for Android, iOS, web apps and POS, and supply chain systems. Chaitanya oversees all front-end operations of the company to establish Wakefit as the preferred lifestyle choice. Manohar joined Microsoft Research in 2015 with a primary research interest in virtual and augmented reality technologies.
And please welcome our moderator for the panel, Raghavan Balakrishnan, Vice President Engineering at Walmart Global Tech. Raghavan leads the digital transformation at Sam's Club in the areas of e-commerce, supply chain, and in-club system.
Over to you, panel.
Thank you very much. Great evening today in Bangalore, lovely Bangalore weather. Thank you all for being here. It's so wonderful to see all of you in this auditorium. The domain of VR and AR has always been a little out of reach for the common folk in the past. We could experience the magic of this in the sci-fi movies. My personal favorite being Matrix and the later ones, Inception, Star Wars, over the years, where the lines between the real world and the virtual world has been blurred so much. And ever since, this technology has been largely democratized. We saw the retailers leveraging these technologies to bring in very unique experiences to their customers. And we looked at differentiated experience by way of try-ons, in-store experiences, navigations, and so on and so forth. So here we are today among some brilliant people who are pioneers in this space, trying to unpack what this technology holds for the retail industries today and where it is headed in the future. I know a topic of this kind with eminent people on the stage, 30 minutes is hardly sufficient, but I will try my best to unpack what we can in the given duration. I know personally, I've been speaking with these gentlemen for some time now, and the number of questions I've had for them, I can easily cover a 2-hour session with these people and still leave a lot on the table, but I'll try and do justice in what we can in 30 minutes with these people here. So I'll start with a question to all three of you. To begin with, a wise man once told me, when you see a technology being really mature, you cease to see its existence. It's so integrated into the products, you stop seeing the product, the technology behind the product anymore. I mean, if you take particularly AR, I think it's reached that space. We can see that so integrated that you can't say AR from lack of it. Right? So is it safe to say that AR and VR are now mainstream? So we'll probably start with Manohar and then go around to Chaitanya and Ramnik.
Hello. Yeah, first of all, thanks for inviting me here. I would spend the limited time talking mostly about AR because I believe VR is going to take another 5 to 10 years to become mainstream in my personal view. I'm also qualified to say it because back in 1995, I taught the first graduate course in virtual reality at the Indian Institute of Science, at which point people said VR is going to take over the world, it's going to change the world. It did not. And I think today also VR is little far away. So we'll stick to AR. And AR also, I believe, is just emerging. and there is a lot more space for it to grow. It is not yet commodity. The one point I'll just make about AR, from my perspective, maybe after their views I'll expand on it. We spend too much time looking at the graphics, visual aspects of AR and VR. What I want to suggest and leave with you is, for example, if you close your eyes, you're not losing anything that is going on. All of these lights are redundant in terms of the value that is adding to you. So I want to spend time asking you to think about augmented reality as audio augmented reality. And there, the scope is huge. You're all familiar with spatial audio. So spatial audio has now become really commodity. All you need is a mobile phone and a regular headphone, a stereo headphone, and 3D sound. Spatial audio is available to you today. And augmented reality in most applications are yet to explore this powerful feature, especially in retail industry. I'll stop here, maybe I'll come back later.
Thank you.
Yeah, for context of what I'm going to say, maybe you need to understand our business. We are an 8-year-old company, and we started off purely with mattresses and then expanded slowly into furniture and furniture to home solutions, which means people like to see and visualize what is coming into their homes. When we started with mattresses, it was predominantly just a personal use product, and that too something that was hidden under a bed sheet. So that wasn't as big a problem. But the last 3-4 years, as we've expanded into furniture, home decor, furnishings, this has become a much more of an important thing. So to give our own layperson's journey, 5-6 years ago when we had to do something related to AR on the website, to say that if you open the same carousel photo on mobile web and just point it to the space in your house, this product will appear there. I remember how much interactions, APIs, all of those things that we had to integrate with. Today, 5-6 years later, it's just a plug and play. You won't believe the number of AR companies that approach us every month. They say that we are the fastest on mobile, page load is not going to be impacted, so on and so forth. You just try us out. So that is a very big indicator of showing that it's become commoditized, where you now can take it and build wrappers and experiences on top of it. You don't need to solve for the fundamental of how will this product look like in my living room. So yeah, I would agree with that, at least limited part of the AR.
Yeah, as far as augmented reality in retail is concerned, particularly from our point of view, when we started off as an online eyewear company, every time we used to do a survey of why people are not buying glasses online, one of the top 3 reasons used to come out as, I do not know how it will look on my face. Customers were not able to visualize that. So we did not had an option but to get augmented reality right if we wanted to be there at that time. And I think that problem put us in a unique position, because we became one of the first applications to enable augmented reality at mass. We initially started with a very basic 2D try-on, where a picture was taken and glasses were superimposed on them. And now, as the technology has advanced and we also have learned along the way, it is a 3D experience where you give access to your camera and you can on live wear glasses immediately one after the another in 3D. So while it is becoming a phenomena in rest of retail where augmented reality is catching up, I think we were put in this unique position where we didn't had an option but to innovate our way out of it.
Thank you. I mean, particularly Chaitanya, you spoke about how it has been commoditized. I think that's the mark of evolution of a technology. To call something mainstream is when you have an ecosystem that supports it. So well and truly, I can call AR, VR as mainstream technologies now. But reflecting on WakeFit, Chaitanya, you look at it when you were a pure play e-commerce player, and now you've got 42 experience centers in super short time across the country, brilliant experience centers which has many rich things to offer to your customers. How has your application of AR, VR changed from your e-commerce only days to a hybrid experience now?
I think a lot of our consumer studies showed that customers wanted to they were very forgiving if the exact SKU that they wanted to buy was not there at the store, but they were very keen to understand all of the materials and all of the looks that are there in the product portfolio. So even if that particular SKU of bed frame or a wardrobe or a sofa is not there in that particular store that they have visited, no problem. As long as you can help me visualize it in my space, and my family can take a call with that, that solves my problem. So if you stand outside our store and observe on any weekend, there's about 70 to 80 families coming in. A car or an Uber or an auto will stop, and 4, 5, 6 people will get out of it. And it's 3 generations, and they're all walking around for 45, 50 minutes, jumping on the sofa, sitting on the recliner. One baby will pee in the store, then we do all of that. It's a multi-generational, interactive experience to make a purchase for the home. So grandparents have one view, parents have one view, you have one view, and your kid has one view. So, so you want to come and solve for all of them, and you won't believe it. They come in with photos. They come in with photos of, this is my living room, this is the center table, this is the TV unit. Now tell me, I've shortlisted this particular thing from your website, tell me how will it look like. So can we visualize through those augmented reality kind of features is what we have been piloting and trying in some of our stores. But that is a very narrow way of looking at how to enable sale. Even if you take a step back, and how can you get the brand to speak to people? One small example is our recent campaign with Ayushmann Khurrana was based on the insight of, if you sleep very well, you bring out the child in you. You wake up with a kid-like energy. So in that advertisement, Ayushmann goes to sleep at night by covering his face with a blanket, and next morning he opens it and he is a 11-year-old version of Ayushmann. So that was created with exactly this. It was a combination of AI and CG. Took us 1.5 months to get that right. And if you look at it, it actually looks like a kid version. It's not him, it's not his kid, it is not a shrunken version, it's a kid version of Ayushmann. So we said, if the brand's insight is this, how do we get people to interact the same way? So one of the things we are piloting in some of our places is, what if somebody goes and stands in front of a mirror in the magic mirror in the store, and you stand, and but your kid version appears in front of you. It's much more than a snap filter, but can you do more? That becomes a point of engagement with the brand. That becomes a truly living the insight of the brand. So to give you an example of both, I gave you one specific thing where it was related to sale and transaction. We had to enable them, give them comfort of how it looks, how it feels. The other one was at a brand level, okay, saying that how do we engage with the brand so that it's more than transactional, it is emotional. They will never forget that. You have 3 people standing in front of the mirror, taking pictures, engaging it, they will never forget that. So can you do something like that? So that's why I think we as marketers, sorry, but all of these gentlemen are really big geniuses in tech. I am taking a layperson's view of founder and marketer. So we as marketers tend to just focus with technologies on sales. But can we do more? Can you talk to them at an emotional level? That will be a brilliant thing to do.
Yeah, that's a brilliant use case, isn't it? How do you engage customers? How do you show them the kid version of themselves and talk to a story that builds to the brand back? It's a brilliant use of technology. Congratulations. I can't wait to experience that in your experience center when it comes. Ramnik, you've been a pioneer in the space. You probably are the one of the first ones to build virtual try-ons in Lenskart. And you've had several transitions of this technology over the years. What has been your learning experiences, and how has it changed the course for Lenskart over the years?
Yeah, for us, I think it has been a differentiator from the very get-go. It took us time to first realize it and then data to prove it. Just to give you an idea, when we initially started off and Lenskart as a brand was not very well known, what we used to do is we used to get people to download the app and just try on glasses. We were not keen on making them, it sounds funny, but we were not as keen on making them purchase as we were keen on making them try on glasses, try our virtual try on. And the reason for that is that at that time there were a lot of e-commerce companies which are coming about, and people were trying out a lot of different apps. But after they uninstalled the app, we did a lot of user studies and tried to understand what is it that stuck with them, what is it that they remembered. And they always remembered that, oh, I tried out this e-commerce app which sells glasses, and the virtual try-on experience was fantastic. That is something that I have not seen before. And over time, what that led to is that when we looked at the customer cohorts of those customers in 6 months to 1 year, what we realized is that eyeglass as a category was maturing at that time. People used to buy glasses once in a year or even once in 2 years. But because of that experience, the Lenskart as a name stuck with them. And whenever they were considering to make a purchase in next 3 to 4 months, they ended up coming back and buying from us. So it acted as a differentiator for us in the early days. Now, of course, as the technology has improved and post-pandemic, a lot of adaptation of online has also gone up. We are easily able to show glasses with much more high fidelity, where people are able to differentiate between an acetate material, a metallic material, a blue and a light blue and different shades of blue, and actually able to make the call then and there and complete their purchase cycle then and there. So over the time, I think as the industry has matured, the technology has matured, our consumer behavior has also kept pace with that. And now when we are going international, we are seeing the same story repeat again, where we are one of the first ones who's enabling eyewear purchase using technology, and that is coming out as a differentiator for newer markets we are entering in.
That's brilliant. That's very interesting. You know, you say you started the usage of technology as a point for brand recall. Evolved from there to a point where you give advices to customer on what they would prefer and a lot of nuances around what should they pick, why should they pick that. This is fantastic. This truly technology leading the business. So Manohar, we've spoken about a lot of potential that the AR and VR technologies offer. What is limiting is the special hardware that it takes to bring this to life. What's your view? I know you've got a lot of passionate views around the subject. So if you could share with our audience your view on how is the ecosystem developing to keep pace with this technology, leverage more of this technology?
Sure. I think my fellow panelists have given the power of AR from an emotional point of view. And they are excellent marketers and brand builders. As a technologist, I continue to look at the functional aspect of AR. And that's, the potential is immense, which is almost untapped. Let's take an example of a large retail store like Walmart, right? It's 10,000 things, it's so complicated all over, but the structure that Walmart has put in is legendary. They know exactly where everything goes. Every shelf, every item is well known, documented. Over the last 10 years, all the data is available. Now, every customer today walking into a store like this, you can expect them to have a smartphone. And the smartphones keep moving up. And smartphone today has so much sensors built in. Every kind of sensor, including very soon, I think iPhone already has this ultra wideband sensors. It's going to become commodity in Android phones. When you have that, localization of your position inside a building is going to get centimeter accuracy, which means I can exactly track in front of which rack you are standing. All the way from the entrance, I can track you completely, and I can tell you what is around you without you having to look. I can tell you what is on the rack after this rack which you cannot see through. But I know everything about in the entrance store, right? So here is where I believe the audio part of augmented reality is very powerful. You could, with all the data available, I could tell you spatialized audio, right? I can tell you here is ice cream, here is something, and as I move forward, I can set filters on, tell me about 3 things in the store, including where is the discount, where is the lowest price, which is the new thing. And I can give audio alerts based on my preference, and I just walk through and I get attracted to what I have made as of my interest today. This is augmented reality. All I want to come back to is, don't see augmented reality's high fidelity graphics everywhere. Information overlaid on the real world is really augmented reality. And the power, just assuming low-cost smartphones, all the sensors, excellent bandwidth, sensors which do all of this, and huge amount of data behind large entities like Walmart is sufficiently full of opportunities that we are not even tapping into it. We need to think beyond immediate sales. For example, I could create a training program using augmented reality for somebody who's managing inventory on the store. How do I refill? So I could do a simulation of inventory for this person training, not in the store. You can sit inside an office or your home, and you can virtually walk through the Walmart filling stores, doing all this game-like experiences using your augmented reality. And next day you walk into the store, you exactly know where to go, where to pick up, where to put it. So I really feel augmented reality with this commodity hardware in every customer's hand is yet to be explored in full.
I'm sure any CFO listening to this will love this. Saying, don't invest more, leverage more of what you have.
Hardware is not a limit anymore. So AR is not limited by hardware. The commodities everything is becoming commoditized. All you need to do is the data science and the computing and the user experience design on top of this existing hardware. Has ways to go. And there's no limit. It's only limited by our innovation.
True that, true that. In fact, I can recall once when I was in a group that had creators of the Dolby Atmos standards. One of the things that they said stuck with me forever. They said the processor for Dolby Atmos is not outside, it's inside the head. So the human brain holds the receiver that receives and interprets the Dolby Atmos signatures. So there's so much of processing power that is yet untapped. And you're talking about extending AR to AAR, which taps the potential of the human brain to separate the spatial signals. So fantastic. One question to both of you, and this is a throwback to the COVID times where most of our retail experiences were online, very limited, at which point the technologies such as AR and VR were saviors in a way because they could get us close to an in-store experience by virtualizing them. And fast forward now where people are coming back into stores. What is the role of AR, VR? How is the reach and relevance of AR, VR as you see it now?
You're absolutely right. I think the adoption for AR took off in our industry, at least during the COVID times. Everybody was stuck at home and people suddenly realized that the home was not just a place to come and sleep at night. Yeah. Suddenly your kids were going to school from home, your aged parents were watching television in the same room, you had to work on a desk. And so you needed a chair, a sofa, a TV unit, a study table. You needed everything suddenly. So people needed that comfort to make those purchases online, which traditionally they weren't making. So AR definitely played a huge role. And I still remember we used to track the conversion of people who used the AR feature and people who didn't use the AR feature. It was nearly about 1.5x, the conversion rate. So it really played a big role in enabling consumers to move to an online purchase model for our category, home category, during that critical phase. Today, as we've gone more and more into stores, the expectation from AR has almost become table stakes. They're not wowed by it, they're not surprised by it, they almost expect it. I've come here, so I need to see an endless aisle. You have 5,000 SKUs. Your store of 3,000 square feet can only keep about a small fraction of that. So now help me experience that through that. So it's almost expectation where they come, they want to see different parts of our business. And I told you earlier about transactional and emotional. I'll tell you a third use case, which is, can you give me confidence of why your products are better? One way for us is, we run India's largest furniture factory. You come there, you feed the raw material, you choose the design from the cloud server by touching the touch screen, and then after 5 steps, the furniture comes out packaged. So there are robotic arms lifting, drilling, packaging, edge banding, and shipping it out. So if you show this in an immersive way to a consumer, what better sales pitch can we give? No matter how much we train to an individual in the store, can we beat this sales pitch? That this is the kind of finesse, this is the kind of quality. It is getting generated live today as you speak in our factory 50 kilometers away. That's a brilliant use case. And we are trying to do that, but whenever we do crack it, just imagine, we won't need to struggle so much to hire, train on all of these things for every single salesperson across the country. The whole model of convincing a customer changes. So I think that is where it is, where table stakes has, like Manohar also mentioned, table stakes has kept going up. If we use this technology to open up more use cases in the consumer's buying behavior and fears and anxieties, I'm pretty sure we can tap into many more creative use cases.
Yeah, in our case, I think the first use case is more of practicality. Like Chaitanya mentioned, you only have limited shelf space. So even though, so we are a fast fashion player in that sense, and we have more than 5,000 SKUs. So we can only keep limited set at our stores. So when a customer is at the store, they are able to try out particular models and with that get a sense of the feel, the weight, how it appears on their face. And then after that, they are able to get their augmented reality model made and see what does similar colors or maybe even different styles look like on their face. So that is one use case. But I think the other use case which is more transformational in our case is that when the user is creating their face scan to try out glasses, we are able to get more than 250 data points of their face from that scan. We use that data in an anonymized format to then find out what are the glasses that will work well for that customer. What glasses will not only fit them better, but also look good on them, basis the data that we have earlier. So those are some of the use cases which help us to stay ahead and increase our conversions at stores as well.
Oh, brilliant. I could certainly use that technology because I always get confused when I go to an optical store, and safely I take my daughter with me these days. She's more capable of recommending the right ones for me. And a technology that can scan 250 points on a face and recommend the right fit for you in a personalized manner, I think is where the future is. And you spoke about how you have got limited space and how you are leveraging technology to fit in the 5,000 skill set you have. This fantastic use of technology. I know we may not have too much time, and when I was talking to this gentleman a little earlier, the amount of information and insight they've got, I was like a kid in a candy store asking them a lot of questions, and we could unpack only so much in the limited time. There's one last question I would like to ask each of you. One is, given what we have seen as realized potential and unrealized potential that lies ahead, where do you think this technology is heading? And specifically, GenAI is the new kid on the block, and everyone is super excited about that. Do you see any potential synergies between AR, VR, and GenAI, and any insights that you can share with us on how your business is adopting these technologies? We'll probably start with Manohar.
Just wanted to mention that when we talk about access to things like AR, VR, most initial thing is about people who are young, energetic, fit, and who can run around and play games and so on and so forth. But the true power of any technology is when it can reach much beyond. So for example, if you are limiting to English, you are denying 90% of the Indian population. Older people, people with low vision, people on wheelchairs with reduced mobility, people who are technophobic, all of these people can be easily brought into experiencing the power of augmented reality if you augment it appropriately for the target audience. So that is the larger dimension to explore. Currently, most of the focus is on, as I said, visual and able technology aware people who are used to it, but expanding this access again has unlimited potential. From a GenAI point of view, again, I come back to that pure traditional data science, AI, ML, along with all of the data that has become available, combined with this commodity, smartphone, other technologies I just mentioned, enough runway. GenAI is probably 3 years down the line because GenAI today is expensive. You can't just go and use it. Every call is going to cost you money. And in a retail business where the margins are so thin, you cannot just spray around GenAI. So we need to wait for that to mature, but extract value from what we already have. So that will be my.
Thank you.
I'll give you two examples. One is generative AI and one is tactile. I'll tell you why they're both important. For us, as a furniture home solutions kind of a company, for every new product launch, we launch hundreds every month. For every new product, you have to do two things. One is a white background lifestyle photo shoot, or white background catalog shoot, and another one is a lifestyle shoot to help them visualize how the product will look like. And imagine how painful and experience this is, that you have to book a studio or set up your own studio space, ship this heavy bulky product on a truck and then land it there, create different sets, boho, Scandinavian, mid-century modern, all of the different looks, shoot them, and then you realize that some of them don't work, so you kill the SKU and some of them don't. So why should this process be so time consuming and so costly? So we've recently started using GenAI to try and take our products or similar products and get them to be shown in different settings through prompt engineering. This is a humongous time and cost saving effort for us, where we are able to use it in our performance marketing and basic places where we can, and where a category or a product becomes a huge hit, we invest in an extensive photo shoot at that point in time, because then it's worth it. You are actually putting money behind what you know is a success. The second example that I like to give you is one of the companies in our industry, but in the US, has come up with something which is very tactile, where you create a virtual room, and instead of touching the screen, you're given a set of cards on the table. It's a small table in front of you, and each of the cards is labeled as a study table, a sofa, recliner, a TV unit, and so on and so forth. And then you move around the actual card, and the things change on the visual screen. Why is this important? Why couldn't they have just done it on their mobile phone? It is because mobile phones are so distracted, they cause distraction. So if you're on your mobile phone, you'll get a WhatsApp notification, you'll get a work call, you'll get something else. So how do you make it immersive? By taking away some of the technology, but giving them some other technology. So they are in your store. They could have very easily given a QR code and say, go do this. But they're doing this through tactile. So you actually move the card on the small playboard, and the things actually change on the visual. Such a brilliant use case where you're mixing tactile and you're making it almost your own design because you are moving it. At the same time, removing all distractions. So I think that is where technology is headed, and I'm very excited to see how more use cases open up for all industries.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the first use case which is getting most adopted is of cataloging and how you are using generative AI to showcase your products across different backgrounds. In our case, as eyeglasses is getting more and more into lifestyle domain, we launch glasses around hip hop collection. We are about to launch glasses around Blue Billions for the World Cup. Similarly, we launched glasses for K-pop drama series. And what we realized is that it was getting complicated to get those stars and get them signed up and shoot around that. So instead, we used generative AI to create a band, K-pop band, which doesn't exist. And with them, we launched our latest TV commercial, and took them to Taj Mahal and all the places and shot it there. That allowed us to put people in frame of mind of how a K-pop, K-pop band will don glasses and what kind of glasses go well with them. So that is the first use case. Secondly, I think in terms of augmented reality, the next step for augmented reality is to also observe what all you are showing it to them using your camera, and then use it to actually recommend glasses to you, not just on the basis of functional attributes that I talked about, which is your facial features, but also on your background, where you are, what is the kind of environment that you are standing in. So analyzing of all that data with the ML which is available now, and giving not just the demonstration of glasses that you have chosen, but choosing glasses for you is the second use case, I think, which we will develop into.
Brilliant.
Actually, if I may add one thing, I actually vouch for what Ramnik said. I was interviewing a very senior candidate for some other role, and that gentleman said, he was wearing a red pair of glasses, and the gentleman said, I own 6 pairs of glasses, and depending on my attire, depending on the mood that I am in, I choose what I want to wear. So I think the biggest thing Lenskart has done is move eyewear from healthcare to a lifestyle thing, and it's a brilliant thing through technology.
Awesome.
May I also add one more? I think as part of one of the research project we did was to simulate eye conditions, which technology now exists. Simple power thing, you could actually simulate it in your system so you can use your actual eyesight when you're trying out glasses. We can talk about that offline.
That's very interesting.
Brilliant. I think we just have enough time for a couple of questions before we wrap up, but look at the gamut of things that we've covered in the last 30 minutes. And as I said, 30 minutes is not sufficient to do justice to the knowledge of the gentleman on the stage here, but unfortunately I'll have to time out at this point and probably open out the floor to a couple of questions. I see one hand going up there. We can take only 2, unfortunately. If you could stand up, introduce yourself, and ask the question to a particular member on the stage here, please.
Sure. My name is Anak. I work for an investment firm here in Bangalore. Wanted to ask a gentleman from Lenskart, are there any pros and cons of cloud-side rendering versus like device-side rendering for AR and VR?
Yeah, I think device-side rendering is much faster, but what cloud-side rendering does is it allows us to then use the common knowledge which is gained over the years of different people making purchases, and helps us in giving better recommendation. So we actually try to use a common technology of both, where at the device side, we keep rendering in some sense in the full, where they are able to get to the right glasses very quickly. But at the same time, certain data which is anonymized goes to our cloud so that we are able to then use it to give better recommendation for other people that are trying it out. Thanks for the question though. Good question.
There's one more question there.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah, I'm Neeti. So while we talked a lot about virtual try-on, one thing that is missing is how do I feel when I'm trying something, whether it's a piece of cloth or whether it's glasses. Is there anything happening on that front where you can actually feel the product? I know something is happening on haptic, but not sure how mature it is, but do you see any progress on that front?
That's again for Ramnik, I think.
So in our case, what we are trying to do is with our experience centers, we are trying to use data which is available from your visit at the store and the data available with us virtually and combine the two. So when you are on a product, we are able to show that this is very similar to the glasses that you tried on at the store and then combine it with your insights online. But purely online, something to do with the touch and feel, I have not come across personally so far.
So that's really a hard problem, tactile interfaces. And if at all there are things which are devices which are outside a phone, it's not integrated with phone anytime soon. And so you may have to go to a place where the tactile device is to experience tactility. Might as well go to the store and touch the real sofa at this point. Because if the technology gap is so large that it's not going to be commoditized anytime soon. It's a hopeful thought for maybe 10 years down the line. Vibro tactile is a little bit more available on the phone. You can sense, give you some vibrational sense, but the fine textures on fingers, that's really hard. We are very sensitive to it, and to mimic that is really hard. And so that's not going to be commoditized anytime soon. Good question though.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, we had a level of commonality in all the responses over the last half an hour, if you observe. There was always grounded in the true business sense and reality. Here, Manohar spoke about, yes, it's got a lot of potential. Before investing more, whatever investments you have made, there is more to leverage from it, so grind it to ground. This is what your message was. Here you're talking about using haptic feedback or using that to leverage the skill set that you have, and more business-centric use cases. You spoke about GenAI being used to optimize your staging and photography process, and Ramnik spoke about bringing a level of expression to eyewear, and how do you move away from being a platform that helps in visualization to moving to an advisory position almost, right? So fantastic. I think we've had a brilliant conversation here. I think we'll at some point get you all back together for a longer discussion. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Ramnik, really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
entertaining and enlightening chat. It was great learning about the role of emerging tech in marketing.
Today, we have heard from industry experts and leaders about the multitude of ways in which emerging technologies are transforming retail and other industries. It has been a fantastic learning experience for all of us.
Speaking of learning, Walmart Global Tech recently launched an open innovation challenge called Sparkathon, which encouraged India's student community to submit creative ideas that solve complex problems in retail. We received several brilliant ideas, but there are 3 teams whose innovative solutions made a mark. Before I invite our winners on stage, let's take a look at the incredible journey of Sparkathon this year.
I would like to call upon Balu Chaturvedala and Hari Vasudev to join us on stage to felicitate the winning teams. Thank you, Balu and Hari, for joining us.
Okay, everybody. Are you all ready to hear who is the second runner-up for Sparkathon? Please put your hands together for Team Next Best!
Team Next Best presented an impressive solution that helps identify the next best location for warehouses or stores using advanced data analytics.
Great job, Team Next Best. All right, the suspense still continues. We're all waiting with bated breath to hear which team is going to be the first runner-up of Sparkathon. Let's hear it for the first runners-up, Team Nexus! Team Nexus came up with a brilliant solution that revolutionizes yard logistics with seamless digital processes, eliminating operational bottlenecks and leading to smoother yard operations. And now, we are going to hear the team that are the winners of Sparkathon. So please put your hands together for Team Ape XR. So Team APEXR is a talented team of students who presented an innovative solution that empowers vendors with new age extended reality product guides, enabling users to assemble packaged products with the help of XR.
Congratulations once again to all the winners of Sparkathon.
Folks, I'm sure you'll agree when I say that cricket is in our blood.
That's true. I remember how kids used to play cricket in the streets for hours after school.
And brah, I was certainly one of them. Those were really the days. Cricket truly brings us together.
Speaking of bringing people together, I'm excited to invite our next guest, one of India's most impressive middle order batsmen who has represented our country with great distinction. He's also an Arjuna awardee for his stellar contribution to the sport. Outside of cricket, he's also passionate about supporting rising startups.
Please put your hands together for the one and only Ajinkya Rahane. Before I invite him on stage, let's relive some of his special moments.
He pulls it away. Yes. Yes, he looks to the heavens. This is timing from Ajinkya Rahane.
He gets 100. Well played, Ajinkya Rahane. And that is his third Test match 100 in only his 13th Test match. What a way to start out on your international career. Forward shot. That's why Ajinkya Rahane is no easier to bowl to.
He's entertaining everyone today. One day century. What a performance from Ajinkya Rahane.
Ajinkya Rahane, he's 12 in Test cricket.
This man, Ajinkya Rahane, has an unbeaten record now.
Beautifully struck from Jinx Rahane, well played.
Here's Rahane, pulls it away. Yes.
Let's hear it for Ajinkya.
Timing from Ajinkya Rahane. He gets 100. Well played, Ajinkya Rahane. And that is his third Test match 100 in only his 13th Test match. What a way to start out on your international career. Forward shot. That's why Ajinkya Rahane is no easier to bowl to.
He's entertaining everyone today. One day century. What a performance from Ajinkya Rahane.
Ajinkya Rahane, he's 12 in Test cricket.
This man, Ajinkya Rahane, has an unbeaten record now.
Beautifully struck from Jinx Rahane, well played.
Here's Rahane, pulls it away. Yes. Yes, he looks to the heavens.
This is timing from Ajinkya Rahane. He gets 100. Well played, Ajinkya Rahane. And that is his third Test match 100 in only his 13th Test match. What a way to start out on your international career. Forward shot. That's why Ajinkya Rahane is no easier to bowl to.
He's entertaining everyone today. One day century. What a performance from Ajinkya Rahane.
Ajinkya Rahane, he's 12 in Test cricket.
This man, Ajinkya Rahane, has an unbeaten record now.
All right, Ajinkya is on the way and he should be here any moment. So let's just hold on and just wait a couple of minutes till Ajinkya gets here. We still have to close Chalu and get it.
Beautifully struck from Jinx Rahane, well played.
Here's Rahane, pulls it away. Yes, yes, he looks to the heavens. This is timing from Ajinkya Rahane.
And he gets 100, well played, Ajinkya Rahane. And that is his third Test match 100 in only his 13th Test match. What a way to start out on your international career. Forward shot.
That's why Ajinkya Rahane is no easier to bowl to. He's entertaining everyone today. One day century, what a performance from Ajinkya Rahane.
Ajinkya Rahane, he's 12th in Test cricket. This man, Ajinkya Rahane, has an unbeaten record now.
All right, folks, let's hear it for Ajinkya Rahane. And please welcome again Balu Chaturvedula, Senior Vice President and Country Head, Walmart Global Tech, to facilitate the conversation and take us on an exciting journey through his life and career. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajinkya, for joining us at Converge today. It is a true fan moment for cricket ardent fans like me and for all our audience here. For the audience, you know we have to keep it this towards the last segment because we saved the best for the last. Okay.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. On that note, I'm sure there are a lot of memories in your cricket book, but something very close to my heart. 2020 Border Gavaskar Trophy. You were scintillating knock of 112 against Australia in Melbourne. Not only we won the team on that particular game, but actually you inspired the whole team to go win the series 2-1. It's a fabulous moment. I'm very proud of that.
Thank you. It is very close to my heart as well. So
Thank you, Ajinkya. And I have to make a confession before we actually begin with our questions. Today is going to be a very special day at home for me. I'm probably going to get a red carpet welcome. My wife is a huge fan of you, and she has nothing but praise for you. So again, you are a big hero at my home. Thanks for that. On that note, we'll get started with our questions. The first, a lot of us, including all our audience here, have a lot of dreams. I'm sure you had your dreams too. Did you always dream about being a cricketer?
yes, I did. I always dreamt of playing for India since my childhood days. But you know, I'll tell you something. Coming from middle-class family, coming from Maharashtrian family, most of your relatives, they tell you to follow your father, follow what is your father doing. And my father, he's an engineer. Most of them, they told me to become an engineer. But for me, cricket was everything. Cricket is my passion. And hats off to my father. He backed me. I mean, as I told you, we came from a very lower middle class family. Financial crisis were there, but I think whatever today I am, it's because of my family. So hats off to my father and my mother. They backed me. My relatives used to tell my father, Ajinkya should become an engineer, but I wanted to become a cricketer and represent country and do something special for my country. So I'm really grateful, really happy, and really proud that I am representing my country, and I always dreamt of playing for India.
Thank you. And in fact, whether it is an engineer, sports person, or a celebrity actor, I think family plays a big role, and a big round of applause to all of us who are supporting us for being us here today. On that note, you started playing cricket at a very, very early age. That probably requires a lot of discipline. Did you have some guiding principles, discipline, or routine that you had to follow for the player that you are today?
I started playing when I was 7. Like any other kid in Mumbai or India, I used to play in our society with my teammates, with my building mates. And I've broken many window panes that time, like everyone. And every day there were 2 to 3 complaints used to come at our house, and they used to tell my father, please ask Ajinkya to behave and bat properly. And luckily, one of our neighbor, Dr. Hambade, he spotted my talent. He saw my batting while playing in a society. And he told my father that you should try Ajinkya into an academy. And journey actually started from there. While playing cricket, when I started my journey, for me it was always about passion, determination, hunger, respecting each and every individual, my cricketing teammates, my fellow mates, my opponents, and following my dream. I mean, I still follow that. Why I say respect? Because one thing my father told me that he said, if you become a cricketer and if you do something good in cricket, people will always love you, people will always recognize you. But to become a successful person, you have to, if people can say Ajinkya is a very nice person, very good person, that is a success for you in your life. So I always follow that in my life. I have a habit, a strange habit, of keeping 1 or 2 t-shirts from every series. And that started when I was 7. And I have many t-shirts now at home. Sometimes my wife tells me, Ajinkya, what are you doing with your t-shirts? There are so many t-shirts at home. But you know, when wife tells you something or wife is talking to you, sometimes you just have to say nothing. Keep quiet, and that's a long way to go in your life. But I have that habit, strange habit with me. Discipline, punctuality, traveling in Mumbai, traveling in local trains. I think always, I mean, our reporting time was 7 o'clock in the morning, and I used to travel from Dombivli that time. And Dombivli to CST was 1 hour, 1 hour, 15 minute journey one way. So my father decided that we will reach at the ground around 6:30, half an hour before. And today again, I was here half an hour before. So that always continues. Small things I feel always matters when you're doing something and when you're passionate about something. So yeah, I have a habit of these all things, and which I feel are very important in your life.
Fantastic. I think well said. I think we all have our disciplinary items to follow to be successful. Next one is again a special, close to my heart again, which is in 2017, you stepped in as a captain in the absence of Virat Kohli. You led the team at Dharmashala for a most memorable victory again versus Australia. And you actually changed the composition of the team. You brought in an extra bowler. Like, you played a very vital role as a captain, and you also actually got the team together as a unit. What was going on? Like, do you want to talk, can you talk about it?
There's always a responsibility when you're representing your country, or whatever you're doing in your life, there's always a responsibility. How you take it, that is up to you completely. I mean, for me, that was the proudest moment in my career. Captaining India, obviously just got to know a day before Virat Kohli got injured, a day before the game, and I got to know that I will lead the team. And series was 1-1 that time. There were many suggestions from my teammates or few players that we should go with extra batter. Generally, what happens is if a batter gets injured, you will replace him with another batter. But when series was 1-1, for me, my thinking was how can we win that test match and win the series from there. So we included one extra bowler, and that was my completely instinct, gut feeling. Anil Kumble was the coach that time, and he said, whatever you are comfortable with. So I had the freedom of our coach that time. So he said, whatever you are comfortable, we'll go with that. And we actually went with Kuldeep Yadav. He did really well in that game, but I was really nervous. For me, I actually tell you one funny thing. Before the game, when I got to know that I'm the captain, and before that evening, I was actually practicing tossing the coin for an hour. And next day, when I went for the toss, I lost the toss. So then I decided, let's focus on controllable things. Toss, it's not in my control. So I focused on, I think, how can I get better, good performances from my teammates? How can I back them? How can I give freedom to each and every individual? Because for me as a captain, if I can give freedom to my teammates, I know they will do well on the field. So yeah, that test match was really special. That series was really special. I mean, hard-fought series, 1-1. From there, we went on to win 2-1. So yeah, it was really special and memorable day for me.
Yeah, and more importantly, what matters is the win. And sometimes not everything has to be well thought through. It could be gut instinct, and you had the instinct that the Team India got one.
Yeah, I mean, as a captain, sometimes you have to back your instincts. You have to take risk. And for me, I think in my mind, it was all about how can we take 20 wickets. Because if you want to win the test match or series, it's all about taking 20 wickets. It's not about runs. Yes, runs are important. But as a batting unit, 6 batters can take responsibility of the team and score whatever, 275 plus, 300 plus runs. But if you have the ability of taking 20 wickets, we have a more chance of winning that test match. So, I mean, that was the call I had to take, and I went with my instincts.
Fantastic. And we have a lot of technologists here. You yourself very much invested into technology, companies and startups. In 2020, I think you invested in a startup called Hurdle, and more recently, OT, which is a diary alternative startup. What inspires you to invest into the technology companies?
See, I'll tell you first thing about OT. OT is a Bangalore startup, and I love Bangalore startups. So, no, but why OT? Because it's still in early days. I had an oat milk coffee in New Zealand first in 2013, 2014, and I really liked it. Nice. And for me, the thought was, how can we get this in India, or how can we have it in India at that time? And this opportunity came just 7-8 months back, and we thought this is a great thing. I follow my fitness routines. I'm pretty much conscious about my diet, my health, what I eat, what I consume, and so I'm pretty much aware of that. That's why OT. Now I'll tell you about Hurdle. Hurdle, we started very early. We invested in Hurdle in very early days. In 2020, as you mentioned, just after COVID, we thought, I think this is a great platform for everyone to go outdoor and play outdoor sports. That's what I learned in my younger days. My father, my family used to tell me about, you should go outside and play outdoor sports, be it kabaddi, kho-kho, normal Indian sports, an hour. And from sports, any other sports, you learn so many things about life, your physical fitness, your mental fitness takes care. So I thought Hurdle was a good platform for us to be involved in. And from that day onwards, I mean, we saw people going outside. People can go actually on the Hurdle app and book a spot, book a place, and play badminton, football, or cricket, whatever they want. And now we have grown like amazingly well. We have 1,200 plus centers all over India, 5 lakhs players, and 80% of the audience is repetitive. So I'm really proud of that. That in Hurdle, people are very hardworking, and it's really grateful for all the people who enjoy playing different kind of sports. And sports is actually, as I said, it's very good for your physical and mental health. So that's why Hurdle.
And in fact, building on that, cricket is a fascinating game which has adopted technology early in advance, whether it is stump vision or whether it is decision review system. How do you think the technology has actually played a key role in enhancing the game of cricket overall?
I think technology is very important nowadays. When I think 10, 15 years back, we had no visuals of our batting videos. We were not able to watch our batting videos. But now, because of technology, we can actually see our strengths, our weaknesses, where can we improve as a batsman, as a cricketer. So small example of that, just before 2019 West Indies series, I had a help of, obviously, one of my friend who is into technology, and I asked him about my stats, and he said, first 30 balls, if you play in a certain fashion, you will be able to score 50 plus runs.
I see.
And I followed that method in 2019 West Indies series, and I was the highest run getter in that series. When I got to know about what I followed in that series, it was an exact thing what he told me about. First 30 balls, I played in that exact manner, and I was able to score many runs. So I feel technology is very important nowadays. Technology and fitness can go hand in hand. Bat technology has changed a lot when I was using my bats in earlier days, and now when I use it, it's a massive difference. So I feel, and also we all know DRS system, how
Yes.
important it is.
It is important, yeah.
Although it's not good for the batsman, because even umpire's call, if it's given, it's out. So I feel, but technology nowadays is very important.
Yeah. I know you said already a couple of times that you're very, very particular about your fitness. But as an athlete, everyone goes through a good phase and a bad phase. Last year, you had a hamstring injury and you had to pull yourself out of the IPL season. And what do you tell yourself to be resilient and have a very strong comeback when you go through low moments in your life?
So it's important to understand that injuries are part and parcel of sports person's life, their career, and you just have to accept it. You cannot think too much about it. You just have to accept it. Important is what you're thinking in your mind. What's your goal and where you want to go, what you want to achieve in your life. So for me, it was all about being positive. It was a grade 3 hamstring tear, and it was a serious injury. I had to take a couple of opinions from doctors, different opinions from doctors, but for me, it was all about playing for India. For me, I was always thinking about how can I come back, how quickly I can come back, and for that I had to follow strict routine, strict diet. You know, when you're not playing cricket, when you're not doing something, you feel like eating everything. When you're sitting, I'll tell you an example. As a batsman, when you get out, how many of you play cricket here? Yeah, okay. So as a batsman, when you get out, cheaply, you feel like eating something, right? When you go inside, that's what happens with me as well. When I go inside, or with everyone, when I go inside, I feel like eating chocolates, I feel like eating cookies or something. But for me, it was all about, I think, maintaining strict diet, waking up at certain time, sleep at certain time, and proper amount of water intake, protein intake, and everything. Those 3-4 months were really tough, really challenging, but my dream was obviously to play for India and make a comeback for India, and that's what made me going. Support of my family and my friends during that time was massive. You know, as a human being, there are many negative thoughts comes to our mind, but because of my family and my friends, I was able to maintain that right path, right discipline, and come back in 8 weeks. So doctors told me about you can come back in 12 weeks, but I think because of my discipline and determination, I was fit in 8 weeks. So credit to all the doctors, all the physios, and my family and friends. So yeah, it is hard, but it's a part and parcel of any sportsman's career. You just have to accept it and move on.
Yeah, I mean, very well said. I'm also a big believer in a quote that says, failure is never an opposite of success, but it is part of the success. So on that note, you have reinvented yourself as a brand new career as a 2020 most emerging player. You've hit 6 fours in an over. You actually won an award for highest strike rate. Like, what was happening? Like, you know, what was that journey about?
It was still the same Ajinkya Rahane who was batting for CSK. Earlier, my role was completely different. Whichever franchises I played for, my role was to be an anchor, and others will play around me. But especially this year, it was all about maintaining a certain strike rate and play with a certain strike rate and play an impact role for the team. So as a batsman, as a player, you have to stay 2-3 steps ahead of the situation. You have to visualize where future is heading, where cricket is heading, and play accordingly. So I thought the preparation for that was really important before the tournament. When I got an opportunity this year against Mumbai Indians, 5 minutes before the toss, captain and, not captain, coach, Stephen Fleming came to me and he said, Ajinkya, you are playing. And one of our team member, he was not well that time, and he said, you are playing. So I thought this is the best opportunity for me to go out there and play with freedom and play with a certain strike rate, which I was preparing for. And that clicked in that game. So I thought visualization is very important in every aspect, in everyone's career. What you want to achieve, or where your future is heading, where cricket is heading, or where your company is heading. So it's all about, I think, thinking 2-3 steps ahead, and you should be willing to take risk during that time.
Very good. And in fact, it jives extremely well with our today's theme, which is like powering the present but enabling the future. So you got to stay the moment, but also plan what's coming in ahead. And this is also a very special question to my heart. Indian women's cricket come a long way. I think it's a very competitive stage right now. You played a very active mentor role. What's your role in Indian women cricket as a mentor?
I'm really happy to see where the women cricket team is right now, how good they are playing and what they are doing right now. I'm really happy for them. Yes, we do spend time on the field with them. Sometimes we practice together, and I had a couple of chances of interacting with them here in Bangalore at NCA. So good to see, women team doing well for us, cricketing wise, and I really wish best for them. So it's good to see women's in cricket team, they are doing well. Only thing I wish, I don't know if I say this or not, but if someone can dance less and practice more or score more, that would be really good to see, because I am a hardcore cricketer, and I would love to see good performances, good attitude, and good intensity on the field.
Awesome, very well said. On that note, I think we have also planned a little bit of a rapid fire round for you. We'll start with the first one. You actually invested in a lot of technology companies yourself. A technology that helps you to improve your game.
It's a trade secret, but I use one technology for my fitness thing, another technology for my skill work. I'll tell you one day, maybe after 4 or 5 years, not right now. It's a trade secret for now.
Sure, we all have secrets.
It's a good secret though.
And I'm sure you have a lot of memorable innings. And according to you, who is the toughest bowler that you ever faced?
Toughest bowler, Mitchell Johnson for me.
Mitchell Johnson, okay. And most memorable innings that you played?
112 at MCG.
Awesome. Hit it for that. I know you can talk about cricket for almost maybe a day, but if you have to say cricket in one word, what would that be?
Passion.
Passion. And you travel a lot. I'm sure it's also a stressful game and nervy sometimes. How do you unwind yourself off the field?
I love music. I love reading. Spend time with my family. Now I have 2 kids, so I spend time with them, obviously.
Very nice. And what is your go-to item when you shop at Walmart?
As I told you, I have 2 kids now, so it's all about kids, all kids stuff.
Okay. We have a massive assortment in toys and clothes. And if not cricketer, what profession you would have chosen?
Air Force.
Okay.
It was always about country, so.
Yeah. The last gadget that you bought?
Headphones.
I'm not going to ask for the brand because we just had to say.
I'm not going to tell you.
One thing you like really most about Bangalore, you said about startups, maybe beyond that?
Weather.
Nice. I'm sure you're a fan for many of us, but I'm sure you have your own, growing up, you have your own sports heroes. Who's your sports hero?
Apart from cricket, I'll tell you Roger Federer.
Okay. I know we heard about your nickname, but what is Ajinkya's Anjink's advice to all of us?
I think keep dreaming, dream big and never give up.
Never give up. Okay. I think with that, I think we have a lot of cricket enthusiasts here. Would you mind opening like a couple of questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe 2 or 3. Yeah. Somebody use the mic, please. Sure. We can do 4. Okay, we will do that. Absolutely. We have time.
Jinx, my question is mostly about mindset. Before that, I want to thank you for something, because after the Indian cricket team, the best team that I love is CSK. And this year has been something which is very close to our heart, because we don't know if our captain will be playing the next edition. It was a suspense. It's still a suspense. And yeah, so you have played a very important and incredible role in us lifting the title this year. First of all, thank you for that. right? I know with CSK you are playing a different role. You also spoke about it, right? Maintaining a certain strike rate, and earlier you are playing anchor roles, right? So how do you mentally prepare yourself for this? Because for you, it's not about skill set. I think it's here, right? So it's mentally. So what changes do you really do to the mental routine when you are actually juggling between different formats?
So talking about T20 and playing with certain fashion, for me, I always think about the team. It's not about myself. It's not about my own runs or my own result or outcome. For me, how can I contribute? What's my impact and what will be my impact? And that's how I prepare. That's how I prepare in the nets as well. If I'm batting, I have to see how many balls I'm going to face. So I practice accordingly. If I'm batting at 3, roughly I'll face around, it's between 40 to 60 balls or 30 to 50 balls. So I'll have to practice accordingly. So that's what I do. I generally try and improve one shot every season. And that's what I did in this year as well. So I think it's all about the team. It's not about getting 50s or getting 100s. I think even if I can get 20 ball 30, 40 or 25 ball 50, I think that's good enough. Or 15 ball 25, 30. I think it's all about impact nowadays rather than the result or outcome as an individual thing. So for me, it's pretty much simple. If you're thinking about the team, other things will follow automatically. It's all about growing every day, learning every day, be it in a practice session or during the game. So I think having that attitude of learning every time and growing every time as a cricketer and as a person, that helps me a lot.
Thank you.
We'll take 4 more questions.
Enjoyed your journey. It was very inspiring. I have one question. How do you handle pressure while batting second? Because in a T20 game, when the strike rate you need to maintain, and also the run rate will be increased in the last few hours. Because recently you have seen Rinku Singh playing 4 sixes in the last over. If you are in such a situation, what would be your mindset and how you train yourself to handle the pressure and win the game for your team?
See, pressure only comes when you're thinking about yourself, right? When you're thinking about your own performances, what if I get out, I want to make runs, I want to get runs. Pressure only comes during that time. If you're thinking about the team, it's all about the situations. You have to see the situation, read the situations well, and play accordingly. So we say in the cricket that you just have to watch the ball and react to it. So if you are doing that, you are already in the moment, you are thinking about the moment. You're not thinking far too ahead or you're not thinking about the past. So it's all about, I think, being in the moment and watching the ball and react accordingly. That's what helps me a lot. So,
because as people who are watching, our heartbeats are rising like anything when we are watching. And as a batsman,
हमारा भी वैसे होता है, लेकिन हम दिखाते नहीं हैं.
I can't say how it is, but I'm very tense when I'm watching suspense matches like that.
Why suspense?
Because I don't know how the bowler will bowl and how you are going to face and how the ball will go, whether it goes to the fielder hand or it will go out of the stadium.
I'll tell you one thing. When you're watching CSK's game and Ajinkya Rahane and MS Dhoni are batting, you just have to trust them.
Hello. Hi Ajinkya, I'm Amey here. I'm also from Dombivli, so big high five there. My question was more around finding passion, like balance between passion and being practical. So cricket in India, if you see, right, it's a funnel where there are a lot of incoming players, but only few players are coming out successful, and media only highlights the successful player, and a lot of players who are not so successful. They have to choose between being passionate and being practical at some point of time. So what are your thoughts on, drawing that line or choosing between being practical and being passionate? Because passion at the end of the day doesn't get food on your table, right? So just wanted to hear your thoughts.
See, firstly, you have to understand what is the meaning of success, right? We only say successful because we see certain players achieving certain levels. But for me, I always believe in success is not about that. Success is not about scoring hundreds or achieving something or getting man of the match, man of the series. I think it's the journey, how you are preparing yourself. So I feel for me, everyone is successful. Whoever is preparing well, everyone will not reach a certain level, right? But it's all about whether you are giving your 100%, more than 100% or not, that is successful. If you're not giving 100% in any profession, you are not successful. End result doesn't matter. But I think if you are giving 100% in your profession every time, doesn't matter what the result is, you are successful in that. So that's what I always believe in. Yes, it's a difficult thing. It is very challenging because out of 1.3, 1.4 billion people, only 15 can play for India. But if you are passionate about something and practically, I would say that comes later. Firstly, you have to be passionate about something to do something really special. There are hurdles, there will be hurdles in your life, ups and downs in your life, but you just have to keep going, never give up. You just have to find a way every time. So I would say it's all about giving 100% every time, whatever you are doing in your life. You don't have to worry or think about what if, or ye hoga ya nahi hoga, ye main kar paunga, nahi kar paunga. That comes later. But first things first, give 100%, be truthful, be loyal to your profession, and everything will follow automatically.
Take one last question. One last question.
Hi, Jinx. This is Prasoon. Big fan of you. My question to you, not many people talk about your fielding. You are a great slip fielder. I think one of the best slip fielder entire world, I would say one or two, after Rahul Dravid. My question to you is, do you use technology for slip fielding to analyze how did you prepare yourself for slip fielding? Because the thing is, when you field on the slips, you get only a fraction of seconds to take the catch. Even I feel it becomes very difficult to catch the ball. So I just wanted to understand your thoughts on that.
Yes, I do use technology for that, but not every time. Because slip fielding, I feel it's all about habit, it's all about practice, and it's all about intent on the field. So technology-wise, obviously we watch our videos, we watch our reaction time. Sometimes your reaction time is 0.3 or 0.4. How can I get better from that? So that's why we use technology. But on the field, we try and use different angles, especially in India when we play, when you know Jadeja and Ashwin, when they are bowling, there are more catches will come at slips, and you have to be ready and take catches. How can I anticipate? How can I take brilliant catch? So it's all about thinking again. Technology obviously is there to help you out, but what you are thinking on the field, how you are visualizing, I mean, how you are reading the wicket. If wicket is slow and low, you have to stand quite ahead. If wicket is fast and there's a bounce on the wicket, you have to stay a little behind. So it's all about adjusting to the wicket, adjusting to the conditions, and visualizing that I'm going to take 1 or 2 brilliant catches, because as you know, fielding, if you take 1 or 2 brilliant catches, do a run out, you can win the match from your fielding. So fielding is a very important aspect. Yes, we do use technology, but mostly it's all about on the field preparations and taking catches. So I'll give you an example again. Under 19, when I came from under 19, one of our coach told to a senior team member, Mumbai team member, Ranji Trophy, that Ajinkya is a brilliant slip catcher. You should ask Ajinkya to stand in the slips. And that season I dropped 15 catches. And from that day onwards, I decided I'm going to take 100 catches every day in the practice session so that I can get better, I can contribute to my team. Because batting and bowling, it's not in your hands mostly. You get a good ball, you get out. You play a bad shot, you get out. But fielding, if you can contribute, take a catch or 2, or maybe save 5-10 runs for the team, you can make a difference for the team.
I don't know how last 45 minutes went by and it just zipped through. I'm sure if time is not a constraint, I think we would have loved this conversation. But I think it was an extremely insightful and very, very informative session. I'm sure for a cricket fan like me and also for our audience, it is a very inspiring session. And thank you once again for joining us here. Thank you. We'll stand for people.
Wow. Having a cricket star like Ajinkya with us today has been a dream come true. I have a request. Folks on my left, please make way for Mr. Rahane. I'm repeating again. Folks on my left, please make way for Mr. Rahane. They say time flies when you're having fun, and you're right. If you have enjoyed what you witnessed here today, please make sure to check your inbox to share your feedback with us so we can keep elevating the experiences we bring to you year on year. For those of you who want to revisit the amazing sessions we just witnessed, keep an eye on our website, tech.walmart.com. And thank you for joining us in person and tuning in virtually. As we close the curtains on Converge at Walmart this year, I must thank everyone who's been part of the event today. Our speakers, our guests, attendees, industry delegates, media, and our very own associates. And of course, our fantastic team of organizers who have made this event possible. Your presence here today has made this event a success beyond our imagination. We are so grateful for your participation and enthusiasm, and we are already looking forward to hosting you again. Until then, this is all of us at Walmart Global Tech signing off. Have a great evening. Thank you, everyone.